Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks Commentary.
Hello, Canucks fans. Are we ready? I'm ready. Are you ready for yet another 24-hour live stream? I'm so glad that you are here. Thanks for being here with me on this Thanksgiving Sunday. Happy Thanksgiving Sunday to all of you. I cannot wait to get going. Been preparing for this for a few months now, and I'm so grateful that all of you are here. And let's start off by, before I do my formal intros and everything, we're going to allow a few minutes for people to pile in here. As we start off, I believe there's no NHL games today, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not sure. Of course, NFL is going on. No NHL, but a lot of NFL going on. How does the microphone sound? I know I was really worried about the microphone cracking. I've done a couple things, including checking the cable. But my smart friends told me it wouldn't be the cable because I'm using a digital cable. So they told me to check other things. So does it sound okay right now? Is it cracking? And if it's cracking, what can we do? Shannon says, let's go 24-hour live stream. Riley says, what up, Clay? Irvin, are you wearing a comfy enough outfit? Well, better be careful. Make sure I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. And I had my nice GLCPC or CCC shirt on, but I realized that you can't really see it on the crest. So I might change into it later. I have a couple outfit changes, not on purpose, but for now, this shirt is very comfy. I got the fan going and I feel good. I know that I look good. I know that all you guys look good as well. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. It's finally the stream. Oh, there is one game, Rangers versus Caps. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah. And on Friday, there were no games either. It's crazy because did every team play yesterday or was it close to every team? We got a hey from Lyndon. Hello. Duolingo. Good luck, bro. Thank you. You got to ref a pro wrestling main event. That's awesome, Riley. Tell me what card. Send me some footage. I love reading your stuff for sure. Gerald, I appreciate you. Yeah, Justin, this one's tricky because the ninja is going to be tricky because it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to make a Slurpee. So I have to really, a slushie. So I have to really kind of plan that out. But I'm sure I'll be consuming one or two by the time the stream is over. Fangirl is wearing my merch. That is awesome. If you get on one of the open houses, then I want to see that for sure. Yes, the Blue Jays. I don't care about baseball, but I am aware of the massive ramifications. Ricky says, have a great stream, bro. Looking forward to the break music. So take as many. I tested it, Ricky. It's ready just for you. I can't remember you like the 5-minute one or the 10-minute one. Hockey from home. I know you were here at the start of last year's stream as well because I was watching that to remind myself of what to do. But I'll get to more of your comments as this first hour is kind of informal as we set the stage for what's going to be an amazing 24 hours. But let's start up by recognizing Swervin Irvin and the first donation of the stream. And it's an awesome one. It's a membership gift of 5 memberships. So shout out to Swervin Irvin, who gives 5 memberships and franchise memberships, and they go to Adrian T, a familiar face, BC, a familiar face. I know he loves the LA Kings, Colin, Kieran, and Tornado Freaks. Well, welcome to all 5 of you for franchise membership. Let's give some love to Swervin Irvin in the chat, and really appreciate you getting us going with that donation. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. All 5 of you, welcome to membership. Swervin Irvin, thank you for that. So I guess now's a good time to talk about how you guys can get involved tonight as we traverse through the next 24 hours together. I put a poll and I'm going to ask you in the chat, not yet, but in a couple minutes, I'm going to ask you to explain yourselves. But I put a poll. How many hours do you think you're going to be watching in today's stream? Shannon is also wearing her CCC crew shirt. That is awesome. You refed at, how do you say that? Nadamas Mania. All right. That sounds good. Hockey from home. Glad you're here. We got Twisted Wrister, who's joining me at 8. Nick Pinkerton joining me at 8 o'clock to break down the Pacific. I cannot wait to talk with you. Yes, Truman. No hard feelings here. Oilers played a lot better than the Canucks, that's for sure. I know it's only 2 games in, but we already have a lot to break down about this Vancouver Canucks team. Yeah, we got a lot of clips for sure. Gail and Kayla, my guess is you'll see Kayla. There's a couple spots that are still iffy, and if I guess dips for whatever reason, Gail and Kayla can be on standby, but they're busy. Kayla's not even home. Gail and Kayla are going out tonight to my goddaughter's birthday, whose I'd go to if I wasn't doing my stream. And then I have a pretty full schedule, and I'm not going to make them come on at 4 or 5 in the morning. So we'll see. My guess is you'll see Kayla for sure by the time the stream is done. Not sure if that's Gail's cup of tea, but we will make it work. All right, I'm going to get to your actual questions in a sec. Clay showed up today unlike the Canucks last night. Swerve Irvin, monthly membership message. So let's give Swerve Irvin some love in the chat once again.
And he got it!
Really like this comment because I love Patrick Sundstrom. He was my favorite old school Canucks player. He wore the number 17. So Swervener says, we ain't done. Happy to celebrate Patrick Sundstrom months. Let's have an awesome next 24 hours. Yes, I am looking forward to it. Got some good rest, so I am ready to go. Let's give Swerve Irvin some love in the chat. And then the legendary Carol Bovelander comes through, and that slaps. Legendary Carol Bovelander says, here's some money to buy a Pepsi for your Slurpee. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate it. And as I look at that tortilla slap, people were asking, are we going to do something similar tonight? We will see. I've told the boys to basically plan whatever they want for their hour and a bit. So look for it. Hope, man, like all my guests are so good. I'm so blessed to have such a stacked lineup this 24 hours. A lot of fun things. But if anything, if you're not doing anything, make sure you come back at midnight. Make sure you come back at midnight because the boys, always something memorable happens. And this year I will actually record it, and I'll explain that to you in a second. And I don't believe this. You know it's a good night. He's single-handedly trying to nail the high five himself. He's done 3 of the high five. But Swervin' Irvin upgrades to a legend. I've already played this. No, we're going to give him this one. So Irvin upgrades to legend. That makes 6 legends now, including Carol, who's here, Lucas, Brian, Andrew, and Tyler. That is amazing. So Irvin, I will contact you about a couple of things, like once the 24-hour stream is done. But that is wonderful stuff. Thank you, Irvin. Let's give Swervin' Irvin some love in the chat. That is massive. That is massive that Swervin' Irvin has upgraded to legendary membership. Amazing stuff. Thank you. Thank you. What a great start to the stream. Okay, I think now's a good time. We're 10 minutes in. Now's a good time to go through some of the housekeeping items. And I don't mean I'm going to start, vacuuming and doing dishes around the house. Well, Gerald, we're not going to technically, we just need a new member now because we have a donation, we have a membership gift, we have a monthly membership message, we have an upgrade. But you'll see that I'm giving enough. I'll talk about this in a minute, but I'm giving enough away today where it's already a high five in terms of. So yeah, I'm not doing high five today, but yeah, if someone becomes a new member, which I hope someone will over the course of 24 hours, I'll take care of that over the next week or so. But we have a big, massive giveaway later in this 24-hour live stream. All right, so I'm gonna go over some of the housekeeping now. Actually, before I do that, let's do a couple more things, and then we'll go over the housekeeping. In the chat right now, I'm going to highlight everyone who does this. Type in where you're watching from right now. So the first question is, where are you watching from right now? This 24-hour live stream. And I'd love to know. And then we'll have plenty of time. The second half of this show, this hour, we will talk about last night's game. I saw, Justin, you're going to be in and out because you're doing the Shawn Mendes concert tonight. That's awesome. That's awesome. Philip is here. Hey, Philip, that is great. All right. Gord is here. Gord, I was thinking about you. Awesome. You are in Ladner. Harry's in Richmond. I've actually been to Harry's house. That's pretty cool. We live about 15 minutes apart from each other. Selena's in North Van. Gerald's home in North Van. Lisa's watching from Victoria. Hello, Lisa. Riley's in California. Carol did find me, yes, on my first 24-hour live stream in 2021. I'll talk about that in a second. Watching at home, but I'll take you to No Frills. Awesome. Just don't make me do anything for the checkout lady like you did to Russell. Hey, Simon, West Vancouver. Shannon's in Victoria. Helen's in Burnaby. Wonderful. Chris is in Kamloops. Awesome. Nice to see you, Chris. Justin's in Surrey. Carol's in the Okanagan. Jovito, nice to see you in downtown Vancouver. That is great. That is great. Anyone else want to proclaim where they are watching from right now, right here, today? We have some good representation. Is there anyone here from, I know, obviously Nick is from the States. Is there anyone watching from overseas right now? Overseas, it depends, I guess, where you're at. It could be anywhere from 9 p.m. to early morning. All right, that's good. That's a good smattering, a good cross-section. Let's now get to, good. We got more. Chanel, Maple Ridge. Welcome, Chanel. Nice to see you. Okay, let's do this. Yes, I remember Hockey from Home. So Hockey from Home, what I was saying is last year, I rewatched last year's first hour to make sure that I wasn't missing anything this year. And I did the same thing. I asked where everyone was from. And I think one of the very first person I acknowledged was you, Hockey from Home. So I'm glad that you are here. I know I haven't seen you a lot in the nightly streams, but I recognize it does start at 11 p.m. Pacific time, so 2 a.m. for you. Next question, and then we'll get to all of the housekeeping, and then we'll get to some talk about last night's game. I put in the poll, I said, how many hours do you expect to watch today? I'm going to end that poll now. 47% of you said 0 to 8 hours. Oh, there we go. Hi, Skytrain Alfred. Nice to see you. And we have our international representation. Bernd is here from Germany. Welcome, Bernd. Nice to see you. 48% of you said 0 to 8 hours. That's fine, as long as it's not close to 0. And 28% of you said all 24 hours. And while I don't have reason to doubt you, I'm very excited for that. Really? So you're going to be here as long as I'm here, all 24 hours? That's impressive. I want you to name yourself. And actually, I want everyone in the chat to tell me now. Type it out. How many hours do you reasonably, I'm not going to hold you to this. I have no way to do that. But how many hours do you think you're going to be here? Put it in the chat to finish that off. 14% of you say 9 to 16 hours. And then 10% of you are saying 17 to 23 hours. So between the 10 and the 28% that has said all 24, 38% of you, over a third of you are saying you're going to be watching more than 2/3 of this stream, which is awesome. Awesome. All right, let's see what you say. And we got time. I got this whole hour to kill. So you can put in your explanation as well. 0 to 8 hours because I'm sick. Oh no, I need to sleep early and channel stuff, but I'll make an hour or two probably. I might have you in the background. I will take that. I hope you feel better, Hockey from Home. 9 to 16 hours, I have a family commitment. I need to sleep. That makes sense. If they sleep by the computer, it would count as 24. That's true. Gord says 2. Irvin says many as I can. Riley says many as your phone will allow. Well, we'll plug it in for sure. Sure. Koroya, I remember you from last year. I remember, sadly, that you were like, you kept losing not losing, but you went back-to-back exits in my end of stream contest, if you remember that. Not to bring up bad memories, but yes, leaving me on in the background certainly counts. 0 to 8 hours from Harry because he got work. Skytrain Alfred says 11. I'll take it. Carol says all 24. That's why you're a legend, Carol. When people go to sleep, I'll watch you overnight. Simon, you mean on the stream, right? Duolingo, very good. The schedule is actually, if you look in the description, actually, I don't think I put it in the description. Oh, no, I didn't. But I do, maybe I should do that. Give me a sec. I think I should actually put it in the description. But how do I do that real quick? Actually, I'll do that on my first break. I am going to go over the whole schedule now. But you see in the video description, you have at least the schedule for the first 8 hours. But that's a good point. In my first break, I will put the description into each of the video descriptions. Well, at least this first one for sure. I'll be up at 5 a.m. tomorrow for work. I'll be coming. Nice. Chris says all 24. That's impressive. Some of the hours will be like, yeah, SkyTrain. I don't know if I'm not going to put it up on audio, but yes, you can definitely watch it back here on YouTube when you can. All 24 hours, keep it on. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Hey, Tommy, you're a legend for doing this. I'm going to take the over on 8 Pepsis in the next 24 hours. That's going to be pretty close. Tommy was a wonderful guest last year. Appreciate you, Tommy. And thank you for popping in today. Yes, you're right, Corey. You were the second and third. Very good. You got a great memory. As long as I can, we'll have it running on the 24th. Thank you. Thank you. Bump up those numbers for sure. We have 120 people watching already, 45 in YouTube, another 75 on X. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Double duty. Yeah, you got the Blue Jays for sure. Not golfing today. Last year I played 18 holes listening to you. That's impressive. Longer than it takes EP40 to get a shot on goal in each of the first 2 games. Oh, gee. Are we there already, Justin? Are we there already? Actually, give me a set, you guys. This will take just a minute, but I'm actually going to put it in the description so everyone has it. So give me 1 second. tinyurl.com/ Yeah, this will just take a minute, but probably worth it for anyone that wants to see it. And then I'm going to go over it. In a second. So I just got to edit this really quickly on my computer. I am going to add here we go. Can I add this full schedule in the video description? But I'm going to go through it here in a few minutes. Okay, that should have worked. Let's go with that. All right, thanks for letting me do that on the fly, you guys. It just helps me. And then I think it's there now. All right. So I really appreciate all of you being here. As I start off this 24-hour trek, I will explain how you get involved, and I'll explain the birth, the genesis, the history of this 24-hour live stream. So let's start off like this. Moderators, do what you need to do to keep this a safe and respectful place. I don't expect you to be here for all 24 hours, but there's always at least 1 or 2 moderators looking around. That helps a lot, but we can figure that out. Members, that's Legends, Hall of Fame, and franchise members. Many of you are here. Irvin upgrades from Hall of Fame to Legend already, which is amazing. And we also gifted 5 new memberships. So all you members, thank you for your support. And to everyone else, no matter where you're watching from, whether my beautiful neighborhood of Steveston and Richmond, in the city, lower mainland, province, country, continent, around the world, thank you for being here. You know that I know that you could be doing anything else, watching anything else, getting ready for whatever else. But the fact that you are here with me, you know how much I always appreciate you and how much I never, ever take you for granted. So this is how you get involved. Subscribe to the channel. So you get active in the chat section. You can like the video. Make sure you like the video. It helps the algorithm. It gets more people in here. You can leave a donation like people have done already. You can gift memberships. You can buy memberships. You can upgrade your own membership. You can use your monthly membership message, and not putting this on a podcast platform, but you can watch it here on YouTube. But usually you can rate and review my podcasts on Spotify and wherever else as well. So that's how you can get involved tonight. I'm going to do a quick thank you to my sponsors right now. I'm going to do it at the top of every hour. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it at the bottom of every hour, right before I go to break. I think that's a good way to do it. But right now, I will thank, let's do it right at the top. Actually, let's thank my primary. No, I'm going to do it at the end of this hour. That's what I'm going to do. I'm still working out the kinks in my head. I want the best flow for all of you. And I think at the start of every hour, I'll just do the reminder of how you people can get involved. And then I will get into the guests, because I don't want to keep the guests waiting too much, even though there's no guests for this hour. But I want to get into a flow. Then I can thank the sponsors as I go into the break after each hour. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Although, yeah, let's do that. Okay, thank you for letting me. You see my thought process. I don't know if it's good, bad, or in the middle, good, bad, or ugly, but you can see my thought process as we go throughout the show. So why don't we go through the schedule? Then I'll go through some logistics. Then we'll spend a few minutes talking about the game. And then we'll get ready for our first guest, which is Landon Ferraro from Sportsnet, which I'm very excited about. So let's do that. Let's go through the schedule right now. So here we go. You see it on your screen. All times Pacific Daylight Time, obviously, because that's where I am right now. And it says guests and times subject to change. That's just so... Wait, what did Gord say? Gord, was that directed to me? If I come by the house, can I drop off stuff for you? Are you talking to me? Sure, Gord. Oh, and the height points too. I think I'm going to do the height points. Oh, I should do that at the very start. So let's do the height points right now, because you're right. I'm still figuring out my flow. Right now, it's Fangirl with 900, Just Incredible with 375, Carol with 275, Swervin Irvin with 225, and a bunch of people tied with 75. So right now, it's Fangirl, Justin, Carol, Swervin Irvin. There is your top 4. You can just click on top fans, and you can see that leaderboard for yourself. Thanks, Irvin, for that reminder as well. So trying to figure out when I'm going to do what. If I do the sponsor read at the top, though, then the sponsor knows. No, I'll do it at the end. That's fine. So Gord says, if I come by the house, can I drop stuff off? Sure, depending on what I'm doing and where I am in the show. I might not be able to hang out or chat that much, though. But I'll leave that to you if you're indeed talking to me. That's very nice of you, Gord. Gord is definitely not an AI bot. Yeah, that's fine, Gord. That's fine. That's very kind of you. I know you're not asking to get on camera. If it's a dead hour or whatever, but there are hardly any of those unless it's 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. Yeah, you're welcome to come by and drop stuff off, and just text me and tell me it's outside the door or whatever it is. All right, let's get into this. So, 12 p.m. Welcome and rundown of guests. That's exactly. Oh, thank you, Gord. You can. I have my slushy machine. I have Pepsis. 12 of them sitting in my bar fridge. I have bananas, fruit, a couple meals planned, and water. So you are welcome to come by. Would never say no, but I have enough to get me going if it saves you a trip, Gord. But thank you. That is very kind of you, but it's up to you. So we got Landon Ferraro of Sportsnet. He will be my first guest at 1 p.m. Excited to talk to him for sure. And then at 1, so then it's funny. The first 3 hours, it's a bit tricky. I say from 1 to 4 because of Thanksgiving and stuff like that. I basically had to fit 4 guests into 3 hours, if that makes sense. So Landon, then Dan Murphy, which I'm very excited about. He's been on the show a few times. Then Iain MacIntyre, who has also been on the show a few times. So that's great. We got the trifecta of Sportsnet guys at the start. I can't wait to speak to all of them. Then we have Rick Dhaliwal, which will be always interesting. You remember last year, he didn't know how to work StreamYard, so I had to talk to him on the phone for 45 minutes. Well, I told him to test it, so hopefully that works. Then J-Pat, who was actually on in the morning day 2 last year. Then it's him. Then Kevin Woodley from NHL.com and InGoal Magazine, the goalie guru. And then Harman Dayal, a first-time guest from The Athletic and Canucks Conversation. That 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock, you guys, is absolutely stacked. Heard he was sick. Oh, okay. He missed the watch. Oh, Gerald, were you at the watch party? Gerald, were you at the watch party last night? Hopefully he can come on, but I haven't heard that he can't, so we will see what happens. Then we have an open house. That's the first open house I have, so anyone wants to join me, they can. And then that is part 1. Then I figured it out. YouTube allows you to archive streams up to 12 hours. StreamYard allows you to archive streams up to 10 hours. And because I wanted the backup just in case, I decided to go with 8-hour blocks, actually, fewer than the 10 hours. So I have 3 streams set up. Part 1, which is the first 8 hours. Part 2, which is the middle 8 hours. Part 3, which is the last 3 hours. I could have gone just 2 parts of 12, if that makes sense. Part 1 and part 2 on YouTube. But then I wouldn't be able to save it onto StreamYard. And I want to have that ability just in case. So that's why we have 3 different links. So we are in obviously link number 1, and that is this first 8 hours. Yes, Maxwell, I've actually played Hurdle and Puck Duco on here, but yeah, no plans to do so for here. That's right. My computer, very good. My computer wanted to update last year, so I had to take a technical break. An unscheduled technical break for an hour last year as my computer was upgrading. It was so silly. It was so silly. Then part 2 starts with Nick Pinkerton, Twisted Wrister, and he's going to help me preview the Pacific Division. He's been on all 4 of my 24-hour live streams. You might say, go, Clay, this is only your 3rd one. I will explain what I mean by that. Then Alyssa Hood from Winnipeg will help me preview the Central Division, which is great. Then a Canucks content creator, a CCC roundtable, Doodle Hockey, Rev Trev, Nothing is Perfect, Russell, Tyler from The Line Change, and Jordan and Witten from Canucks Uncensored. They are all going to join me this year, which I'm for an hour, which I'm super, super excited about. Yes, I did have overheated issues last year, and that I was using my PC. So this one, I'm using the Mac, and hopefully it works. And then Patrick Johnson of the Sports winds up the first day of this 24-hour live stream. Gerald, I was at the watch party with Alfred Tyler and his wife. Nice. Also went to Good and Company meet up with Jordan and interview Captain Kirk with him. Oh, that is awesome. Very, very good. Very, very good. Well, that's right. Were there 2 watch parties going on yesterday? That's pretty cool. Then Sean and Jake are taking at least 1, if not 2 hours. We'll see how that goes. That's going to be madness. I can't wait for that. That's my chance to shower and have another snack if I need to, whatever I need to do. Open House 2. So anyone who's up here late with me, hey, Jeremy, nice to see you. Open House 2 at 2 a.m. Then this 3 hours kind of going to be kind of informal, but I would love to do some Canucks point projections with all of you. I have my jersey and swag show and tell. I have moved everything downstairs, waiting in the next room. And then I'm going to do something fun we're going to, together as a community, through the use of YouTube polls, going to predict the entire standings for the league this year. So I'm looking forward to that. Then it's Sean and Jacob. Sean and Jacob will be coming in for... Or is it John or Shakeup? I see what you're doing. Shakeup. Jimu and Simu. Kim, always been on. Love her. Joining me to preview the Metro. Jeff Merrick. I'm very excited about a first-time guest. Oh, by the way, this will end part 2, and then at 5 a.m. 4 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. At 4 a.m., my part 3 starts. Jeff Merrick. Going to have him for 20 minutes today. It's all he can give me tomorrow, but I will take it. I can't wait to talk to Jeff. Then John, Hot Take Hockey, will help me preview the Atlantic. My brother Jason is coming on, and I love chatting hockey with him. I know a lot of you guys love hearing from him as well. Parker at 10. This is a game time decision, though. I have a plan. If Parker can't join me, it will either be... yeah, I have a plan. And then the last hour will be the wrap up along with the big contest, which I'm going to talk about next. Yes, I was aware of Canucks Army Greta, and then I was aware of the other one put on by Carm and those guys at Good and Company. How were each of them? Let me know, Gerald. Which one was better? And my brother Jason was a last minute ad because Kim needed to be moved up, which is great. It filled up one of my Baron hours. And then my brother, who I saw for Thanksgiving lunch yesterday, said, sure. Canucks medal collection. Nice. From Canucks after dark to Canucks before lunch. I love it. All right, let's talk about this ticket giveaway now. So, very important. Let me get this going here. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Much like last year, I'm going to be giving away 6 or 7 prizes in the final hour of my stream. Now, you do not have to be here for that draw, although it's always a lot of fun. So it'll be tomorrow morning between 11 and 12 will be the final hour, right, of this stream. Throughout this 24-hour live stream, I will be giving away 5 bonus words. So anyone can enter this contest tomorrow morning. So I'm going to open up the forum between 10 and 30. 10 and Loopy Clay, and we're only 30 minutes in. 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning, I'm going to share this link. But it's not open right now. So 24-hour live stream ticket giveaway. This form will be open from 10 to 10:30 a.m. Pacific time on Monday morning. So tomorrow morning from 10 to 10:30, I will open up this form. You say, oh, Clay, that's only half an hour. You're going to need like 2 minutes to fill it out, but I'm giving you half an hour to do it. So that will be open tomorrow at 10 a.m. Now, when you go to it, it's typical, add your name, add your email, add your YouTube name, all those things that phone number, blah, blah, blah. But then in there, you guys, you're going to have a chance to enter up to 5 bonus words that I'm going to talk about throughout the stream. Now, I'm obviously not going to tell you when I'm going to do it, but yeah, that would be great if you just be aware that throughout the 24 hours, I'm going to give up to 5 bonus words. I'm not going to tell you which hours they are, although I'm going to give you one right now, so be ready. And because the form isn't open yet, what you will have to do is write all of these down. And then when the form opens tomorrow at 10 a.m., then simply type in those 5 bonus words. Okay? And then I'll remind you that when you fill in the bonus word, it's got to be in all caps. But don't worry about that yet. I will talk about that when I open up the form. So listen, live stream giveaway, entry form open 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Monday. Listen for 5 bonus words throughout the stream at the top of certain hours. And then winners will be drawn during the last hour of the stream. So I hope that all makes sense. So it's up to you. I actually had it set up where I was going to do 24 bonus words or 22, one at the top of each hour, but that's a lot. And then it's really hard to handle actually on the back end. So I'm going to go up to 5 bonus words. So it's up to you. You want to share them. I don't think it's wise if you type it in the chat because then everyone's going to have it and then it'll lessen your chances of winning. What are you playing for? Well, I'm going to give away 7 prizes in the last hour. A pair of tickets to a Canucks game, Van Base, Amazon, CCC merch, Gassy Jack art prints, and something from Mulligan Golf Company. So 6, and then a surprise prize as well. So I'm giving away 7 prizes in the last hour of my live stream. So you certainly want to enter for sure. All right. So you ready for the first bonus word? Don't type it in the chat. Just write it down. Bonus word number 1 is Pepsi. Bonus word number 1 is Pepsi. P-E-P-S-I. Pepsi. 5 letters. Don't mess it up. Pepsi. You have a chance to enter that when I open up the form at 10 a.m. Okay? So bonus word is Pepsi. All right, let me go back and go through some of the comments that I missed. By the way, do you guys have any questions about the schedule or the bonus word? Without giving it away. Harry, thank you very much. Let's give Harry some love in the chat.
3, 2, 1.
Harry with the $5 donation. Hi, Clay. How are you? Could we see any lineup changes for the Canucks tomorrow? And will there be a tribute video for P.S. Suter returning? I don't think you see... I think you see Lankinen in net. I think you don't change the D because that hasn't been the issue, right? 1 goal against Calgary, 3 against Edmonton, but one of them was an empty netter. Penalty kill was good. Could you see Carlson come in for someone in the bottom 6? Maybe, but I don't think you panic because of one game. Do they go back to Kane with Coots and Lekkerimäki, move Baines back up? I know Kane started with Hito and Garland, and then he was kind of back and forth. We'll see. But I don't think it's going to be major changes except for Lankinen coming in for Demko. Will there be a tribute video for Pius? Yeah, I think it's going to be 10 or 15 seconds. It'll just be welcome back, Pius. I think that's what they will do, but we'll see. I'll be at the game, and I can let you know for sure. So let's give some love to Harry in the chat. Thank you, Harry, for that $5 donation. Jog just started at midnight at noon, so we're only half an hour in. Greta was better. Sekeres was super nice. Hoping he'll go on TLC soon. Was that the line change? Awesome. Quads killed me at air hockey. Good company was fun mainly because Jordan was such great company. Tyler Samuels. Awesome. No, it's not cheating. You do whatever you want. I won't know. You do look really good. Thank you, Burned Oils. I appreciate that. You need the bonus word to be a sponsor. I don't get it. What does that mean? Surprise, prize, prediction, dinner with Clay. You'll have to see. Oh, Jeremy, great question. No, anyone can enter the draw and you get 1 entry. But each of the bonus words, you get up to 5 additional entries. So someone can have a maximum of 6 entries. They truly are bonus words. So you don't need all 5 of them just to get 1 entry. No, everyone gets 1 entry as long as you fill out the form. And then you get another 5 entries on top of that. Yeah, I did a word an hour in my 24-hour live stream, my first one, but I went away from that. Shots. Bottle flip with the bonus word. I did a bottle flip with the bonus word. Oh, I see what you're saying on that. Don't know. Clay, I'm a little worried about when you switch over. Don't worry, Carol. I'm going to provide you with a link, and all you got to do is press it, and then you'll go to the next show. Just like you found this one today, Carol, you're going to find the next 2 as well. Oh, they did a Dante Fabro tribute video, and he was in the box. That's funny. I do think the power play needs some help for sure. Hey, KQ. Yeah, no problem, Max. You're welcome to come on. I'm going to open it up to people, and we'll just kind of see how many people we will get through. Okay, so really quickly, the genesis of this 24-hour live stream. There a lot of good content. By the way, after the game last night, I don't stream on Saturdays usually, but I think there are at least 4 or 5 post-game shows going, if I wasn't mistaken, which is pretty exciting actually. It gives all of you as Canucks fans a wonderful way to just have choice and to have variety, and that's a pretty cool thing. I don't think any of them are doing a 24-hour live stream too. It's not. I don't say it's my thing, it's my shtick, but it is one way that I can help get people excited about this upcoming Canucks season that has started off 1-1. It's not 2-0, which would be awesome, but thankfully it's not 0-2. We beat the team we were supposed to beat, and we lost the team that probably should have beat us, given that they're home and away as well. So my first 24-hour live stream I did in October 2021, and that one was memorable because that's how Carol found me, and now look at her, legendary Carol Bovelander. I had Marie come in to do an hour of music, which was a lot of fun. Tried to make that work for today, but she's out of town. She's traveling, so won't make that work. So that was October 2021. Yes, and that was one where I also did bonus words, one every hour. Then for October 2022, didn't do anything in terms of long, extended stream. October 2023, I did a 12-hour stream because I wasn't convinced I could handle a 24-hour stream. And that one actually really focused on Game Over because I was just starting my first year of Game Over Vancouver. So you guys might remember for 7 of those 12 hours, it was hosts from the 7 Canadian cities from Game Over. And then I filled in the other hours with guys like Dan Murphy and previews. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was basically the 7 Game Over. It was Dan Murphy. And then it was previews of the 4 divisions. Then last year, October 2024, I went back to my 24-hour live stream. So it was my second one. And it was a mix of media personalities and content creators and family. And then this, therefore, is my second consecutive, my third ever 24-hour live stream, but my 4th extended live stream, if that makes sense. This is my third 24-hour one, and then I've done one 12-hour one. So the only year that I didn't do one, I did 2021, didn't do 2022, then I've done 23, 24, 25. I'm not sure if it's going to be an annual tradition, but this weekend worked out really well because the Canucks played last night, and then they don't play again until 4:30 on Monday. So it was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for me to jump in from 12 to 12 Sunday and Monday, not missing any Canucks game or having to pause for a watch party or anything like that. Now I get that it is Thanksgiving, so maybe we lose some people to Thanksgiving dinners and stuff like that, but that's kind of just what we're going to have to do. And we'll be happy with the people that are here, and we'll make it work with the people that are here. So once again, I thank you for all of you that are here, and whether you're only here to pop in for an hour or so, or whether you'll be here for all of the 24 hours or anywhere in between, I am very grateful to all of you. So it's already 12:43, and I want to get a good 5 to 10 minute break in before the 1 o'clock starts. So I think RSA was bugging me last year. He says, how can you call it a 24-hour live stream when you take breaks at the end of every hour? And I said, well, you try and do this for 24 hours. I think I got a little bit defensive. So I will be taking a 5 to 10 minute break at the end of every hour. And that's a chance for me to use the restroom, grab a quick snack, get a few steps in, set up for my next guest. So that's what I'm going to do. And then I think at the top of every hour, I'll welcome everyone, remind people how to get involved, and then at the bottom, and talk about the contest. And then at the bottom of every hour, I will do my sponsor read and set up the next hour. And there we go. There we go. So for the last 5 or 6 minutes here for this hour, I would love to hear, I would love to hear your thoughts on last night's game. And I just realized that I need to put one more banner up with the entire schedule. So give me 1 second. View complete schedule here. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get a couple things ready so we can be ready for anything and everything that could happen over the next 24 hours. Okay, move this way up. All right, let's do that. Very good. I'm going to see if that works. Yeah. Okay, good. Good. Thank you for your patience. And yeah, let's get going. Let's get going with your thoughts. 5 minutes on last night's game. Lena Marie, I remember you from last year. Just caught up in the live, watching from Berlin. Till I messed up the time difference. I thought it started in 15 minutes. Love the guests. And thanks for uploading the usual streams to Spotify. That is awesome. Thank you for being here, Lena Marie. I remember last year that you were here for a lot of the live streams. So thank you for watching from Berlin. That is awesome. Happy to have you. Did Gail make sure you have good food? Remember, she made you plates of food. Yeah, she will. We've kind of made a little bit of a meal plan, so she will make sure that I'm fed. Although there's gonna be one point tonight where no one's in the house, just me and Mickey. So hopefully that goes okay. 1 down, 23 to go. Well, not down the first one yet, but we'll see. It did go by fast, and that's just me blabbing. Every other hour will go way faster. Last night's game sucked because Demko carried the team as best he could, but giving a shorthanded goal wasn't great either. Yeah, Demko. Did we give up a shorty last night? I thought it was 4-4. It wasn't a shorthanded goal, was it? Oh, it was empty netter. Okay, it was an empty netter shorthanded goal. Yeah, Demko was amazing. He looks great. That was a game that looked like a bubble Demko showcase all night. Demko was awesome. Last night proved the gap between our team and contenders. That's true. They need to lock up in case the employee needs a washing break, like Clay for the 24-hour. What was Irvin talking about? I must have missed something. But I'll let you guys keep talking about that. Demko was impressive with a save last night. Yeah, he was incredible, and he looks good. Do you guys worry when Demko makes a crazy save that he's going to get hurt, or are you guys past that? Are you guys pretty... When can we see Mickey? I will try and get him in here, but at the tail end of one of my hours, I'm sure he'll be scratching at the door soon. But I just don't know when it's going to be. Disappointed with Vancouver's effort. Couldn't watch last night because it was streamed on Sky only and I refused to pay £30 a month for maybe 8 Canucks. That's fair. That's fair. Do what... Yeah. You got your priorities straight, Lena Marie. That's good. That's good. Myers got fined by a department player. Yeah, $2,500 for slashing McDavid. When was that? Because I was at Thanksgiving dinner, so I didn't watch every single minute of the game. What slash was it? When did it happen? Yeah, I'm going to try my best for sure. For sure, Hockey From Home. I'll get Mickey on it sometime. Demko is still a huge worry. Canucks fans are always on edge. Both are true. The Wild Columbus game and Sharks Ducks game, so many goals and back and forth. Yeah, some high scoring games. One of them was 7-6. 7-6. Slashing right in the jewels. Yeah, when was that? You guys, what period was the slash? I know they had a couple run-ins, but what period was that slash in the jewels? Kane hit last night. Yeah, he was definitely noticeable. Probably unpopular opinion says, I don't mind Canucks missing playoffs if they're 40-0 at home. Fans want to see them win and get their money's worth. That's fair. I hear what you're saying. Slash was a stick lift into McDavid's privates in the third period. Okay, that's what I thought. Wow. Did he get a penalty for it? Or did he get by unscathed, which is pretty tricky of him if he did that. Very tricky. It's funny, like I don't think Myers is a particularly dirty player, but he's not afraid, I will say, to play on the edge, that's for sure. I had to yell at 2 players on TV last night to control your stick. Who were those 2 players? Who was the object of your wrath, fangirl? Let me know. I'm really curious. That's funny. That's funny how you had to yell at them. No penalty. You got a penalty for delay of game. The bonus word coming that you did the bottle flip with should sponsor you again. Oh, I see. Missing that ad with thank you. Myers a low-key villain. That's true. That's kind of what I was hinting at. Do you think EP40 could have played better last night? Yep. I don't think he was great. That's for sure. I don't think he was great. Sorry, guys. I'm just fixing something on my computer. Myers also cross-checked a Flames player in the head a few nights ago. Chaos draft strikes again. It happened in front of Demko in the second period, but it wasn't called. Wow. Got a penalty, then almost accidentally hit the ref with a stick. Wow. Very, very eventful. The bonus word company should sponsor you again. I hear what you're saying. Missing. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. But I'll always have that in the back pocket. Slash with 11. Okay, I'll go look that up. The better Filipino looks, the worse EP40 looks. Yeah, but Hito was not good. That turnover really, really stunk. Okay, I missed my chance for a 10-minute cutoff. So I'm going to do wrap up this first hour now. And hey, Rick, I can see you. It works. That's awesome. I will see you. See, this is how good Rick Dhaliwal is. He's not on until 3:15, but he is testing. And I just saw. So Rick, you know you're 3:15, right? We're good. Okay. I can't hear you though, because I'm on Rick, I'm live. So you can hear me. I can't hear you. But the fact that I can see you, then we're good. You're the best. You guys, that's why Rick Dhaliwal is the best. He's not on until 2 more hours, but he just came back. He was backstage, and it's just so funny. I just saw him pop up because I gave him grief because of last year, how I had. Okay, I'm so excited now. I'm so excited that that Rick Dhaliwal learned how to work StreamYard. What inspired me to do another 24-hour live stream, Hockey from Home, is just a great way to get excited for this upcoming season. A great way to start to start off. All right, so I'm going to wind down this first hour because I want to make sure that I hit my 5-minute countdown time, and then hopefully Ricky's still here because he loves that music. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to thank my primary sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Also, shout out to my secondary sponsors, GassyJackArt.com, maker of this amazing artwork that you see behind me. So thank you to Gassy Jack Art. He will be donating prizes for the giveaway. Thanks to Mulligan Golf Company, MLGNGolf.com. MLGNGolf.com. Golf apparel and accessories. They are donating something for the end of stream giveaway. Thanks to my secondary sponsor, Vessi Footwear. Use the link tinyurl.com/VessiClay and receive a free pair of socks off your next purchase of Vessi shoes. And don't forget, you can always purchase your Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. We're going to give away some CCC merch at the end of this stream as well. So there is my mid-show sponsor read. I am excited for the next little bit. I'm going to go for 1 more minute here, and then I will switch to our 5-minute countdown. So a reminder that you can subscribe, you can like the video, you can leave a donation, get their membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your membership, or use your monthly membership message. And right now, atop the leaderboard, which I will do at the end of every hour, it is Fangirl, Just Incredible, Harry, Carol, and Irvin. That is your top 5 right now. Fangirl, Justin, Harry, Carol, and Irvin. Love it, love it, love it. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone feeling? We good? We're nearing the end of the first hour. Yeah, Dhaliwal finally figured it out. Dhaliwal is a legend. Good job, Rick. Won't be on speakerphone this year. Can't believe Clay held the phone up to the mic for 45 minutes last year. Exactly. No Clay holding the phone up to the microphone. Remember, you can look at the complete schedule here. And I think this is where, no, in 1 more minute, I just want to time it perfectly. I put up the 5-minute countdown, and then we get ready for Landon Ferraro, which I'm very excited about. Actually, that's what I'll put. Next guest here is Landon Ferraro. Maybe I will put that on. You know what I'll do? Let's do this. Let's make this one a scrolling one. So there. And then next guest is Landon Ferraro. There. That looks good. That looks good. All right, friends. Get ready. Ricky, if you're still around, here we go. I will see you guys in 5 minutes.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Hey Canucks fans, welcome to hour number 2 of my 24-hour live stream. Can you let me know in the chat if you can hear me? Now that I have these headphones on, I'm all worried that nothing is working, but can you guys hear me okay? Let me know in the chat. Would love to get your feedback. Okay, good. You can hear me. That is awesome. Welcome. Hour 1 is down. We have 23 hours to go. And yes, this is my 24-hour live stream. So happy that you guys are here with me. I'm glad you guys can hear me. Thank you for that. Here's moderators, do what you need to do to keep this a safe and respectful place. Members, legends, Hall of Fame, and franchise members, thanks for your support. And to everyone else, no matter where you're watching from, whether my beautiful neighborhood of Steveston and Richmond, in the city, lower mainland, province, country, continent, around the world, thank you for being here. You know that I know that you could be doing anything else, watching anywhere else, but the fact that you are here with me, know how much I always appreciate you, and know how much I never, ever take you for granted. So this is how you get involved. You can subscribe to the channel. You can get active in the chat section by doing that. You can like the video. You can, make sure you like the video if you haven't liked the video yet. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership. You can buy your own membership. You can upgrade your membership. You can use your monthly membership message. And if you're listening on a podcast platform, make sure that you rate and review. Although we're not, I should stop saying that because I keep saying I'm not posting a 24-hour live stream on my podcast, but you'll be able to see it here on YouTube for sure. Also, a reminder of the contest that I'm running. I'm doing a giveaway at the end of the stream. The entry form will be open from 10 to 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. So listen to 5 bonus words throughout the stream, and that will give you up to 5 additional entries, and then we will draw all the winners on at 11 a.m. So I'll explain this in depth tomorrow at 10 a.m. when I open the form. But all you need to know is that you should write down these bonus words as you hear them, and then the entry form will open up tomorrow at 10 a.m. All right, I'm just waiting for Landon to pop backstage. Hopefully he's still coming, but we'll see. Otherwise, it'll be a tough start to the show. But we will certainly adjust and make it work. But yeah, just waiting. I know backstage works because I saw Rick back there. I saw Rick back there a few minutes ago. So we'll give Landon a couple of minutes to get in here, and then we will kind of go from there. How's everyone feeling today? Let me know how you're feeling in the chat. Let me know what your plans are for Thanksgiving Sunday. Let's do that for a couple minutes, and then we will hopefully Landon will join in the next couple of minutes backstage. So let me know. Give me your thoughts. Give me your plans for Thanksgiving weekend. And while we do that, if you're doing a count, this is number 1. Oh, great. I just spilled it all over my keyboard. But yes, let me know your plans for Thanksgiving weekend. What do we got? My plans, working the Canucks game. Nice. I'll be there tomorrow with Gail, having my cup of coffee. I'm having ham at a family member's house tonight. Nice. No ice. What, you mean with my Pepsi? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm feeling good, and Coach Rob ran the 8K this morning. That is very, very impressive. Having Tim Hortons coffee, that is also impressive. We're having our son and new wife over for Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow night. Nice. Oh, just so it doesn't clash. Gord, you are too good for us, for me. Coach Rob is coming over later. That is awesome. I'm just going to reach out to Landon to see if he's still coming. I sure hope so. Maybe he got tied up. You never know. You never know on Thanksgiving weekend. But let me see what he says. Are you still able to join me now on the live stream. Sent you the link. All right. So we're waiting for Landon. What else we got? Take out white spot turkey. Nice. Family over for turkey. Nice. Working Sean Mendes tonight. Working my other job Monday as the big boss. As my boss left for Japan to celebrate his son's wedding, leaving me in charge. Well, good luck. That is awesome. Going to see the new Tron. Nice. Turkey nap. Hey, Russell. And going to see you at 10 p.m. tonight. Maybe have Rick on first. Yeah. If he was backstage. No, it's just so funny that I just see him pop backstage as I'm getting ready. Russell's in here. Here's how you manage to get a Sunday off, Clay. My wife is in the church business and doesn't get me. Yeah, for my actual work, don't really have to quote work Sundays. It's just a matter of deciding of where I attend, because I volunteer at my local church, but I work for the Archdiocese, so I don't actually quote have to work on Sundays, if that makes sense. Jog is asking people do sports bets, not me. Going to my sister's place for turkey dinner tomorrow night, and there's going to be 17 people. That is massive. Gerby says, you're nuts. I'm not sure if you're talking about me or someone else in here. Mike isn't popping. That's good. Well, I didn't change. I tested this is a micro USB, and I switched it to, the current one is micro USB to USB A. Then I tried micro USB to USB C. Then my friend was saying though that because it's a digital signal, that the cord probably doesn't have anything to do with it. He said just to make sure it didn't run interference. So I actually didn't really change anything. I haven't changed anything, but I'm being very careful not to touch anything too. So we'll see. But I'm glad that it's not popping right now. Oh, I'm nuts. You want me doing the 24-hour, because I'm doing 24-hour live stream? No, maybe I am. Mic isn't popping. Thought the mic isn't pooping. I hope not. No, do not, Fango, please, thank you. Do not tweet at Landon, because that is not a good look if we are, I don't want, it's probably not the most polite thing if we're tweeting at him, messaging him saying, where are you? Because he's doing it out of his own time. So don't, thank you for the offer, but definitely do not contact him. I've tried to contact him in a couple ways. Hopefully he is still available to come. But yeah, we'll give him a couple minutes. We have some time here. Although I might just reach out to him one more time. See, I don't have his phone number, which is fine. I have his email and his Instagram. Although, now that I think about it, oh yeah, hold on. We'll see. I'm confident. I'm hopeful, but I am going to email him one more time. All right. What else you got for? What else do we have? Lefty all around. I think we were best 14th or 15th. Yeah, that sounds about right. In the middle, for sure. Not fair to the fast typers. Well, the slow mode is just someone doesn't just complete spam. But I think that members are exempt from that slow mode, if I'm not mistaken. No, Harry. Most of the new seats have cup holders, but I know in the upper bowl, some of them don't, because there's like a rod, almost like a securing rod. I will see for sure tomorrow, but I think that's every third or fourth seat does actually not have one, because there is a rod that kind of secures the seats to the ground. But that's a horrible explanation, but I've seen pictures that probably doesn't do it justice. But if someone was at the game and was an upper bowl, let me know. Let me know if that's what you noticed at the game on Saturday night. If he's late, have him side by side with another guest. Yeah, for sure. We can make it work. I just don't like to impede on another guest's time as well. But yeah, we can make it work, CNN style. All right. Landon, are you ready to go? Oh, no problem. Oh, sorry, Landon, I can't hear you. So I'm live. Landon is backstage. Give me a thumbs up. You're ready to go, and I'll bring you on. Awesome. So this is perfect. My first guest did not ditch me. I'm so happy that he's here. Let's bring on from Sportsnet, Landon Ferraro. Hey, Landon.
Hey, sorry about that. We had some family show up and I started talking and then I just saw your message. Like, oh no, I missed it. Even though I was a week early the first time.
Yes, I will. Yeah, no, in all, we finally, yes, we'll, in the spirit of complete transparency, I asked Landon. Landon was one of the very first person I asked. I asked him a month ago. And then 2 weeks ago, when I was out in Europe, he said, "Hey, are we on for tomorrow?" And I said, "Actually, it's not till Thanksgiving weekend." So he was early. We're gonna excuse you for 3 minutes late. We're good. Welcome, brother. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, and thanks for agreeing to do this. So this is my third ever 24-hour live stream. It's just a way to get excited about the Canucks season, and we can talk about that in a second. But I would love for anyone who doesn't know you or your journey, if really quickly, you can just talk a bit about your pro career and what you're doing now in terms of the Vancouver Canucks. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I moved back to Vancouver in 2002 when my dad retired and got a taste of Canadian hockey. I was playing minor hockey in Atlanta, Georgia before that. It was a little bit of a culture shock when I got up here, but it was a ton of fun. I played at Burnie Winter Club, and then I went on to the Western League for 4 years in Red Deer and Everett, and then ended up playing 12 years pro, 8 in North America, and my last 4 in Germany. And was lucky enough to get to do a bunch of cool things, and got to play in the Olympics and all of that. And now I'm enjoying myself on the other side, not getting hit anymore, just talking. Talking's a lot better. So yeah, I'm enjoying. I did the radio call last night with Bachelor and do the intermission panel stuff as well.
That is awesome. And yeah, well, you might get hit by one of your co-hosts, but hopefully not
I can handle that one a little better.
So just looking up, and you were drafted by Detroit, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and then a few seasons there, and then one big season in Boston. It looks like.
Yeah, that was my only full year up, and it was a lot of fun. I made Detroit out of training camp, and then I actually tore my MCL in the Hall of Fame game, Detroit versus Toronto. That was the first game that my dad actually was between the benches, and I think I got hurt second shift. We were so excited he was there, then all of a sudden I didn't last very long. And once I got healthy, I got put on waivers and ended up in Boston. And yeah, really enjoyed the year. It was cool getting to play with, Chara and Bergeron and Marchand and all those guys.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. I don't know a lot of pro players, but I've never talked to you in person, so I'm so glad for this. My cousin Dusty Emo, he was the former, goalie coach in LA and Winnipeg. And then here from Richmond, I know Raymond Zawada's family, so I knew a little bit of his journey up and down before he passed away a couple of years ago. But just hearing his stories about the minors and waivers, and it's full credit to you for the grind, man. It's so it goes without saying, I guess you appreciate what all these players go through, just the ones that even get a small look in the show.
It's tough to get there, right? Like, but the cliche is it's tough to get there, but it's even harder to stay, to be able to be at that level and consistently, kind of bring it every night and not have the injuries is a big thing. So, and a lot of it too is timing. Right. Like, for the bubble guys that are between the American League and NHL, like it takes a lot of timing and things to go your way. Like I always bring up that one of my best friends is Craig Cunningham, and he was in Boston the year before I played there. Me and him were, pretty similar players, and they had no room for him. He ended up on waivers and down to Arizona. And then the next year, Chris Kelly broke his femur, and Pasternak was his rookie year, and he had a high ankle sprain early. So that's how I ended up there. Like it's a lot of timing, and good luck for you with bad luck for someone else.
Yeah. No, that's a really, really good point. Next man up for sure. So Landon, if it works, I'd love to keep you until 1:35-ish or so, about 20-25 minutes, if that works. And then last 5 minutes, maybe we'll take a couple questions from the audience. We have over 200 people in here, which is pretty cool. Just kind of hanging out with me for the weekend. So one thing before we get into what you see of the Canucks already, just 2 games in. Right now, you have your podcast with John Shannon, right? The 100%, which is awesome. 100% Canucks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really good. I know a lot of people really love listening and watching that. You also are doing is it all radio games and then some TV, or how does that work?
I do the majority, basically all the home intermission panels, minus hockey night. So like not the Saturday games. And not the Monday, because that's Amazon now.
Right. So any non-Sunday, Saturday or Monday home game.
Yep. And then, so I do all the Saturday radio color jobs, because Randeep does hockey night in Punjabi. So he hosts that, and I get to fill in for him. So I had my first game last night again, and it was awesome. I really enjoy doing that. Like I like the panel. It's a lot of fun and all of it, but the games, like doing the games, are the best.
Yeah. As a former pro player, like a lot of the best color men, I'm sure you'd be a good play, but maybe you wouldn't be a good play-by-play. I don't know, but
terrible. It's honestly, watching those guys do it, like, not a chance.
But no, obviously as a former player, you can add a lot. On the TV side, was that hard for you to get used to, or were you good looking guy, like from one good looking guy to another? How does it feel out there? Do you feel pretty calm, or is it still a little bit nerve wracking in front of the bright lights?
I wouldn't say it's nerve wracking, but you definitely get butterflies a little bit, right? Like you want to make sure you're doing a good job, but I got decently comfortable last year. I still got, a long way to go. I think I can get a lot better, a lot cleaner. Just getting my opinions out, because you only have, roughly 4 minutes. Yeah. After it goes to Toronto for the first segment, then it comes to us. Like, you sit around for a whole period, and then you got to get everything out in 4 minutes and not overshare, and have your ideas just kind of keep going. You got to be clean and get in and out, and still trying to improve that. But when the lights go on, I say this, like, and I didn't realize that I'd have this feeling, but like, I miss from playing, having that thought go in my head of like, okay, I got to perform, or I'm going to hear about it right away. Like that accountability, and kind of having that feeling. And when the lights just get turned on and that red light is about to go on, you're like, okay, a lot of people are going to see this. I got to be on. Like, I get that kind of same feeling. It's, I wasn't expecting it, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah. And it's a bit of a dance. Murph is trying his best to facilitate. It's you and someone else. So yeah, you get 4 minutes, but really you get half that time, and you got to make sure you're not talking over that. I get it, and I appreciate it. And yeah, I think you're doing a really good job. And the same thing with the podcast. You and John seem to have some really good chemistry there too.
Yeah. I mean, it helps with the podcast. We've been very lucky to get the guests that we have. And it's one thing to get good guests, but it's another to have them be as open as they have been, and really giving thoughtful and good answers, not just kind of the cliches back, that you hear all the time. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's, you learn some pretty cool things as you listen to guys. Like, we had Ty Mueller on 2 episodes ago, and like, he said something that stuck with me that, I hadn't really heard before. John asked him about, like, do you have expectations for this year? And right away he said, he's like, I don't have expectations, I have goals. Huh. And then he elaborated and said that I don't expect anything. Like, I have to earn everything. And so I have my goals, and if I continue to work towards those goals, the outcome will be there. And just breaking it up like that, and just kind of shifting that conversation in his head of not expecting but working for it, and just continuing on. I thought that was awesome. So you get some good lines or good thoughts that, I've been around the game for a long time, and you still hear things once in a while of like, oh, I never thought about it that way. Like, that's really interesting. So it's been fun.
Awesome. So you've seen this team now, obviously, for the past couple of years, and now the past couple of games. They probably won the game that they should have. They probably lost the game that they probably should have. Does anything stand out to you that's either surprising, not surprising? Just what are your thoughts? And I know it's early, but it still counts. What are your thoughts after the first two games?
Well, I mean, it's two different ones definitely between the two games, right? Like
Yeah.
the first one in Calgary, it took them a little bit to get going. Calgary had already played one game, and it's amazing how one regular season game does make a difference. Like you get those cobwebs out a little bit, and you get the excitement of the new season to kind of subside, and then you can just go play, and that's what it looked like for the first period or so of the game against Calgary. But then they got moving, and I'd say through training camp and the preseason, I was really kind of blown away with how much more aggressive they were trying to be, and really getting the defensemen up in the rush, and joining things, trying to be a bit more potent off the rush. And, everyone talks about where are the goals going to come from. And you look at that first night, and like it was really speckled through the entire lineup of forwards of guys getting points. I believe it was just Coots and Ratu were the only two out of the 12 forwards not to have a point. So, having the young guys come in and playing, big roles, Baines having to be on the penalty kill. We had, I think, just over 3 minutes of ice time on the PK last night in Edmonton, and did another really good job. It's fun to see those guys after calling the games in Abbotsford last year through the playoff run, to see them take that next step. And, I remember, I won a Calder Cup when I was in Grand Rapids, and got my first call up that following year. And like just the confidence that winning a championship does for you. And you learn so much about yourself. So to see those guys, be at the high of winning and getting a good summer of training, and coming into camp and ready to steal jobs, it's been good to watch.
Well, that's really interesting about the Grand Rapids. Did anyone else come up with you that year, Landon, from Grand Rapids?
Well, there was quite a few guys that, like Riley Shane, Thomas Tatar, Gustav Nyquist,
Wow.
Brennan Smith, Danny DeKaiser played in the finals with us. Peter Mrazek went full time in Detroit the next year. Like we had a really good team. We already had a really good chance to win, and then Detroit lost out in the second round, I believe, that year. And so we were in our conference finals already, and we got Nyquist, Tatar, Joachim Anderson, and Danny DeKaiser back down, and it was a little bit different once they got there.
Did the other team claim that you guys were cheating or something, or what? No.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, though, it's funny. Like, we get to the final and we play against Syracuse. That's Tampa Bay's team.
Yeah.
That was Kucherov, Tyler Johnson, Andre Palat, Suster, Radko Gudas. Like, they had some really good guys as well. And they had gone the first 3 rounds without losing a game. We beat them in game 1. That was the first time they lost in playoffs. Like, that's how good that team was.
Yeah.
So it was fun.
Oh, that's very, very cool. I love something you said, and you being around the team and played hockey. Can you explain a bit more? Like, we always hear, Adam Foote's going to be a little more aggressive than Rick Tocchet, or the defenseman going to join the rush. From just observers, I saw that a little bit on TV, and I was at the game on Thursday night. So you can see that one defenseman kind of pinches a little bit, but that means one of the forwards got to be aware just in case puck slips through. But can you just explain to the viewers here just what a difference that could make if you do have mobile defensemen who can move?
Oh, I mean, it adds so much to your attack, right? Like all of a sudden, if you don't just go with the 3 forwards all the time, like you bring that defenseman into the rush, having that 4th guy as the trailer coming in, it makes it really hard if they don't have good back pressure. Like that was the tough part about last night in Edmonton.
Yeah.
Edmonton was skating really, really well, and they back pressured so hard. So what that means is, as those back checkers are coming, their defensemen can see that they have the support. So now they can be a lot more aggressive themselves and keep that gap really tight.
Yep.
And now, like, it's tough to enter the zone with any type of possession because they're just right up on top of you. But if that 4th guy, like that defenseman, can get up into the rush and get between that, all of a sudden, like, there's just too many guys to cover. You
Yep.
have the one guy drive the net. Well, there's the one defenseman that's got to go with him.
Yeah.
And now you're basically playing a 3-on-1 against that far side defenseman. One of those two guys are going to be open. And if they somehow get them covered, well, the guy with the puck, then that means that he can keep walking in. And such an important part of that is, you brought it up as you're asking about, you got to make sure you have a forward that's going to be able to cover. And, Detroit was really big on the four guys joining. Like, they had such good skaters that was part of their game plan all the time. And the way it was described to me was the shooter always covers everyone. Like, he's the one in charge, right? He makes the decision with the puck. So if he's shooting or makes that play, like, you're instantly kind of cutting behind. And now you're over top of everyone. You have everything in the play in front of you, and you're the safety net along with the other D.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. And then do you think, actually, I'll say this. So I've been saying throughout the offseason, Landon, I've been saying, for everyone worried that the Canucks don't have enough offensive firepower, let's take last night's game out of it. That was a tough one. I kept saying that because our goaltender and defense is so much better than last season, especially the way we started, that naturally you won't be in your own end as much. Naturally, you'll have more chances for offense. But is that, you can tell me, I'm a humble guy, is that oversimplifying the way to look at it? Or is there something to that because we're better back end, we should have more chances? Or do you think this team is going to struggle to score like last night?
I think it's going to have moments where they struggle to score. Like, they do have a decent amount of younger guys that are, first time playing bigger roles, but at the same time, as they get more comfortable, they're going to start making more plays. And no, like, I do agree with you. The performance Demko had last night, and, Lankinen will be in on Monday, who clearly played very well last year. It started to slip a little bit towards the end, but that was 25 more games than he's ever played in his career, right? So, like, it's a lot and it adds up. And so now you have the 1-2 tandem of Demko and Lankinen. The D are very mobile and can help out that way. Yeah, the less you're in your own end, you're playing more in the offensive zone. You're going to have more opportunities just from possession in the zone. But I also think, like, I'm a big Archie Bains fan. Watching him as a playmaker in the American League, once he starts to gain a little more confidence, like, he'll start making more plays. I really do think so. And I think that's going to be a really big piece for them as a secondary scoring guy. Like, he's not the most pure goal scorer, but his vision on the ice and his hands in tight, the amount of backdoor plays that he made to Carlson through that playoff run last year was quite impressive, right? And Carlson, as long as he got it somewhere near the middle of his blade, he had an empty net to put it in. It was great. So I think that they'll have spurts because of some guys getting bigger roles. They'll have spurts of higher offense, and somewhere they're going to have to lean into their defense a little bit more.
Sure. And one more hockey-related question, then we'll go to the people. I would love your opinion. You mentioned Archie Bains and all the little things he does well, and that he's got so much potential. Is he playing? I know they switched it last night, but did he start with Hito and Garland because they see that in him, or did they want Kane with the two younger guys, more of a veteran presence with Coots and Lekkerimäki? Maybe both can be true. Who do you think actually ends up playing with Hito and Garland on that second line?
I think both is true there. He's also, he's a very good skater. And the thought of him buzzing around with a truck or puck transporter like Hito, and then, Garland with his tight turns in the offensive zone, his escapability, it does make a lot of sense. But I do agree with, you got two young kids on the third line, and you need someone not to protect them. They can handle themselves in a lot of ways, but at the same time, making sure no one takes extra shots at him. Like Evander Kane, you saw it last night. He was much better last night than in game one. His feet were moving a little bit more, but he delivered that massive hit. Like, he keeps guys honest out there. I think eventually here, I think it'll be DeBrusk, but DeBrusk will move down to Hito's line, they'll get a bit more speed up on that top line with Paterson and Besser, and kind of share the wealth a little bit that way. So, I mean, I could see Bain still kind of kicking in that second line-ish role, but he's someone that, as a young guy, your whole goal is finding ice time, right?
Yeah.
And that obviously comes from good play and gaining trust from your coach. And the work that he's done on the PK is something that separates him from some other players, right? Like just over 3 minutes last night. I believe I read he wasn't out there for one shot against on the PK. They only gave up one scoring chance, and it didn't get to the net either. Like, again, to me, he skates extremely well. He has a high IQ, and that's what the PK is. You got to be able to get around the ice. You got to be able to stand over a puck, but the most important thing is you got to be able to think the game at a high level, because things do break down, and you got to know what the next play is. You got to know where your positioning is to be able to hop down and help or break up that seam pass. So for me, I think I think he's got more upside to him than people give him credit for. And, maybe I'm a little biased. I've known him a little bit, but at the same time, like, I do truly believe that he can take a little bit of a step here for sure.
Awesome. Love it. Love it. Let's go for 5 more minutes with questions from the people. Nothing is perfect. Russell, a great content creator, says, do you, first person, do you, Landon, have a favorite moment as a player?
I mean, one of the cooler ones for sure was playing for Boston in Montreal, and I ended up scoring the game winner kind of midway through the third. To do that in that building with those two teams, it was a really cool moment, but also, I mean, it's hard to narrow it to one. Like, a couple come to mind right away. Like, the second time I played in Vancouver, I ended up having 1-1 and was the first star. Getting to do that at home in front of a ton of family and friends was, I mean, it's stuff you dream about, right? Like, always, your homecoming game, and you actually play well. The funny part is that was with Boston. I played in Vancouver with Detroit. I think it was like 3 weeks before. And I played about 2.5 minutes. Like, the only time my family saw me was at the TV timeouts, and I was doing little circles just trying to get my feet to stop falling asleep.
That's amazing. Who's your coach?
It was Jeff Blashill.
Okay.
Yeah, the coach in Chicago now.
Oh, that's awesome. Swerve and Irvin says, would love to hear about your Olympic experience and what might go through the athletes' minds at the upcoming games. So, two-part question. What was your experience like? And a peek into an athlete's mind, an NHL player's mind for this year.
Well, I mean, I'll say the feeling of making the team is what the guys will feel this year making it. Like, it's something that, I don't know, just the pride to go through you. It'd been a long time since I got to wear the maple leaf and play for your country. I've said this before. Call it being a young, naive kid. Like, I knew I was going to play games in the NHL all the way from as a little kid. It was just in my head, like, that's going to happen. But even that naive kid knew that you're probably not making an Olympic team. Like, Canada's got a lot of really good players. And when the NHL had to pull out of the last Olympics again, and there was an opportunity, I was having a good year in Germany, and so it kind of came out of nowhere. It was one of the coolest, most proud feelings that I've ever had playing the game. Now, on the experience side, the guys going to Italy will have quite a bit better of a time than we did. Ours was COVID time in Beijing. They had that place locked down pretty good. So, like, one of the things that you always hear about, the coolest part is just going to, like, the food court, because it's athletes from all over the world. You sit with different people, you get to meet and talk and all this. We had dividers up and everything was distanced. And so, I mean, it was still really cool. Like, you're sitting there and all of a sudden the Netherlands speed skating team goes walking by you, or, you get to know some of the other Canadian athletes. We're all in one big building, high rise, and meeting some of the figure skaters, and as they start competing and they win their medals and they're walking around with them, like just that kind of national pride that you don't get anywhere else. But at the Olympics, you're all there as one big group competing in different events, but you're there to support each other, and those guys are going to have an absolute blast going there and having that experience for sure.
And excuse my ignorance, how did you guys do?
Lost in the quarterfinals to Sweden.
Okay, gotcha.
Tough one. We had a really good team, and it was 0-0 kind of midway. I want to say midway through the third. And there was just a little turnover, and they came back, took a shot from the outside that one of our D ended up getting a stick on, and it went from going high glove to high blocker. And Tompkins wasn't able to make the save on the crazy redirect, and that's how our dreams died.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. All right, two more to wind up from the line change. Another content creator. What's it like working with John Shannon? Before you answer, I'll say this, Landon, just my own. Compared to some of the younger guys like you and you guys, all the ones in the Vancouver media. I didn't know, I respected that he had so much experience and stuff, but he kind of was like an outlier amongst all these younger sort of relatively reporters. But the more I watch him and the more I listen to you guys, I like him so much. He's so like humble. He's self-deprecating, but not in a like insulting way, like in a fun way. And he really knows his stuff. So maybe add on to that. What's it like working with him?
I mean, it's been great, right? Like last year was my first full year in media, and as much as I think that, I have improved, I take a lot of pride in my work and really want to get as good as I can at this. John has been in the game longer than I've been alive, and he's done a lot, right? Like he produced Hockey Night for many number of years and has been involved in so many different aspects of the game. He's got a wealth of knowledge. He's definitely up to date with what's going on. You can tell how much he cares, even being in the game for this long. Like he takes a lot of pride in his work, and he's been very helpful to me. But at the same time, he's not afraid to speak his mind and say, "Okay, we can be better at this," or "Landon, you got to work at that." And I love it, right? Like it's just like having a good coach. If you have respect for the person that's kind of leading the way, and you listen and you follow, there's endless amounts of lessons you can learn. So, I mean, he's been great for me. And like I said, I've had a ton of fun doing the podcast so far. I'm really happy that we got it going this past summer.
Awesome. And lastly, Shannon says, and I know we could probably do a whole half an hour chat on this one topic by itself, but maybe one insight into what it's like being in a hockey family.
What's one way to say it? You not only just being in a hockey family, but a hockey family that can talk. It was a household you had to find your way to kind of bully your way into a conversation, because I mean, my dad wasn't going to stop talking. My older brother can debate anyone about anything. And now, I've got a son that's turning 2 and 2 Christmas Eve this year. And, he wakes up and he yells for 2 things when he wakes up from his nap or in the morning. The first one's always snack. That kid's hungry all the time. But generally the second thing, he just starts yelling hockey. So, I mean, it's just something that's in us. We love watching it. We love discussing it. Yeah. Seeing, it's just kind of like when I played. I talked to my dad after every game when I played, and now it's not every game, but for the most part, you're talking about different plays that happened, how he saw it, how I saw it. We were different players. He sees a lot on the power play that I don't see. I see way more on the PK that he's got no idea about, because he wasn't blocking a shot. He had the better way. He put the puck in the net. He wasn't trying to get in the way of it. So,
yes.
But no, it's a lot of fun and something that we all, obviously care a lot about. Yeah. And so when you get to discuss something that you all have a common interest in, it definitely makes for some good conversation.
Oh, what a perfect story to end on. That is hilarious. Well, please say hi to your dad for me, and thank you, Landon, for getting going. This is hour number 2 of 24 for me. So this is a wonderful
Good
way.
luck.
Yeah, thanks, man. I
don't know how you do it. That's impressive.
Oh,
man.
this 51-year-old body, I don't know why. And I'm going to, so when I'm done tomorrow at noon, I'll take a quick 3-hour nap. Then my wife and I are going to the Blues game tomorrow. So I'm excited. Well, we'll see hopefully it's not a snoozer, so I can literally be awake. But thank you. I really appreciate your time.
You might be snoozing regardless. So who knows? Good luck.
No, that's true. And hopefully we can do this again sometime with more time. But I'm very grateful for your yes. And thanks for putting off the family for me for half an hour. I appreciate it.
No, it's all right. It gets me out of all the talking for a couple of minutes. This is a lot less volume that we have going on outside right now.
Love it. Well, good luck and happy Thanksgiving. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Landon. Take care. That is Landon Ferraro of Sportsnet. He's so good. And you know what? I don't think I'm going to go to a 5-minute break. We're just going to keep going all the way. Dan Murphy is going to be next. But yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on Landon Ferraro. Just it's the first time I've actually ever talked to him. We've just messaged each other. I'm glad I was able to find him. Yeah, and be persistent. And he was great. He's great. He's very he knows his stuff, obviously, and I think he's a huge asset to this Vancouver market. But let me know what you guys think. So we got Tyler says Landon is a gem. I agree with that. Love the answers, Landon. I'd love to meet you. Oh, sorry, Shannon, that was for him, not for me. Landon is a gem. He is good. Sportsnet has a gem there. Yes, I agree. Is he related to Mario Ferraro? Well, he's Ray Ferraro's son. I don't even know who Mario Ferraro is. Excellent family question, Shannon. And a great answer. I agree. Yeah, that was a really funny answer, especially about Ray not blocking any shots. That was awesome. Landon has a lot of knowledge. Yes. Yeah, sorry, Irvin. That would have been good, but I also have to spread the love, right? I try and one question per person, if that makes sense. And I think people understand I can't get to everyone's question for sure. Great insight, solid communicator. I agree. No, it was a wonderful start. There's not going to be a sponsor read at the top of the hour because we're going to go straight through to Iain after Dan. So I'm going to do that right now. Let me do my mid-show sponsor read. I got to stop saying it's not mid-show. Mid-show would be 12 hours in. Let's do my sponsor read. And I always start off by thanking my primary sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Thank you to my secondary sponsors, GassyJackArt.com, Gassy Jack Art, maker of the fine artwork you see behind me. Mulligan Golf Company, MLGNGolf.com, golfing apparel and accessories. And my supporting sponsor, Vessi Footwear. Use the link tinyurl.com/VessiClay. Receive a free pair of socks off your next purchase of Vessi shoes. And speaking of merch, you can always purchase Canuck Clay merch at canuckclay.threadless.com. Okay, we are just going to be ready for Dan Murphy in a couple of minutes. But as we wait for him, we will continue to read some of your comments. And I hope you guys are doing well. We are nearing the end of hour number 2. Mary Ferraro plays for the Sharks. Gotcha. The midday sponsor read. Yes, Landon Ferraro does radio, as he mentioned, and does some TV as well. Go back and watch the first hour. No problem, Tyler. 2 hours in. That's true. It is. It's not the start. It's not the end. Oh, you found your answer. They are not related. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't think so. That was funny though when he was telling the story about not only Ray but his 2-year-old son as well. Oh, I see a good-looking guy backstage, and I also see he's in a place that I like to vlog from. Dan, are you ready to go? All right. So, without further ado, from Sportsnet, our friend Mr. Dan Murphy. Hey, Dan.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I love the car look today.
Yeah, well, I got here. I'm going to try to go to the gym, so I thought I'd get here a little early and do this and then hop right in.
Awesome.
Well, time on Thanksgiving.
Well, I appreciate you. And if you're good for half an hour, that would be perfect. If we can go to about 2:15 or so, if that's okay. ish.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll bore you before that, but let's give it a whirl.
So yesterday, first, I think everyone here knows who you are, but for maybe the one person who doesn't, can you just introduce yourself really quickly and how you're involved, what you're involved with the team in terms of broadcasting right now?
Okay. I am, I guess I'd be called the host / reporter for the Canucks is Sportsnet in Vancouver. Yeah, my main job is to host the broadcast. So if there's 82 regular season games, I'll probably end up hosting probably 74 or 75 of them. There are some national games I don't do, Scott Oak or Kyle Bukauskas for Toronto and stuff. So there's a few in prime games this year as well. So there's some that I don't do. And then on the off days when there's not games, I report for Sportsnet. I've been doing it for a long time. My first year is in this capacity was 0102. So I guess this would be year 24.
Awesome.
And yeah, yeah, managed to, avoid all the bullets so far. I did the Grizzlies a year before that. And then prior to that, I was just a reporter. So I was hired in 1999 by Sportsnet as a reporter. And then a year later did the Grizzlies. A year later got moved to the Canucks. And I've stuck there ever since. So that's kind of been my, 90% of my job with Sportsnet, with Canucks related. But there is the odd thing I do here and there. But for the most part, it's all encompassing with the Canucks.
I love it. And I'm going to save viewer questions for the last 5 minutes of our half an hour, but already Murph ages like fine wine. Can you tell me where the fountain of youth is for the rest of us? You look good, man. You look good.
I appreciate it. Sometimes you get lucky, and that bar soap in the hotel seems to work out fine. The skincare.
And the joke about the car vlog, I'm not sure if you knew this. I started off my channel by doing all my vlogs from the car. Before I got to the Archdiocese, I would just pull over in a little side street and talk about what I thought about last night's game, and that's how I got started. Not much better, but at least I have a house and a studio to do it in now, so that's good.
It's just crazy how far that content has come, because when I first started, I remember covering the 2002 Stanley Cup Finals. So that was Carolina-Detroit. Detroit won. That was the year that Detroit beat Vancouver in 6 games in the first round. I remember they jumped out to a 2-game lead. And anyway, but we would go live from Joe Louis back then, and it'd be myself, Mike Bradley, who's still the camera, but you would need a full satellite truck to put your content out there. And now look, we just do it on our phones and our cars and such, and it's so much has changed.
No, absolutely. And speaking of content, I just had Landon Ferraro on for the first time I actually ever met him, and he was great. And he was talking about the panel, the differences between TV and of course radio, where he does as well. So for you, I don't have to suck up because you're already here with me. It's not like you're going to hang up on me. But no, I love the way you facilitate. I'm really curious. Take me behind the curtain. You have 4 minutes there. You have 2 guests. You've already got someone talking in your ear. You have to look at the camera, look at them, blah, blah, blah. Like, is that still easy for you? Or does that ever cause you nerves? Or is it pretty much old hat for you by now?
After I talked about how easy it is to get content now from the car, you're kind of breaking up on me, but I see you back there now.
Okay.
So I think the question was, is it old hat, the intermissions?
Yeah, just the panel. I know you got a lot going on. You got someone talking in your ear. You're navigating 2 guests. You are, making sure you're on time. Yeah. Is that old hat for you, or is it still kind of a challenge for you?
I think it's kind of old hat, but I think you still want to entertain and inform, so you're always trying to find ways to do that. And sometimes if you talk to Landon, it's a scramble. You have your ideas of what you want to do, your topics you want to cover. You sent in your graphics, you've got visuals pulled, and the next thing you know, the score is 4-0 for the visitors, and everything is off the table. So then you're scrambling during the period to figure out whether it's with Landon or Sad or now Tyson, what direction should we go? And so while you're figuring that out, you're also dealing with the tape person in the truck, because they're actually doing the game, but also needing to cut new. It can be a little chaotic, but that's the fun part, right? It's live TV. That's what you're there to do, to try to put together
looks like we've lost Dan, so maybe he will come back in. Hopefully he can just click on the link again and we will see what happens. But yeah, no problem. I appreciate him coming from in his car, and that's the challenge. So what I'll do is maybe as soon as I see him backstage, I will bring him on back to get, yeah, he just messaged me. He said he's going to call right back, and let me just message him. No problem. All right. So Murph will be back in a couple minutes. So I will, we're never going to have one of these without technical difficulties. So we've had one guest who was a couple minutes late, which was fine. Now we have one guy whose connection doesn't. That's the challenge about car vlogs, actually. By the way, put in the chat if you remember me from when I was doing car vlogs every day. Now it's kind of more a rarity because I'm either home or I'm doing it from my studio. And admittedly, I haven't done a lot of daily vlogs, but it was the preseason. Now I think maybe now that the regular season's on, I'll be back to going to regular, at least daily things. But yeah, technical difficulties is my specialty. What, you mean you can fix them or you always cause them? You missed the car vlog setup? Okay, that's fair. What was the reason? Yeah, Irvin, I just got into a nice little routine of getting to work 5-10 minutes early, pulling over in the same alley, the same lane all the time, and setting up my camera and boom, knocking it out of the park. But I think ever since I started live streaming, I found that whatever I was going to say, and remember, here's an interesting aspect of it. I would do those vlogs at 9 a.m., just before 9 a.m. before I got to work. So often there wasn't a lot of news that happened overnight. More of the news comes after they skate at 10:30 or 11. So I find if I do a vlog at noon or at 1 from my workplace, either the studio or outside, it's actually more timely. I can talk about practice lines, I can talk about deep pairings, I can talk about injuries and suspensions, whatever it may be. Whereas at 9 a.m., especially if I've done a show the night before at 11 to midnight, there's not much difference, right? Nothing has happened overnight. So that's one reason why I stopped doing them as much, if that makes sense. So before I was doing live streams, that would make sense because before I was doing the late night live streams, it would make sense to do it in the morning. But now that I do the live streams, it doesn't make as much sense. All right, Murph is back. Let's bring him back on because I don't want to squander any of the time we have with him. All right.
Okay. I've got Wi-Fi.
Oh, so were you on your 5G or 3G network before?
I was in my car.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but it cut out from my end. I couldn't hear you and it was choppy. So here we are. Now I've got Wi-Fi. We're good.
Thank you.
I don't even know if you heard my last answer, but it was just the trials and tribulations of live TV. Sometimes how the best laid plans go to waste, and sometimes you're struggling to figure out what you're going to do for 4 minutes of content when everything you've planned is gone. So, but that's what makes it fun, That's why we do it. So you can prepare all you want sometimes, and the game goes a different way, or you get technical difficulties. Anything. But yeah, it's still fun.
Awesome. By the way, I'm curious. This gym, are you at the gym now?
I am inside the gym.
And they know, do you just walk in and they say, "Hey, Murph," and you say, "Hey, I got to do the show for 20 more minutes," and they just put you in a room?
No, I just kind of slinked away inside, like where the squash courts are. So I saw some children running around, so hopefully they're not too loud.
Okay, that is fine. All right, so we love your stories. We love the fact that you are such a visible, wonderful representative of our fan base and our media. Let's get to your actual knowledge of the team. It's only 2 games, but it has been 2 games. They won a game that they should have won. They lost a game that they probably should have lost. Anything stand out to you aside from Demko's amazing over the first 2 games?
I mean, I think kind of what we saw in Edmonton is what, everybody was kind of suspecting the season could be like, right? Like, first off, I'll say this, like going into the season, ever since Demko spoke the day before training camp began or the day of training camp beginning, I mean, I have full belief in this guy is going to have an outstanding season.
Yeah.
I think he's fully healthy. I think mentally he's in a great spot. I think physically and personally he's at ease. He's at peace. He just sounds like he's in a really, really good place. So I believe that he's going to have a great season. And that alone can win you some hockey games. Just having Demko in that headspace.
Yeah.
I think we all believe that defense is pretty sound. They can defend. The top four should be able to be fine, and we have some good young defensemen. Whether they want to play, whether it be Elias Paterson or if Mancini gets some work, plus Forbort. So I think the game last night is what we thought. Like, there might be nights where, and first off, too, let's talk about the opponent. Edmonton is one of the class teams of the league. They just are. Yep. They're a top 3, top 4 team for sure, maybe even top 2 or top 1. So it was tough competition. But this team might have trouble, generating scoring chances, scoring goals. And I think that what we'll need to see is that the power play, because you have enough talent and those 5 guys that can roll there, the power play is going to have to be a difference maker for them this year. Mm-hmm. And they had the power play late, and they could have stolen the game, or at least stolen a point considering the way the game went, and they weren't able to get it. And I think the power play now is 0 for 6 on the season, I think. The PK is perfect. The penalty kill hasn't scored yet. The power play hasn't scored yet. So I think this is kind of what we saw. But, I will say it's the competition has something to do with that as well. Edmonton is very good. So I'm still interested to see how they look against St. Louis, Dallas, this next road trip into Washington and Pittsburgh. I'm really interested to see in Chicago how they look against those teams, because they were better than Calgary, right? Yep. Especially the third period. They've got a tough test in Dallas, and then another team in Chicago they should beat. So I think we're going to really see by this road trip just where this team is under this new head coach.
Yeah, great point about the road trip, Murph. There's some winnable games there for sure. And they always play well against tougher teams too. So we will see what happens. I'm really curious, because you're around the team so much. We don't have to go into the details of last year, but can you notice a considerable difference in just the vibe around the team right now?
Yeah, I would say yes. I mean, I don't think, I think even the media and us that are around them so much, couldn't really that there was, if the team's kind of winning games and these issues. But I would say that right now it sure seems like, and I'll give credit to Adam Foote for this, that there's cohesion, there's peace, everybody's, pulling the rope in the same, whatever cliches you want to use. And I think that, who I don't really believed he had a chance of getting the job. That he got the job, I thought probably it was because they didn't want to disrupt what they had defensively for this team. I really give him credit that there has been some tweaks he's made offensively that I think could make a difference. But as soon as he got the job, we've all heard about it now. He got Demko and Hughes and Paterson to Michigan. A little,
Murph's going to kill me. I had to remove him because he did freeze. And I'm going to message him one more time. Can you? Oh, here he is. We're going to put him back in. Hey, Dan. Can you check your sound? Can you hear me okay? We can see you now, but we can't hear you. But there you go.
You got me now?
Yeah, got you now. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure what's going on, but
it's all right.
I got you back.
Okay, no worries.
I've got full bars here.
No, maybe it's me.
Yeah, it's weird.
I appreciate the effort.
I couldn't hear you for a while, and then I was just like, "What's going on?" So, anyways, there we go.
Well, it was fine because you were frozen, but we could hear your audio, so it was fine actually.
Okay.
It was fine.
Okay, that's probably better. Put up a black screen for me anyway.
So you were just finishing off, just saying, just the way that this team is and the way that it's built, basically.
Yeah, and I was just saying too, like the vibes do seem better. I mean, I think they're making a real effort to make sure that nothing from last year is bleeding into this year. They don't want to relitigate what happened last year. They've talked about it a lot. And that's probably a good thing. Like, why would you dwell on that? I think the one thing you could say is that with everything that happened last year, and it was a crazy year, they still managed to scrape out 90 points and, be close to a playoff team. So I think they're saying, listen, guys, We don't have the distractions this year. We have a healthy Demko this year. We have the best defenseman in the league, in our opinion. So I think I think everybody believes that Paterson is going to have a bounce back year. Like, they've got the backbone to do some stuff. Now they just have to go and prove that they can do it. And as bad as the season was, the off season was great, right? Demko resigns, Garland resigns, Besser resigns. Nobody saw that was coming. I was told the day before it wasn't happening, and then the day of it came back into play. Yeah. And I'm just glad that, because everybody had been tweeting, Besser's gone. And I had heard that too, but I was like, I'm not going to tweet it because everybody's done it. What am I going to confirm all the reports? So luckily I never said it, even though I thought it. And then you get the draft pick I was at the draft, get Coots. Yep. Right? When they made that pick, so a lot of people thought they left the Swedish kid in the green room instead of picking him, but looks like Coots was a fantastic pick. So I think that after what was last season, a bit of a disaster, the offseason and into the preseason has been all positive for the Canucks so far.
And if I may, you're too humble to say this. I'm pretty sure you were the one who broke the news on July 1st with the first tweet saying that, hey, this Brock thing, it's not a foregone conclusion that he's gone. Does that ring a bell? You can toot your own
I
horn.
don't get very many, but I had that one. And it was right before I went on the air, and I reached out to someone. I was like, is there any news? And the person I was speaking to said, listen, the Canucks aren't out of play. So I said that, and then maybe a half hour later it was done. They had signed, and Brock never wanted to leave, right? Yeah. He wanted to come back, and I think once the door was back open to a deal being made, he jumped at it.
Yeah. No, I do remember. I think I was upstairs. Obviously, I didn't have work. It was Canada Day, but I was trying to do something, and then I saw your tweet, and I made my way down here because I knew I would have to record something real quick. So thank you, Murph, for the tip. That's great. You mentioned Braden Coots. Is it a foregone conclusion that he'll do his 9 and then go back down to Seattle?
Frozen again, Clay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, you were frozen. So go back. I didn't hear what you said there.
No problem. Braden Coots, do you think it's a foregone conclusion that he'll be back in Seattle after 9 games?
I don't think it's a foregone conclusion.
Okay.
But, I would say this, that this is a management group that was known in Pittsburgh for really letting guys marinate in the minors, right? Never called them up until they were ready. So the fact that he made the team tells you that they really believe he can help the team, because this is not their MO. They believe guys should be in the minors, should get their games, their reps in there, and then come up. So maybe they felt he was so good in camp that they had to give him some games. But, I mean, if he proves in the 9 games that he can help this team win, especially considering he's a right-hand center, and while they have some depth at center, they don't have the same skill as they did to start last year because JT's gone. Yep. Then I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. But definitely, I would think with Patrick and Jim, they've always had the mindset that guys should get their reps at lower levels before breaking through. And so if they think that he can go back and then play in the World Juniors and get that and come back next year even better, then that's what they'll do.
Wonderful. Well said. Yeah, it was I'm sure it was a great moment for him yesterday playing in Alberta. Tough opponent, of course, to do that, as you mentioned a couple times. For me, Murph, the 4 storylines going this season were Demko, were Coots, and then I want to ask you about PD and Hughes. So for PD, have you seen and heard, and again, only 2 games, but what have you seen that makes you think, give us hope as Canucks fans? I like him. I want him to succeed. If he does well, the team will do well, obviously. Is there enough there right now, do you think?
I mean, I do think, as far as the mental approach, I've seen it. I've talked to him. I had a round of golf with him. He seems like he's kind of, he's confident. He knows I mean, I'm like you. At the start of the season, I'm always going to be positive, right? Yeah. And this is the guy that had, averaged 95.5 points over 2 years before last season. So I'm always going to believe that that's the player, the guy who's shown us what he was for 5 years before it, for kind of a season and a half, really. Yep. And I do think that we've seen, it's only been 2 games, but the preseason, you've seen the Paterson, I'd say he's gained weight, right? Whatever it was, 13, 14 pounds, but he looks lighter on the ice. He's moving more freely. He always looked so, because it was like he wasn't thinking, or he was thinking a step ahead, right? Making guys miss, defensively ripping pucks. I've seen more of that, but we have to hold the guy to a high standard, right? He's making 11.5. And last year, obviously everybody was really hoping for him to come back, so you just say, oh my God, that was a great shift. Well, he needs to win games for this team. He's their top line center. He's their offensive, mainstay up front. And now he's got to prove that he can still be that player. And I do think he can. I mean, I don't think you give up on 25-year-old guys that have this kind of history already in the National Hockey League. And to me, he seems like he's in a good headspace as well.
Good. No, well said. I know it's hard to predict, but it's everyone's going to be talking about this. And you mentioned the extensions of all his American best buddies. Not sure if that's going to make a difference. Yeah. What do you think is going to happen with Quinn?
Dan,
do you have me? Yep. Can you hear me now?
Back. No.
Yeah. No. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're back again.
Awesome. What's going on, man. It's okay. We'll make it work for the last 10 minutes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, just freeze
Awesome.
and then you're gone, and then you come back.
Okay, I'll ask quick. Hard to say. What do you think is going to happen with Quinn?
Well, I will say this. I don't think he's made up his mind. I'm not in that camp that says he's gone. Like, he already knows what he's going to do. I think being the captain of this franchise means something to him. I think loyalty means something to him. You know, when Rick Tocchet said that he wanted the young guys to step up, this was the guy that really made it known, I want to be a leader in this team, and became the captain. Right? So I don't think he's made up his mind. I think this season will have a lot to do with it. I don't think anybody has to panic yet. Of course, that's out there. This could happen.
Oh, I think we lost Murph. We're going to wait, though. That is Wi-Fi at the gym. I think it's going to... Oh, there. I think we're back. I can't hear you, Murph. I don't know you can hear me. We're probably talking over each other. I'm going to see if Murph can get back in one more time. Because he's worth it. He's worth it. But maybe I'm going to bring him over to my house next time. Oh, the black circle of doom. Okay, I'm going to wait till I see him backstage again, then I'll bring him back in because he is worth it. He's cutting into his workout time just for us. But it's okay. We're working out the kinks. Wi-Fi is always tricky, but I'll wait till I see him backstage. Maybe he'll go. Yeah, Wi-Fi. Maybe everyone's on the Wi-Fi at their at the gym. Oh, I see him coming. Oh, I have two Murphs now.
It's the old guy with technology, but it just keeps locking up, and I have full internet. Anyway, to my point.
Yeah,
I don't think we should panic on Quinn just yet. I mean, it's a very real possibility he might leave, but if this team is proving it's going a great sign on July 1st last year, that Besser came back, that Garland resigned, that Demko resigned. So I think all those things are going to weigh in his decision making only in a positive way. So, Canucks fans are going to panic. Let's not panic too much.
I love it. I love it. All right, we'll move to the last 5 minutes. Can you hear me okay, Dan?
Yep, I got you. I'm not convinced to stay this way, but I got you right now.
Well, I appreciate that. We might have to move to that satellite after all. Gord says, can you share about your experience with your men's mental health podcast? I really value that podcast, and I appreciate your candid style of hosting that show.
Yeah, so it was, I think a lot of people remember TC Carling, who was a VP with the Canucks under Trevor Linden. He went back to that space with the Canadian Men's Health Foundation. Since Ben Brown has taken a role in that, and TC's moved on to Covenant House. But yeah, I guess my first introduction to it was a lot like a lot of Canucks. It was Rick Rippon. And so, as being an older guy, I think I was, once that happened, I started to realize how many more people were affected by these things. And I just thought it was a great space to talk to people about just guys being a little bit vulnerable when it comes to this stuff and not being afraid to talk about this stuff, because it's so important, the physical health, the mental health, to guys anywhere from, we know the young kids are susceptible, but guys up to 30s, 40s, 50s. So I just felt it was a good space to do something and have some good, meaningful conversations to try to at least start dialogue or allow people to believe that they could be involved in a conversation.
Awesome. No, thank you. It's such an important part, and it's becoming more and more prevalent. Stigma's going away, so no, you're a big part of that. So thank you for that. Nothing is Perfect says this. What's your favorite memory about growing up in Abbotsford?
Oh boy. Favorite memory I went to high school there. I worked at Ledgeview, the golf course. I loved that. What's my favorite memory? I mean, I guess I'm like anyone, like just establishing those high school friends that you have to this day, right? It was your hometown. And I would say that, yeah, like, I mean, I went away to university at 18 and I kind of never really been back to Abbotsford, but the friendships I made from when I was, anywhere from 10 years old to 18 years old, those close relationships I've maintained and perhaps even gotten stronger. So that's what I'm most thankful for my years in Abbotsford.
Love it. Back-to-back questions. What's it like working with Barry and Landon, and what's it like working with Tyson Barry on the panel? So maybe a word or two about both.
Well, I mean, I think I've only known Tyson a little bit throughout the years from interviews and stuff, right? And I think he's an unbelievably funny guy with a great personality, and I hope we can get him to feel comfortable to tell some stories on the air, right? He doesn't really have a history of player for the Canucks, but he knows a lot of people in this league. And so far so good with Landon, with Tyson. And I just think Landon has got a lot of knowledge. Like, I've liked all aspects of the panel. I thought Iain was a great storyteller, right? He writes. I think Sat is great because he does radio all the time and he has a lot of knowledge and he speaks on these topics all the time. But, for Landon, he can break games down because he was a player, right? Yeah. That's more X's and O's. And, Sat, myself, Iain never played the game at a high level. So it was always great to have his perspective. And I think we got, as much as I really like Tyson to bring some humor, Landon is very, very dry humor. And we just have to let him to tell some jokes and open up a little bit because you think he's so deadly serious, but really, once you get him going, he's a funny, funny dude.
That's a great point about Landon Murph because at the very end of our chat, he was telling a story about how his dad, Ray, doesn't know what penalty killing is because he's never blocked a shot in his life. It was pretty funny, actually. So just like little nuggets like that, I agree. We need to see more from him for sure. Rosero says, who's the current prankster on the Canucks main roster? Is there a current prankster? I would say probably Garland. Garland's the guy that seems to be in everybody's ear. He does the same stuff to us, to myself, to Craig McEwen, the PR guy. Like, if there's a guy that's always joking and trying to put people off for certain ways, I would say definitely Connor Garland would be the guy I would vote first off for the main prankster or jokester on the team at this point. That's awesome. Were there a couple from years past, decades past, that you would also put up there? Like, who else that doesn't play for the team now might have had a good...
Keith Ballard.
Oh, okay.
Keith Ballard was outstanding with that stuff. He was always up to something. Luongo was very good as well.
Yeah.
From those, and obviously like BX and Burrows were constantly getting each other, but they would drag other people in there too. Usually it was Kessler that was the victim of most of their pranks.
That's awesome. Okay, Murph, I'll just keep you for a couple more minutes. Here's one more. Did you have a sense of that the management were looking at Coots, and if so, who in particular was high on Braden Coots last year?
Well, I'll say this: like my knowledge of the draft, like it comes from everybody that covers the draft. And like when I first started, there was nothing on these players, right?
Yeah.
Now I knew I was covering the draft like 2 weeks before this. I get on Elite Prospects. I read all Sam Cosentino stuff. I read Bob McKenzie stuff. And you can have knowledge of the first round of the draft at your fingertips whenever you want it. So, we always joke like, I think this is a great pick by the Canucks that this guy I just learned about, 1 week ago, right? That's basically it. That's my knowledge. But the one thing I knew that they loved was the fact that he was a 17-year-old captain in WHL. He helped lead Canada to the U18s. So I think that the one thing that they liked about him was his maturity at that age already. So, I'm not sure which scouts picked that up early on, but I think those are the on-ice qualities are going to be there.
Yeah.
But for a 17, 18-year-old, and I asked Ryan Johnson this in Calgary in the preseason, like the on-ice stuff is obvious, but what specifically do you need to see from an 18-year-old to believe that he can make it at this level right now? And a lot of that stuff it's like the hockey IQ and its maturity, acting like a pro, because it's tough to do that at that age when when some of these players, their dads are almost as, they're as old as your dad, basically.
Love it. And then last one from the line change. Is there a game or two that you're most looking forward to on this year's schedule, either home or away?
I mean, I always look forward to the Leafs games. I mean, I love the 4:00 start in Vancouver. You know, the Canucks rarely lose that game, right? They almost always win the game. I do love that. And then I believe that Edmonton is their biggest rival at this point. So I like all the games against Edmonton. You even see like Tyler Myers going after McDavid last night, like that kind of stuff. Like the players feel it too. So I like the original 6 teams. Like I love going to Madison Square Garden every year. Yeah. You know, Montreal is always a great event, and Toronto. So I'm not much different from most of the fans. There's the games that fans get up for, I probably do too.
All right, Light, I got one last one because it's such a good question. Murph, you're a legendary figure in Canucks media for decades. Besides the 2011 playoff run, what is the most fun era in Canucks history for you personally?
Okay, what's that? I was lost for a second. What's your most fun as a Canucks history?
Yeah, most the aside from the 2011 playoff run, your favorite era to cover.
My favorite team to cover.
Or era.
I thought the bubble. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, early on, I thought like the West Coast Express era was fantastic, and that was kind of my first years covering the team, right? Like the Naslund, Bertuzzi, Morrison years, and you also had Jovanovski. You had some great characters, so I did like that. And I really liked the bubble team, kind of because it was kind of like the team that emerged from the darkness and had that that fun run, you know. And it was, you know, like Tanev and Stetcher and some of these like real character guys. So I would say aside from 2011, I did enjoy the West Coast Express teams. And then I really liked that bubble team because it was kind of the real first reason for fans to cheer in some time.
Awesome. Well, Murph, whether it's the car, the gym, 5G or Wi-Fi, I always appreciate that you make time for me on this Thanksgiving weekend. So thank you. Thank you. We look forward to watching everything on TV and the way that you host and bring together this Canucks community. So I'm very grateful for your support and your friendship. So thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Clay. Thanks for having me on. Sorry about the interruptions. Technically, it's Rogers. I'll get after my employer here, see what's wrong with my phone.
Good. Let me know how that goes. All right. Enjoy your workout and happy Thanksgiving.
Take care. Bye,
Thanks,
everyone.
Murph. Take care.
Bye.
Awesome. So lucky. He's the best. Dan Murphy. Despite some of the technical challenges, I'm sure you guys figured it out. You guys figured out what he was talking about, and I appreciate him taking time. All the guests, I appreciate taking time on their Thanksgiving weekend. All right, I'm going to do about a 10-minute reset now. No, I'll do a 5-minute reset. So let's chat for about the next 5 or 7 minutes. Your thoughts on what Murph had to say. And then we will get going, set up for our next guest, which is Iain MacIntyre, also of Sportsnet. So what do we got here? The bubble team deserved a better fate. I know that was so exciting. Really captivated the hearts and minds of this fan base. Sorry, Ricky. Sorry I didn't get to your question. Unexpected answer. Yes, that was he talked about West Coast Express. He talked about the bubble team. That was pretty cool. Murph is great. He is a beauty. All those things. Hey, Dino and Mena, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Chris, giving us his name of Chris. How's the temp on my devices? Everything's fine. The MacBook that's running the stream is good. How's the sound? Does it still sound okay? You know, it's funny. Every time that Murph cut out, I did a quick speed test. I want to make sure it's not on my end, but I'm pretty sure given that he was on Wi-Fi, it was probably a phone on Wi-Fi is always trickier, right? Than a wired laptop or desktop for sure. Murph was awesome guest. Enjoyed it. I'm glad. Yeah, I enjoyed Murph a lot too, and he always makes time for me, which is awesome. Great shot. Hey, we just roll with the punches for sure. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate you. Nice to see you too. Of course, Dino. Nice to see you and Mena. My favorite year was when Horvat scored a beautiful goal during the bubble year. Yeah, he was awesome in the bubble. Sound is good. Awesome. Yeah, where do you put your loss to Detroit on 2002 on your list of what could have been? Well, yeah, that was painful. There was that year because we started off so well. There was also the year that we lost to Minnesota, right? We lost to Minnesota. That was the year where I definitely think we could have done a lot better. Wi-Fi can always be finicky for sure. Hey, the real Elias Paterson. No, I won't be watching the Jays game during the stream. So hopefully, what time does it start? Hopefully people will have me, the game on the TV, and this will have me on their computer. I'm not sure if Tyler Mott's in the league right now. Someone let me know. Where is Tyler Mott right now? I am refreshing every hour, so the audio resyncs. Oh, I never thought about. Hey, that's a great tip from Irvin, because in a 8-hour stream, it might. Is it already getting? Is it already off sync for you? But that's a really good point. That's a really good point, that it's naturally gonna the rates on all of my machines that I'm using might not be, what do you call it, exactly the same. So great point. Refresh the stream every hour so the audio resyncs. Yeah, 2003 versus Wild in Game 7. There we go. Hey, Yano. Hey, Michael. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Carol. The game starts at 5. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Paterson. Wi-Fi is difficult to connect no matter where you are. Indeed. Tyler Mott had a PTO this year. With the Rangers? The sync problem may be on my end. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure if it's right on right now. And by the way, when for anyone who gives during an interview, obviously I'm not going to interrupt the interview. I will recognize it at the bottom of the hour. But here, the Major General gifts a membership. I love it. Thank you for your generosity. So we got the Major General gifting a franchise membership, and that goes to Lefty all around. So welcome to franchise membership, Lefty. And thank you to the Major General. Let's give Major General some love in the chat. But we ain't done. We have Russell from Nothing is Perfect, who you will see tonight at 10 p.m. as part of my Canucks content creators roundtable. Russell gifts a membership, and that one goes to Connor. Great to see Connor back. So welcome back to franchise membership, Connor, and thank you, Russell, for your generosity as well. I appreciate you very much. Let's see. Just looking at something here. Well, I'm clicking all over the place when I probably shouldn't be. I think I just unhid something that the moderators hid, which is fine. I trust the moderators, and yes, that was proper to hide. Major General is a frequent donor on Russell streams. Well, I appreciate you spreading and sharing the love, Major General. That is awesome. I see. I follow the General wherever he goes. You know what's also awesome? Dono Dino.
And he got it! Who do you think you are? I am!
Dono Dino. Dino comes through with the $28 donation. Let's give some love to Dino and his mother, Mena, in the chat. That is very, very generous of you, as always. So thank you for the generosity. Thank you for the $28 donation. You want to hit the I-5? Yeah, I'm sure we will. We just got to get one person to buy a new membership, but then figure out what we're going to do with it for sure. So thanks again, Dino. Oh, yes. Let's review the leaderboard now. And it is Dino with 1175, Fangirl with 1050, Justin with 525, Carol with 425, and Harry with 400. That is our top 5, and Swerve and Irvin just outside the top 5 right now. So thank you, Dino, for your awesome generosity. And Jason Lim, who I got to see and wish him a quick happy Thanksgiving. Jason Lim in the house for sure. All right, it is coming up on 2:25. That means I can play this 5 minute, coming back. So next up is Iain MacIntyre of Sportsnet, who I can't wait to chat with. Always so good to me. You can view the complete schedule there. But yes, Iain MacIntyre in 5 minutes, and then we'll get going once again. So I'm not sure if Ricky's around. I haven't had a chance. Usually I'll do a 10-minute break at the end of the big hours, but as you know, I'm trying to cram 4 guests into 3 into 3 hours here. So that's why kind of the weird times, right? We got a 1:45, a 2:30, and a 3:15. So let's go 5-minute break. I'll see you in 5 minutes with Iain MacIntyre.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks Commentary.
We are back. We are continuing to traverse through this 24-hour live stream. And because I'm trying to fit 4 guests into 3 hours, yes, these aren't clean breaks at the top of the hour. They're kind of all over the place. So we went 1 o'clock with Landon Ferraro. We went 1:45 with Dan Murphy. And then we are going to have Iain MacIntyre from Sportsnet as the 2:30 guest, just waiting for him to pop in backstage, make sure that he is ready to go. So thanks to everyone who's been here so far. And I can't wait to continue on this 24-hour live stream. Shout out to everyone who's been on for the first 2.5 hours. We are more than 1/12 of the way done, which is good. And I can't wait to see how the rest of this live stream goes. So let me know what you've been up to all day. And as we wait for Iain MacIntyre to pop backstage, it's going to be a great chat with him. Then Rick Dhaliwal is 3:15, as we know. And we know that he jumped on earlier as a quick tech test, which was pretty funny to see. So moderators, keep on doing what you're doing. Members, Legends Hall of Fame and franchise members, thanks for your support. And to everyone else, no matter where you're watching from, whether my beautiful neighborhood of Steveston and Richmond, in the city, Lower Mainland, province, country, continent, or around the world, thank you for being here. You know that I know that you could be doing anything else, watching anyone else, but the fact that you're here with me, know how much I always appreciate you and how much I never, ever take you for granted. A couple of things. I want to remind you, you can subscribe to the channel so you get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership. You can buy your own membership. You can upgrade your membership, and you can use your monthly membership message. Also, I want to remind you that I'm going to have a giveaway at the end of the live stream. The entry form will open at 10 a.m. and I will draw the winner during the 11 a.m. hour. And everyone can enter at that time. And then I will also be dropping 5 bonus words throughout the stream. I've dropped one already, and the next one will be coming up soon, but not just yet. So don't forget, I'll be talking about this throughout, and especially at the 10 a.m. hour. But yes, you can join that contest, open up the contest form at 10 a.m. and then draw the winner at 11 a.m. So we are almost ready to go. I see my good-looking guest setting up in the background right now, making sure his camera's straight. I think he's in a different room than last year, but I'll have to quiz him about that. I can remember last year he had his phone like perched on a music stand or something, but we'll see if he remembers that. So Iain, give me a thumbs up. You're ready to go? Awesome. Please welcome my former Richmond neighbor, my friend and wonderful broadcaster from Sportsnet. This is Mr. Iain MacIntyre. Iain.
Clay, how's it going so far?
So far, so good. I'm 2.5 hours in, and we've the guests have been great. It was Landon, it was Dan, it was Murph, and now it is you. But I've had to remind 2 of the 3. Unless you were coming, you were just I'm glad you're here. Is the main thing.
Well, I'm glad I'm here as well. I am in a different room. You have a very good memory, Clay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was in my office last year, so as not to disturb the rest of the house.
Right.
And I did have my phone perched on a music stand, and the music stand kept tilting. So during the interview, I kept going like, So I'm still perched, but it's not on a music stand. And at the moment, nobody else is home.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
So I figured I'd just come into the dining area and just claim the house for myself. So if I have one son who's still living here, and my wife, of course, lives here too. So they may come home. They may walk into your show.
Perfect.
I don't know. There's Thanksgiving meal preparations going on, not at our house, at my in-laws. So this kind of frees me from that work for half an hour. But then I got to make a mash. I got to do the mash.
Yeah.
And I was told I can do Brussels sprouts if I want to do them, but I don't have to do them. So I've got a big bag of Brussels sprouts. But I cooked them in pancetta.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think it was Tony Gallagher used to say there was nothing on earth as reprehensible as Brussels sprouts. But if you just make them not taste like Brussels sprouts, they're fine. So I think I'm going to fry them with some pancetta and butter and get a little char on them. You have to slice them up first, though.
Of course. Well, it sounds, and Iain, you're welcome to use me as an excuse anytime. Even if you're not talking to me still, you can say that you are, just to get out of your chores. That's fine. Well, thank you. And by the way, I referenced it. Do you still live in the Steveston area? Or was that long time ago?
No, we're here. I mean, the realtors say that I live in Steveston, but because you and I grew up here, Clay, we know that I don't live in Steveston because I'm a little bit north of Steveston Highway and west of Number 1 Road. You have to be south of Steveston Highway to actually live in Steveston. Yeah. But the realtors say that this is Steveston North. So it's not far from where I grew up. It's only about 5-minute drive from where I grew up. My parents still live in the house where I grew up. So that's something. They're both in their 90s. And my wife's grew up not too much farther away. So yeah, this is home. This has always been the neighborhood.
Love it. Oh, I'm at Steveston Railway. So using your criteria, I'm not in Steveston either, technically. So,
well, no, it depends where. So Steveston Railway, that's in Steveston. If you're south of Steveston Highway, are you south?
I am not. I am on the northwest corner. Yeah, northwest corner. Yeah.
No, not Steveston. Not Steveston. You don't get to claim that.
Well, we can wax on about the Richmond geography at another time. Thank you, Iain, for joining me on Thanksgiving.
You got 24 hours to fill. We can talk about geography. We can talk about cooking. You'll thank me later if we have 10 minutes. It's not the Canucks. In fact, it's kind of become a running joke the last couple of summers, because after I take some time off and don't do radio shows, when I first come back on, usually in August, we agree before I go on Sportsnet 650 that we're not talking about hockey. And so we talk about everything but the Canucks and hockey. And some people are confused by that, but I think some like it. Some don't like it. Right. But we have to keep it fresh. You got 21 and a half hours to go. That's true. And a nice mix of media, content creators, and family. And I'm sure I'll get slapped with a tortilla in the face once or twice. Yeah, that's my boys take the midnight hour. That becomes goofy hour. But if you're up, make sure you tune in then. And by the way, matching earbuds, which is really, really good. Really quick, actually, let's do one non-Canucks thing. Tell me about your love for photography, because I've noticed like you take some really good pictures and you post them on your X account, probably other places. Is that always been a hobby for you? Yeah, it has, Clay. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Love talking about photography. When I was young, I was one of these, nerdy kids who always had a strong idea of what I wanted to do. And it was going to be in journalism. Actually going back to, I think it was my grade 7 teacher wrote in my journal that I would make a good sports writer. And so I always kind of had that in mind, but I did think about photojournalism because I loved photography as a kid. I think it was my grade 9 Christmas. My parents gave me a camera, a Pentax SLR, which I took everywhere with me. Learned to develop film, learned to work in a darkroom, although not with color, to be fair, because color is a lot trickier than black and white. But yeah, so I actually, while going to high school, going to Richmond High, which high school did you go to? Richmond High 92. Okay, so I was Richmond High 84. There we go. How come I look so much more than 8 years older then? I wouldn't say that. Maybe it's the Asian don't raisin thing or something they say. Well, I'm not even going to comment on that because that seems fraught with danger. So while I was going to high school, I had started volunteering to write stories for the Richmond Review, which of course was our thriving twice a week community newspaper, paid subscription. Yep. And through that, I met the photographer, and he needed some help because he was the only photographer. So I kind of apprenticed, basically. I would do ride-alongs, except instead of with cops, it was with the Richmond Review photographer.
Just as exciting, yes.
Yeah, and got some paid gigs for taking pictures, but I had to make a choice. Basically, when I got to journalism school at Langara, and I was the youngest in the class by a couple of years, but the most immature in the class by many more than just a couple of years. I had to choose between photography and writing, and it just seemed like there were a lot more writing jobs than there were photography jobs. So
right.
I did put my camera away for a while as a young reporter, and I regret that now because I spent 4 years working in Kamloops and I have hardly any photos of it. And this was I know much of your audience, because we're streaming this, will be amazed to find out that people didn't have phones, let alone cameras on their phones that they carried with them. So you had to make an effort if you wanted a visual recorded history of where you were and things you did. And I regret I didn't take more pictures when I was in my 20s, but love having the camera on my phone. And thank you for the plug for my photos. That too, I think, bothers some people because they see my X account as just a Canucks account, and it's not. It's my living room. Like yes. I should have more other things that I like in there, like more cooking stuff and more golf stuff and more travel stuff. But I do foist my photos upon people. So thank you for the kind words.
No, of course. No, it's good. We have you mentioned golf and travel. We have a lot of things in common. I'm not a good photographer, but I'll leave that to my boys. But that's no, thank you. Thank you for always being so supportive of me. Let's talk about Canucks for a little bit, and then we'll save maybe 5 minutes at the end for people to ask you questions, if that's cool with you.
Sure, of course.
Awesome. Okay,
it's only before you start.
I'm ready.
So I've got my glasses on so I can see the screen more clearly.
Yep.
Am I just reflecting? Am I looking like John Shannon? With the studio lights reflecting.
We
Are you sure?
See. Yeah, it looks good. You can wear the glasses. Yep, it's fine. Yeah, it looks really, really good. John, it's funny you mentioned John Shannon because I did have Landon on first guest, and we had some good stories about John, who I really like. I didn't know enough about him. I respected what he did in the game, but I really like listening to what him and Landon are doing with their podcast for sure.
Yeah, well, sure. John was very kind to me when I started at Sportsnet, sort of offering some advice and support, and of course, BC guy himself from. Yes. I think it's Okanagan Falls, but it might be Oliver. He'll be watching. He'll text in. So
yes, I think it is Oliver for sure. Awesome.
Okay,
Iain, we're 2 games in. It's only 2 games in, but they all still count the same. What have you liked and what haven't you liked so far?
Well, I kind of liked the first game. I kind of didn't like the second game. It's too bad. It's too bad your 24 hours follows that game last night in Edmonton, where I was there. I got up early to come back here and do your show, by the way. So,
thank you. I knew you were there because I heard you ask a question in the pregame. I was like, "What the heck, Ian's there?" So, thank you.
Yeah, I also came back early to eat turkey, but your show was more important than the family Thanksgiving dinner. Clearly, but I was thinking that before we came on. Man, can you imagine if they'd had a great game last night? They won, 5-2, and Paterson scored twice, and Demko played the way he played, and the power play was great. Yeah. It would be like a holiday today. Like it would just be a civic holiday. You'd be like the center of the parade. Everyone would be checking in to tell you how much they like this or that.
Right.
No, their game last night obviously was not nearly good enough. I mean, Demko was absolutely brilliant. My post game radio show host Satyar Shah said, Demko might not play a better game than that all season, even though obviously he's going to win some. And that's that might be true because he was spectacular. I guess to me, and look, like we tend to, you remember those old anti-drug commercials, right? This is your brain and this is your brain on drugs, right? Yep. So people YouTube it so we know what we're talking about. But often in Vancouver, this is your brain, and this is your brain on a Canucks loss.
Yeah.
So it's only 2 games, and I don't think we can I think it would be a mistake to make sweeping judgments about the team based on 2 games. To me, the most disappointing part of the Saturday game was that they weren't at their best in the first 2 periods against Calgary in the home opener. But you could see that had a lot to do with nerves and anxiousness. They were in such a hurry to try to extend all the positivity from their preseason, which was one of the most positive 2 weeks I've experienced around this hockey team, honestly.
Yeah.
Like just the how the team kind of coalesced and came together, how they absorbed, and not just absorbed, but embraced these new things that Adam Foote and his staff are teaching, how they seem so unified. And then their performance, of course, there's good news stories as well, Braden Coots headlining that, but also all these other guys from Abbotsford who made the team. There was just a lot of momentum, a lot of energy coming into the season, which sounds strange, right? Considering where they were last year. And so I think in that opener against Calgary, they just so desperately wanted to get from 0 to 60 in like two and a half seconds, right? And they were just a little bit off. But while they were off, they also didn't give up a lot. Demko did have to stop a couple of breakaways from Canuck turnovers. But, for the most part, the Canucks weren't surrendering a whole lot. And then, of course, they finally got their legs going. They finally calmed themselves a bit and had a dominant third period and won the game. Mm-hmm. I thought they would build on that by coming out strong in Edmonton. And, Adam Foote told me in the post-game scrum that he didn't think they were bad at the start. Mm-hmm. He thought they were okay. But we know that, they just generated next to nothing. And talking to a couple of the Canuck players afterward, my sense is they had so much focus and respect and awareness for Draisaitl and McDavid. And, the game plan, every team that goes into Edmonton, every team that plays the Oilers, that's the game plan. Like, how are you going to deal with these 2 guys? Because they're probably the best 2 players in the world. Yeah. And I know that's not a hot take with McDavid, but I would say I would probably take Draisaitl over anybody else other than McDavid right now. And some nights I like Draisaitl a lot. Some nights I'd take him over McDavid too. Yeah. But, you always have this focus on those guys. And talking to a couple of the Canuck players, I think there was so much focus on defending them, being aware when they're out there, that there wasn't enough energy and focus on, well, what are we going to do in the offensive half of the ice? Like, what are we going to do when they're not on the ice? How are we going to exploit what they give us? And Adam Foote said, he thought there were 4 or 5 2-on-1s that they had an opportunity to execute on. They only got one of them, and Drew O'Connor's pass went into the crease and then bounced back out. They didn't get anything from it. I just thought, to me, that I didn't necessarily expect that they would beat Edmonton, but I thought, okay, if their performance on the whole against Calgary, let's say it was a 6 or a 7 out of 10, I thought they were going to be better than that. And not a 10 out of 10 because it's only game 2. But I thought, okay, well, at least they're going to be a 7 or 8 out of 10. Mm-hmm. And, they were probably a 3 or a 4. And I know some people are screaming, what, 3 or 4? They were a 0. Well, they weren't a 0. Edmonton's a very good team. Yes. They did do a commendable job against McDavid and Draisaitl. Those guys didn't get on the actual score sheet. They had a lot of the puck. They had a lot of chances, but they didn't get on the score sheet till the empty net goal at the end. So, and it wasn't all bad. It was just disappointing to me that there wasn't more, I don't want to say energy, but there wasn't more assertiveness. There wasn't more aggressiveness for them to take the game down to the Oilers zone. Because this is a team we know that, their forecheck is a huge component to their game. generating off the cycle, making things difficult on the opposition defenseman, keeping the puck in their zone, establishing some offensive zone time. Well, in the first period, it felt like the Canucks had no offensive zone time. Yeah. I mean, literally they did, because, like, say, the 2-on-1 with O'Connor, they get across the blue line, they have the puck, but it seemed like 8 seconds later, after whatever shot or play they tried to make, 8 seconds later, the puck was going back the other way again. They just didn't sustain anything. That, all that said, Besser scores that opportunistic goal early in the third period, did a great job. It looked like he was, we've all got the Blue Jays on our minds a little bit. I guess some of us have the Mariners on their minds too. It looked like, a guy bunting a line drive, or bunting a pitch into the dirt in front of him, and then turning to make a hockey play and kind of hooking it into the net. It was great hand-eye by Besser. But all of a sudden it's 2-1. Like, after all these things that people were talking about post-game, all these things we're going to be talking about until the Canucks played the St. Louis Blues on Monday, even with all that, it was 2-1. And they had an opportunity on a night where Demko was really special to get something from a game that they didn't deserve to get. Yeah. And all the good teams, all the teams that get 100 points, they find a way to do that at times during the season. They don't just you don't entirely get 110 points because every game that you take those points, you're better than the other team. But you get them because most of the time you're better than the other team. But you're also resilient, and you're resourceful, and you're opportunistic. And when another team hasn't taken their chances to put you away, you punish them for that and try to get something out of the game. And the Canucks just, they couldn't get anything out of the game, and it was really a wasted performance, or they wasted a performance by Thatcher Demko. It wasn't a wasted performance by him, because let's remember again how important it is for this guy after the season he had last year, 3 separate injuries, including that confounding knee injury that dragged on for months and months and months, and undermined his season, put him in a position where he's more vulnerable to get injured once he started playing, which he did twice. How important it is for Thatcher Demko to be healthy and in the kind of form that he was last night. But I thought the Canucks would have a better response early on. Yeah. And now we're all expecting a big response Monday against St. Louis.
Yeah. I was at the game on Thursday night, Iain, hosting Calgary, and then watching on TV. And I love, Demko's on when he looks big, and he just does that lateral slide. And no matter it looks like he's out of position, but he just calmly slides from side to side, and he just looks so square. And great point about Draisaitl and McDavid. That's the one team where I will stand up and literally cheer when we kill off a penalty, because it feels like such an accomplishment.
Yes.
I could die happy almost. So, having said all that, do you get the sense that there's just so much going through my mind of what you had so much there, but
I do ramble.
No. I'm just trying to think. I'm rambling too. Just. They're the best team in the West. They've Stanley Cup final. I don't know if I agree. It's the respect, and I don't know. Maybe just up front at least, the Canucks don't have the guns to go with them. Like we like their goaltending, their defense, but when you look up the forwards, just to kind of match them up, there's no comparison, right?
Well, yeah. But I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams where Vancouver doesn't have. If you look at their top forwards, it's not as impressive. If you look at the top forwards on the other team, but there's a lot of teams that don't have the defense that the Canucks have, and there's very few teams that have the goaltending that the Canucks have. So it's not a deal killer for this season. The fact that they don't have, it shouldn't be that they don't have JT Miller anymore, that they no longer have 3 centers of Miller, Horvat, and Paterson, which just seems unbelievable now when you say it out loud, that these were their top 3 centers. But still, because I saw somebody, I mentioned something about a top 6, and they said, well, what top 6? Let's not forget, okay, you don't have any superstar wingers either, but you've got Brock Besser, Jake DeBrusk, Connor Garland, Evander Kane, Kiefer Sherwood. That's essentially 5 guys who can score 20 to 30 goals.
Mm-hmm.
What the problem is you have Elias Pettersson that everyone's wondering, well, what is he going to be? Are we possibly going to see this 45-point Pettersson again? I don't think we're going to see a 102-point Pettersson, but can we see a 75-point Pettersson or an 80? And then you have Philip Hedl, who's, you know, a really elegant, skilled player, but he's had his serious concussion problems and has never scored like a second line center, which is now how they're casting him. And you know, he said, I love this quote from him before training camp started, that he doesn't want to just play nice hockey because nobody cares about that. And in a way, he's true. Like, his point was he has to have a bottom line. By the way, another guy, really impressive the way he responded in that first game against Calgary, scoring twice in the third period. Then last night, he makes the mistake of the game, the giveaway to Mangiapane at the end of the second. He took an offensive zone tripping penalty. So again, there's probably a lesson there about trying to make a judgment on 2 games, because one game, Hedl was a difference maker. The other game, he hurt his team. So if you had to make an assessment right now on the 2 games, well, which one is it going to be? I think we need to see more. But I've said all along that at some point, I think the Canucks will have to go get another center. I'd have been shocked, based on what Jim Rutherford said at his year-end press conference last season. If you'd told me then they're not going to have another center here by the start of this season, I'd have been shocked. Yeah. But you can see why, because there has been next to no movement, because everybody has money with this historic salary cap inflation. And because teams have money, even the bad teams think that that's spending space, because they do the calculation. Oh, hey, we can afford 4 more players. Hey, with 4 more players, we'll be in the playoffs. Like, everybody thinks they're going to be good just because the salary cap has gone up. But I'm pretty sure, based on my Richmond High probability and statistics 12, that since there's no more points available for each game, that at the end of the year, the teams that win are going to take those points from the teams that didn't win. So you can't have 30 teams charging towards the playoffs. So anyways, that's my little soliloquy about the lack of player movement. Also, you had Braden Coots, and they're giving him a chance. Now, he's been quiet for 2 games now. You know, he's 18 years old. I don't think anyone should reasonably expect that he's going to make an impact at 18, but he has an opportunity here. And he earned the opportunity by going day by day, practice by practice, game by game through the preseason, and proving that he belonged, that he could keep up, he could keep doing it. He's got to prove that now. He's got to, I think, try to show a little more if he wants to have more than just a couple of games here. But listen, we're not putting the blame on Braden Coots, but he's been a fantastic story, and he has helped ease, he and Atu Ratu, who they knew there was going to be on the team because they didn't want to lose him on waivers. And I think Ratu quietly does some good things, especially in the face-off circle in Edmonton. I think Ratu was 9-2, if I'm remembering correctly, on a night where Paterson went 3-15. So Ratu has some importance, but these are both young centers. I think that has taken some, or at least previously, some of the urgency out to this search for another center. But ultimately, you can't just, in my opinion, you can't just go with what they have. There's too much uncertainty with Paterson, although, you know, they're all in. There's really no way out of this now. They're all in on Paterson. Hopefully he proves their faith well-founded. But there's a lot of uncertainty there because of Hedl's injury history. Now Teddy Bluger's out, which is kind of brought some of that urgency back about where they are at center ice. They're going to have to get another center, I think.
Yeah. If you're a betting man, do you think Braden Coots is here in November?
I would say not, but I would have already lost all my money because Braden Coots is here now.
Yeah.
This is I don't know if people realize honestly. Like we can talk about it was 35 years ago that Peter Nedved did it. I don't think honestly people realize how difficult this is for an 18-year-old, and mostly because of the adaptation, mostly because of the absolute gulf, a gulf like the Pacific Ocean that exists between the caliber of junior hockey and the caliber of the National Hockey League, but also all the other things that go into, the salary cap, the roster, waiver eligibility, all the things that player development, all the things that go into a team when it has to make a decision on a player like Braden Coots. Very little of it is in favor of the 18-year-old. Most of it is in favor of, I don't want to say against the 18-year-old, but most of it is what works for the team is for the 18-year-old to go and try and have a massive draft plus one season, which, by the way, a lot of these top Canucks have had. If you look at, Paterson's draft plus one season and the difference it made to him, and Quinn Hughes had time at the University of Michigan, which really helped him. Brock Besser won a national championship. I mean, these aren't, when people say, well, he's got nothing to gain by going back to junior, that's absolute nonsense. Let's remember Braden Coots as well was a point a game player. This wasn't 100-point player at age 17, 18 in the Western Hockey League, but he's got factors beyond just the skills, and we can see how he skates, we can see how he shoots, but it's that maturity, it's that character he seems to have. Just like with Bo Horvat, he's not a teenage soul, right? He's an older soul than what his birth certificate says. He just has a lot of awareness and obviously a huge hockey IQ. And when you combine those things to the skill set, I probably wouldn't bet against him, even if I had the chance, not to have any money left because he's already on the team. But I don't think anything is impossible for him. I think he could be here in November, but he has to show more than what he's been able to show these first two games.
Yeah. No, this is. I don't think you ramble, Ian. I think you have the best answers. Honestly, I'm hanging on every word. Truly.
Well, you don't have any choice. Where are you going to go? You got to feign interest or something. So
I think, in all seriousness, you, because of your access, not just on TV but actually reporting, I love to hear what your thoughts are on Adam Foote. Just has he commanded already the respect of the room, the trust system? Just tell us something about what you've noticed about the Adam Foote and what he's bringing to this team already.
Well, first of all, it was a shock, I think, to everybody, most people in the organization, that Rick left, even though Tocchet had made it clear that, he may not be back. I think for a lot of players, they were surprised. I think most of them understood the position he was in. As Quinn said to me, there's things in people's families that the rest of us don't know about that are issues as well. And there was some family issues for Rick and about coaching in the US and back east. But I think also some players were really disappointed. And I don't want to say angry because I don't know them well enough to know if that was their emotion. Right. But I know that there were players who were disappointed. So when the Canucks named Adam Foote as head coach and again, I don't know all the players well enough, but I would say almost all of that disappointment immediately dissipated. And suddenly there was energy back because they all believe in Adam. The defensemen, swear by him because they've spent so much time under his tutelage. And Adam is, as Jim Rutherford said to me, Adam is a thinker. I don't know if it's because he was this sort of ferocious, shut down defenseman, or his nose goes in four directions or what, but he doesn't. You don't necessarily project when you watch Adam Foote that this guy's got a brilliant hockey mind, but he's really smart. He's really smart. And the players know that, and especially the defensemen know that. So in my mind, there wasn't much question that he had the knowledge to do this. Plus, he's basically apprenticed for 2.5 years. Yeah. And it was sometime during that time, whether it was in year 1 that he was here, year 2, that he started to think about whether he could be a head coach. And Rick was talking to him about that. Like, Tocchet was there to support him and help him. Here's what you got to do. Here's what you need to know. Here's how you should handle this, handle that. So I thought that Adam absolutely has the capabilities to be a head coach. But you have to be able to get your team to execute. And I wondered, okay, they played a certain way under Rick. Now they're changing how they attack with Foot, and they're being more aggressive, and they're getting their defense more active. It sounds great. Is it going to work? Because you can't do that, and that at the cost of the strength of your team, which was keeping the puck out of your net. Like, look at how the team's built, where the strengths are: the goalie, the defense, and then the forwards. So I wondered, okay, can you have both worlds here? Can you have this sort of rejigged system, updated system, let's call it that. Tweaked somehow doesn't sound enough to me, and that's the word everybody uses. But this new system where you're more aggressive, more entertaining, and score more, and still be that team that's really hard to score on, hard to break down in the defensive zone, very disciplined, very stout. And what I saw in the preseason was, because that's how the Canucks played. And the players seemed to universally embrace this idea. They were excited about it. Connor Garland told me he remembered at training camp, the first meeting where they talked about what they were going to do offensively, how they were going to change their attack. And they had a video. And he said he was so pumped up. Of course, there's different groups at training camp. He said he was texting everybody in the next group. Oh, wait till you see this video. This is incredible. You guys are going to love. Like, the players were really excited about it. And then we saw that they had a really positive, good preseason. On top of that, you had sort of this idea of culture or leadership. And there was so much that spilled out into the public last year about the Canucks dressing room and about, the leadership and about the dysfunction stemming from the Paterson-Miller relationship. And there was so much focus on that. Okay, how do you fix that? And Adam Foote knew how to fix it, because the first thing he did when he became head coach is he arranged a meeting in Michigan. And Paterson gave up his own time to fly over from Stockholm. Hughes and Thatcher Demko, who moved to Michigan from San Diego, I think a couple of years ago, they're already there. So they had this dinner and they played golf, and it was just talking about the team. And it was talking about leadership. And all through the summer, Foote reached out to players, talked to them, had Zoom calls, and he actually brought the group together. And he got them to accept that this is their team and they have to be accountable, but they have to want this as well. And you could feel that energy. And I know it's hard to quantify things like that. We'd love it all to just be about the analytics, right? Just look at some numbers and say, yeah, it works or it doesn't. And maybe that's the bottom line. Maybe you can argue that's the byproduct of whatever else you're doing is those numbers. But when you're around the team, you could feel that energy, that excitement from players, which again is why, to some extent, those jitters against Calgary were understandable, because I don't remember the team ever being like straining at the starting gate, like let's go. But then, again, game 2 was game 2. But I think that this can be a successful group. I think that Adam Foote can be a successful head coach. I know that he has pulled the group together. I know that the players embrace not just embrace, but support and are excited at the idea of what this team can do and how it can play. But it's all in the execution. And so now they have to execute, and they have to execute a lot better than they did Saturday night against Edmonton.
Yeah, well said. Wow. And a lot of love in the chat for you, Iain, referring to just loving all your explanations, the triple threat moniker that Sportsnet has given you.
Yes, and I always tell people I'm of a certain vintage, and I love the Montreal Expos. So when I hear triple threat, I think of Andre Dawson.
Yes, very, very good.
Another thing for more homework for viewers, YouTube, Andre Dawson highlights.
Yeah. So
remember him throwing a guy out at first base on a single to right field.
Wow, that's very impressive. Do you care? Quick answer. Do you care? Blue Jays, Mariners?
Yeah, I'd like the Toronto Blue Jays to do well. Yeah. I am Canadian.
Yeah, you are.
And you know what? It's funny because I remember writing this column. I had to be trying to think when Seattle was awarded their team. Like it took a couple of years but anyways, I wrote a column about Seattle getting an NHL team. And I made the point that in some respects, like culturally, it feels, and certainly geographically, it feels like we have as much in common with Seattle and Portland and Vancouver as we do with Toronto or Montreal or Halifax. Yeah. But somehow with the Blue Jays, it's Canada's team. And, our hockey teams have struggled. Our hockey teams have not, won a cup since 1993. Right. It would be nice if the baseball team, if our only baseball team could have some success, because it has been, near as I can tell, and I don't cover baseball, but it's been a franchise that's really done its best to try and win. And has some great young players, maybe not unlike, where the Canucks were a few years ago. They acquired these young players, and now they're still trying to figure out a way to turn that into a championship, to build around them. But I sure like the team that they built this year around the Guerreros and Bichette.
Well, that's why they're the best, Iain. We started off by not talking Canucks. We ended off by not talking about Canucks, but you were able to tie it into the Canucks at the very end. Honestly, that was the fastest 40 minutes, I think, of in a long time. I'm going to have to bring you on just solo. Forget this live stream. I'm just going to pick you up, bring you over, sit you right next to me, because we could talk for hours. But Iain, thank you. I'm very grateful for your time, and especially on Thanksgiving weekend. And thank you for your support of me on this channel. I'm very grateful.
Well, I'm happy to come on with you, Clay. And I can't believe you're doing this on Thanksgiving weekend. Like, are you going to eat some turkey tonight?
Had that last night, but I looked at the Canucks schedule. I am going to the St. Louis Blues game. Hopefully I'll stay awake tomorrow. So this was a perfect 24-hour. We did both the emo side and Gail's side yesterday. So we're good. We got it covered. Yeah.
Good. Who's up next? Who's coming on after me?
Rick Dhaliwal. And I'll tell you a very funny story. Last year, he didn't even know how to work StreamYard. So I had to hold up my phone to the microphone for 40 minutes because I had to call him. But I think he figured it out for this year. So we'll see. Yeah.
All right. Is he on deck? Is he waiting for me to get off?
No, I haven't seen him yet, but I expect him to pop backstage in the next 2 minutes. He better.
Okay.
That's the point.
All right. Because I can ramble some more. The 40 minutes for me, that's like 4 answers.
It actually was 4 answers.
That's why I worked for a broadsheet newspaper and not the tabloid, so that I would have room to write. 1,000 words in, I'd be clearing my throat and saying, "Okay, now this is my point." So.
No, I wouldn't call it rambling, but I do appreciate how thorough you are. How's that?
Well, happy I can help. I'm glad that my flaws, such as rambling at times, have some benefit to society. So
no,
happy to come on. Good luck with the 20 hours and 45 minutes to go.
Yeah. I'm almost at the quarter. No, not even. I'm almost at the one. I'll figure out the math later. Richmond High.
How do you do bathroom breaks?
So actually,
please don't tell me you have like a bottle under the desk.
No, just my Pepsi. I will say
Okay.
this. I needed to fit Landon, Murph, you, and Rick, 4 guests in 3 hours. So that's why it's 45 minutes as opposed to an hour.
Okay.
After this, though, I retain an hour per guest, still only 35 minutes chat. But then that gives me 20 to 25 minutes to wrap up, to do sponsor reads, and to use the restroom. So I actually take a 10-minute break at the end of every hour starting next hour, if that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
We'll make it work. Thanks, Iain. Happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk soon.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you to everyone for putting up with me and for watching the show and supporting Clay.
Thanks, Iain. You're the best. Take care. We'll talk soon.
All right. See you, buddy.
Bye. That is my Steveston neighbor. I see Rick is backstage. This is amazing. Rick, I need a 30-second wardrobe change, and then we're going to throw to you. So stay tuned, everyone. In 30 seconds, we're bringing on the incomparable Rick Dhaliwal.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
How's that for the fastest costume change ever? Yes, I did that in 30 seconds. Well, my bumper music played just so I can welcome Rick properly. So we go from Iain MacIntyre, the best, to another best. Let's bring him on. He actually figured out how to work this thing. The one and only Rick Dhaliwal.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see it's a miracle. It's a Thanksgiving miracle.
I'm so bad with technology. I'm going to be honest with you. I hate technology. I'm a newspaper, TV, radio guy. I'm still stuck in the 80s. I really hate technology. I hate all this stuff. I hate Zoom because every time I go on Zoom, I went on Kipper's show in Toronto, and it looked like I was 400 pounds and I had like 7 chins. And because I'm not doing the camera right how do I look right now? I got my Lions jersey on.
You look great.
Yeah. And people don't know, Donnie and I are huge Lions fans because, you know, we went to Empire Stadium. I don't expect you, Clay, to know this, but in the late 70s, it was Jerry Taggy and the Cardiac Kids. And then Roy DeWalt came, Fernandez, and my good pal Nick Hebler, who I love, is my favorite BC Lion of all time. The 85 Lions team is the best team of all time. It's not even close. There will never be a team as dominant and as good as the BC Lions 85 team. So Donnie and I are huge Lions fans. You know, it's Soccer Bowl 79, 82 Canucks. So again, I'm stuck in the 80s. I'm stuck in the late 70s. I don't like the cell phones and the laptops and this stuff. What are we on, a Zoom? All this stuff. It drives me insane. It just drives me like I'm just such an old-fashioned guy. I don't even know how to hook up a podcast. Like Donnie gets mad at me because I don't listen to the podcast. And then I tell him, look, when I get in my car, all right, it's Jack FM, right? It's CFMI Rock 101. It's 92.9 Bellingham. That's where I get my tunes, because you know what? That's the hard rock and all the 80s stuff that I love. I don't think I know a song past 2000. I don't think I know any songs, but all I listen to is 80s music. Those are my stations, and I listen to Bruff and Ruff in the mornings going to work. So I'll have them on. You know, I was in the gym this morning, and I was texting with Bruff about the game last night, and we weren't as negative as you would think. And Clay, I got to ask you, you got to be the most positive guy I have ever known in my life. And
thank you.
You know, there's something to that because we live in a really negative society. Like, and Twitter, there's so many bad people on Twitter. There's so much negativity. It saps the energy out of you. You know what I mean? It just saps the energy out of you. And everyone's got an agenda and everyone's bashing someone and everyone's, you know, it's just a lot of negativity and hate on Twitter. I don't know how you do it or you maintain a positive attitude, but like I commend you. Like you are one of the very few people I know that maintains that positivity through and through.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Well,
How the
so
hell
much
do you
there.
do it?
Well, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a reflection on my overall outlook on life, to be honest with you. And I try and keep things in perspective. I am blessed to be married to a lovely wife. We have 3 amazing kids. You met them in Whistler a few years ago, I remember.
Yeah.
So, no, I love my team. I spend a lot of time, energy, and money on this team, as you know. But I still manage to keep it in perspective. By the way, the fact that you admit that you hate technology, and last year you probably remember, and I'd given you heck over it.
I couldn't get you hooked up.
I had to hold up the phone for 40 minutes, but this year, and thank you for popping in during my first hour. I saw you pop in backstage because I knew that tells me that you're taking this seriously. You want to look and sound your best for this community here.
Look at this Lions jersey. Oh, I love this.
Who is that?
It's just the Lions gave Donnie and I a jersey each last year.
Yeah.
And just like the Lions know that we are big supporters of the team, right?
Right.
So they came in and they gave us a jersey each, and the Whitecaps do that too. And well, the Canucks don't because they hate us. But anyways, the Whitecaps, Lions, Ron Toigo, he's got some golf shirts coming for Donnie and I. Yeah. And but nobody wants to be negative, Clay, about the hockey team.
Yep.
But here's what I understand the fandom, and I understand people don't want to hear anything negative about the team. Hey, like Donnie says all the time, we don't go to work going, geez, I hope they lose last night 7-1. It's better for us to talk about a 7-1 victory than a 7-1 loss.
Yes.
And you know what? But in the last 14 years, and I'm not going to count the bubble because I don't think the bubble is fair because they lucked out because the season stopped on a certain date and they were in a few percentage points ahead of another team. But there's been 2 playoff appearances, one by Jim Benning and the one 2 years ago, in the last 14 years. And here's where I get mad. You've given 2 playoff appearances in 14 years to the most intelligent, rabid fan base in the National Hockey League. You're a season ticket holder. At some point, you must be saying, too, geez, I really hope there's something to cheer about and not another playoff year. And like most of the media is in the same boat. We don't go into it. Like last night, I didn't go into that game thinking, I hope you guys get slaughtered. We hope that like 2 years ago when they went to Game 7 against Edmonton, that was a great year. That's what, you want to cover. But you want to cover that year after year because it drains the sap out of us too. Right?
Yep.
They've only had 1 playoff appearance in the last 6 years, I think. We want to see wins too. And as Donnie says, and Donnie's been covering this team probably longer than anyone in locally. You had Iain MacIntyre on, and Iain's such a great guy and a great reporter. Iain, he's been covering the team for a long time, for the Vancouver Sun. And you know what? We want to see victories just in playoff runs like the one 2 years ago. We don't sit there and go, I hope they lose so we can hammer them. That's that's a false narrative that people have. That's not the way we think. That's not the way it's better for us if they do better, the Canucks. And, right now I look at the Lions, the best Canadian quarterback in the CFL. They're 6-2. In their past 8, they should be 7-1, but they blew that game in Ottawa, and that's where I threw my TV remote against the wall because the defense blew it in that last minute. That really pissed me off. And the Whitecaps, they go and get this international star, and they've captivated the market.
Yep.
You know what Thomas Mueller's doing right now is what Elias Paterson should be doing, being a dominant player. Did you see him last night? Not that I saw it because the dum-dums in that league elected to not put them on cable. I can't find the games. So I spent 40 minutes trying to find the games. I can't find the games. I give up, right? And so anyways, you saw Mueller's goal last night, snapping a 1-1 tie. And that's what hockey fans want to see from Paterson. Grab the bull by the horns, be the guy. You're the highest paid guy on the team. Go be that guy. Be the McDavid, Draisaitl, McKinnon. You know, one of the funnest players for me to watch is McKinnon because he's got gear 2, 3, 4, and the way he flies through the neutral zone it reminds me of Pavel Bure with the speed. But be that guy, and I think that's all fans want to see. I see a lot of hate for Paterson, today, but I will say this: nobody wants to see that guy fail. They just want to see that guy return to his 102-point form, the 90 points plus. That's all, and I'll say this to you, Clay. Brian Burke said it best. You do not want to be the highest paid player on a team and underachieve in a Canadian market. You can get away with that in Carolina and Columbus. You cannot get away with that in Vancouver. You can't. The fan base is too intelligent. That it's hockey is number one. You just can't cheat on effort. You can't cheat anywhere with hockey fans in Vancouver. You can't. But nobody wants to see this kid fail. They want to see the kid return to his old form. And, I think he's been okay. There's been little spurts in the first 2 games, but everybody just wants to see a difference maker. And I don't think that's asking too much when you're making 11.6 to be a difference maker. Because if you're not one, I'm pretty sure the second line center and the third line center and the fourth line center aren't going to be difference makers. It's on you. And they can't afford a 45-point season again from Paterson. They just can't. If they do get another 45-point season from him, then it's not going to be a good year in Vancouver.
Yeah. Rick, this is awesome. I don't even have to ask a question. I just like listening to you. I'm all fired up. I was in the gym. Me and Bruff were texting. Bruff and Ruff
there in the mornings on 650.
By the way, did you notice I put this on just for you? You like it?
Yeah. What is it? I got to get my glasses on.
Hawaiian shirt, just for you.
Oh, you got a Hawaiian shirt. Okay, that's nice.
Because I was not wearing this when Iain was on, so I had when I played my intro, I had 30 seconds to rip off my other shirt. Doesn't sound right. I put on this one just for you.
I love what people say to me. Why do you like? Because I wear a Hawaiian shirt every Friday.
Yes.
And I grew up with Magnum PI and Hawaii 5-0. And I've been to Waikiki Beach, 2-3 times. I loved it there. I just think it's absolutely phenomenal. So, and the Hawaiian people are so nice. Like, my goodness, these guys are. I think the Hawaiian people, Canadians, and Swedes are the nicest people on earth.
I
over the course of the years, and when we did get technology. I would call people in Sweden for, Canucks information. And these guys, it doesn't matter who I reached out to, a GM or a scout or a coach, just totally accommodating. They totally help you out. They're just the nicest people. I haven't had to call Hawaii for any Canucks related people, but maybe someday. I know if I did, they would be just accommodating as the Swedes.
Yes, I will ask you about that in a second. And by the way, my mother Joyce, who's, as you know, one of your biggest fans, she says hello as well. Okay, you mentioned Friday. You mentioned Hawaiian shirts. I want to mention that this year a change on your show when it comes to Fridays. What's going on?
Yeah, Donnie's going to take Fridays off, and it's just me and the kid Henderson. Yeah. When you are a legend. Like Donnie's, I think Donnie's in his 4th decade. I'm in my 3rd decade. This is my 36th year in radio and TV, and Donnie's in his 4th decade. In one of the things that people don't realize, and you guys 2-hour days, 10 to 12, 2-hour days. That just cannot be the farthest from the truth. Like Donnie and I get in there around 7:30, 7:45. Yep. Henderson comes in later. These young kids, they don't get it. But and so we're in there early, right? Then the 2-hour show. Then we go home, and then we got to prepare for the show the next day. We got to do our research. I got to call agents. I got to do this. I got to do that. When the Canucks play, that's 6 hours for us. The game, post game, collecting all your thoughts. It is not a 2-hour day. And one thing that Don Taylor has never done in his entire life is cheat on effort. To this day, from his first day, he puts in the time The time and effort. Donnie and I don't both cheat. We don't cheat on effort. We don't cheat our bosses. I firmly believe, and Donnie does too, you got to work hard. I don't care if you're just starting out, you're in the middle, you're at the end like Don and I. I try and get better every day. I try and work harder every day. I don't take any day for granted. This industry has kicked our ass the last few years. You saw what happened at Team 1040.
Yep.
I'm at the end. Like Donnie and I are at the end anyways. I feel for those young kids that are going to broadcasting school, but that's who I feel for. My heart goes out to those kids because, you know, if you're a kid going to BCIT for radio and TV, you know, where's the jobs? You know, I feel for those kids. Like, hey, look, I could call it quits tonight. I've had a good long run. I'm okay walking away from the game. But one of the other reasons why, you know, Donnie and I are in decades 3 and 4 is we love our jobs. And when you love your job, it's not a job. It's like I get up in the morning and the first thing I do, I want to take a helicopter to work because I want to get there right away. You know, the other day, you know, the Flames game, and I had to find out early in the morning. One of the things that helps me is I get to my Eastern-based sources early. And I was a little worried, even though there was no major in those 2 hits from behind. Sometimes the NHL will suspend a player, even if there's no penalty on the play.
Yep.
So I got up extra early. To call back east, and I wanted that information. Anything out of the Canucks game, and I was told no. But we love our jobs and the passion. Like when Donnie and I get to work, we don't talk about work for the first 10, 15 minutes. We just tell jokes, shits and giggles, you know, and just rip everyone in the market. Just kidding. But we just we just have fun. And then Henderson comes in 20 minutes later. We'll rip him and then we'll get to work. But we have a lot of fun. And, you know, we have a lot of fun. But it's that longevity. Don Taylor's had longevity because he's good at what he does. One of the things that people don't realize about Don is, and you never will unless you work with him, is the creativity. Like, you don't understand, like, how creative he is. And look, I'm not going to lie to you. I did 32 years of radio, and look, I don't got a face for television. I was scared, right? I was really, really scared. I didn't have a clue how this. Don guided us through, right? Me and Ryan, and it was him who said, "Calm down, take a deep breath. You know, it's only a camera." But here's the problem with the cameras. These freaking cameras do add 10 pounds. Like if you look at the camera the wrong way, all of a sudden you got 5 chins. Like, it drives me insane. I always tell them, I go, don't isolate the camera on me, even though I'm not overweight. But it is true. These cameras they petrify the shit out of me. Like I always tell them, just isolate Don. Don't put the camera on me. But I'm just so happy for Don that he went down to 4 days a week. Fred Latrimo, the great Vancouver DJ, I worked with him in the mid-'90s when he was doing 4 days a week. And I think Bro Jake not down to 4 days a week? Bro Jake still texts me. I love Bro Jake. I think I've worked with a ton of super talented people, and Bro Jake's right on the top of my list. Like, he's a really talented dude. He just texted me the other day. He's still going strong, doing great stuff. But I'm so happy for Don, and, you know, it gives Ryan an opportunity. Ryan, we do bug Ryan a lot, but he is a really good kid, works hard, and we do give it to him. Donnie and I gang up on him. I know. You know, because we're the old guys, right? Old guys, right? Yeah. And he's the young guy. We do gang up on him, but we do love him, and he's really good at what he does. And we're lucky to have him. It's just not Donnie and Dhali. No, for sure. You know, it's all three of us, and Derek does a great job in there too. Yeah. But look, I don't know where our industry is going. I worry for the young kids and the jobs down the road that are going to BCIT. I really do care about those kids, and I worry about them. Our industry's in trouble. You know, TV, newspapers, and radios. That's what I grew up with. You know, I was the kid at 3:30 waiting on the stairs for the paper boy to throw the paper at us. And so I could run to the sports section to see the Canucks stats, Lions stats, and the Whitecap stats. And, you know, I grew up on CKNW, you know, and Jim Robson, who the best there ever was, right? And television, sports page. And before that, I grew up on McKeechee, Pascal, Houlihan. Like, I miss that. I miss those days. But as I told somebody, human beings hate change because we get set in our habits and we don't want our habits to change. And all this change has really affected me. It bothers me. I hate it. But I also understand, like when 1040 went down, that was the clear indication that things are changing. And when a great station like that, with that quality talent, blows it up like that, they blew that thing to smithereens. And I'll tell you something right now, 1040 was doing it right. They had the right talent. They had experience. They sounded great. But when they blew that thing out, and that was an indicator to me that times are changing, and either get on board or get out. And I've had to get on board as much as I fight it and I hate it. I hate Twitter. I think there's too many negative people on it. Not everybody. There's a good percentage of people that are good. All my followers, I respect them. I have all the time in the world for them. And if anybody ever DMs me, I try and return the DM right away. If you follow me, I care for you, and I always will. But I sometimes there's a lot of negative, bad people, and we have public jobs. Clay, we have very public jobs. You know that guy that works building a house and he's 2 inches off and they got to redo the kitchen. Guess what? He gets in trouble from his boss and maybe 2 other people privately. Like when we make a mistake, we get it. Like, you know, we'll get a text to the show like 10 minutes before or during. Dhaliwal, you're an idiot. Donnie, you're an idiot. Ryan, you're an idiot. Like we're human beings. Like, you know, it's, you know, human beings like pats on the back. They don't like to be criticized, right? And we have very public jobs. Sometimes it bothers me that they're too public because people get their shots in on us. Listen, here's the other thing, Clay. Not everybody likes me or Don or Ryan. We all have people that like us and we all have people that don't. No single human being on earth has everybody liking them because we all got different DNA and different thoughts and different likes and dislikes. And I'm okay with that. But, you know, I think that, you know, I was talking to Bruff this morning about that as well. We have very public jobs and sometimes it, you know, kind of gets to you, the negativity, but we keep plowing away. I know one thing, all Canuck fans want is a Stanley Cup. And that's all that matters. And sometimes we do have to be negative and sometimes, you know, but for the positive, they beat Calgary the other night. I sent out a real nice, hey, great effort. You know, you know, a lot of people responded to the tweet. People like positivity, but there's a lot of negativity on Twitter as well.
No, well said, Rick. And I want to say a couple of things, and then I want to ask you a couple of questions while I have you. The chemistry between you and the respect and the fun that you, Don, and Ryan have off the charts, and that's why I think people love watching your show. So kudos to you for that. And I want to ask you, I always quick to say that locally, of all the local reporters, I trust you the most when it comes to insider knowledge and breaking news. You never ever, as to my knowledge, you've never ever done clickbait just to pump up your own tires. You're always right on. Just like I think Elliot Friedman is nationally. I trust him a lot because I don't think he ever does that as well. With respect to you, you've worked so hard to build up your network of contacts, agents, reporters, whatever it may be. Be honest, do you take pride in reporting accurately but quickly, or is that like kind of no big deal? It's just part of your job, or do you take pride in that?
First of all, let me say this. We're human beings. We make mistakes. It's okay to make a mistake. You can't get, like, the only way you get successful in life, you got to fall down. You got to get up. we make mistakes. And like I said, we have public jobs. So when we make mistakes, people let us know. I'm not perfect. I have made mistakes, but I always say only the people in life that make mistakes are the ones that are trying.
Yes.
If a guy isn't trying, he's never going to make a mistake.
Exactly.
If you're trying, you're going to make mistakes. And hey, I've had my fair share. And you know what? It's not for any other reason than I was trying. I try and do my best for my Twitter followers. I do not, like you say, just clickbait. I don't believe in clickbait. I believe in reporting honestly. If and I got a little scoop a couple of days ago. I always feel that you have to have 2 to 3 people verify that info. I don't go on the air unless it's verified 2 or 3 times, and then I feel somewhat comfortable, right? Unless it's coming directly from the source, and then of course it's the source, and you can go with it. But I try. I'm not always going to be right. I'm a human being. I make mistakes, but I have built up. And people ask me, well, how do you build up this trust with agents? Every single agent I know, at one point, I had to cold call them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I had to pick up the phone and go, hey, it's Rick in Vancouver at CKWX Radio. You just got a Canuck client. Hey. You got to build a relationship. I remember Mike Liut saying to me, because I always drop F-bombs with the agents. And I remember Mike Liut saying to me, geez, Dhaliwal, now I'm swearing and my wife's all over me. It's because of you. So, so because I always drop F-bombs when I'm talking to these guys. But you know what it is? It's about trust. The moment I break trust with that source, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. You could build up a source for 6 years, have him as a source, and then you could blow it by being stupid and not trusting him. So I have a network of people I go to every day, and people text me out of the blue and say, hey, are you hearing this? Are you hearing that? I have other teams. I have other, it's just not Canucks. The Western Hockey League. I can, call scouts and say, hey, what do you think of Braden Coots? Mm-hmm. Then I can call a scout and say, hey, what do you think about this kid? Manny Malhotra's kid was in Chilliwack last year. And so I texted a scout and I said, what do you think of him? It's just that I don't like talking about players without doing info on the background. And Manny's kid is off to a great start in the OHL. I think he's going to be a late first-round pick, but he's off to a really good start. I want to talk about Manny over the course of this when we get some time, because I don't know if you know, but he did some great work on the weekend. I'll tell you why in Henderson. But anyways, there's a lot of good reporters in Vancouver. I'm not better than any one of them. Every single buddy in Vancouver is good. Every single buddy in Vancouver brings something to the table. The moment I think I'm better than them, I'm done. I'm not. There's nobody better than anyone else. Just go to work, be humble, shut the hell up and do your job, and work long hours and put the time and effort in, and things should fall into place. But, I'll tell you, like when I sit next to Don every day, he's got no ego. He's got no pride. But there are young kids that do have that, and they're going down the wrong road. Before you have an ego in our industry, how about spending some time in our industry? How about spending some time and paying your dues? Donnie was up in Dawson Creek. I was up in Fort St. John in the 80s, 90s. I would never cough up that time. But now, radio stations, it's shoestring budgets. Everybody gets on the air. It's different. You don't have to pay your hold on a sec here. I got an agent text me. One sec. Just give me. Can I go out? Out of this?
Go out and come back in.
Off the screen. Will I lose you?
No, just click on the link, whatever, or put yourself on mute so you can talk to this guy.
No, geez, I'm not going to tell you. I've been working on that. You know what? You'll have to wait, but it's a little bit of information. Anyways, where was I? So Donnie is up in Fort. But now you don't have to pay your dues because shoestring budgets and everybody gets on the air. But I would never cough up those 5 years I spent all over BC, Alberta, meeting people up north. Donnie and I rave about the people up north and how they helped us in tough times. And the people in the 90s up in Fort St. John, those are my best friends still. And,
awesome.
some of them are, I've never lost contact with the people who helped me. You cannot get anywhere in life without help.
Yes.
And I know the people that helped me, and I will never forget the people that helped me. And it's our job to help people as well. So when kids contact me for, can I talk about the business, or do you have some advice for me? I take time to help them, because that's my job. To help somebody help me get to where I am, I have to help somebody get to where they are. BCIT will call me up and say, can you talk to the kids? And I make sure I do, because that's not fair. We have to give back. But
Rick, do you have to text that agent back? Because I can excuse you and you can come back in.
No. Just Clay, stop. I'll get to him. It's a big name agent, but just don't worry about it.
Well,
Clay.
so I can tell people
Clay,
that
Clay. Now I lost what I was going to say, for crying out loud. But it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Well, I just want to tell everyone that you actually ghosted a big name agent to stay on the line with me. That's amazing, man. Thank you.
I'll get to him. I saw the text. I know what he wrote. I just got to respond to it.
Wait, fair enough.
Okay.
It's very fitting. We were just talking about that. Okay, I got you about 5 or 7 more minutes. Let's do this. You mentioned, and I don't want to get in trouble here, but you mentioned off the top that the Canucks don't like you. Just kidding. Were you kidding, or do the Canucks actually not like you?
Well, they monitor all the shows.
Yeah.
And sometimes, we're negative, and sometimes Henderson complains about the seats all the time. And, that doesn't help us. But no, they monitor. They know who's positive, who's negative. They got people that monitor all, like 650, all other shows, us. Yeah. So they're aware of the market. They know who's positive, who's negative, which is fine. Look, if they lose 7-1, well, how the hell are we going to be positive? If they win 7-1, how are we going to be negative, right? Yep. So it's give and take. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But I will say this. I love the BC Lions. I love the Whitecaps. I love the Vancouver Giants. I loved Ernie Punch McLean's New West Bruins. All those. And I love the Vancouver Canucks just as much. And, the 82 team, like I told you, kale. I eat kale every day. Clay.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I'm a big health nut, so I was thinking kale for some. Kale's awful, by the way, but I got to eat it. The freaking doctor. These doctors, all they do, it's disgusting. Broccoli's disgusting. Kale is disgusting, but I eat it every day. Anyways, where was I?
Don't eat Clay. Don't eat Clay.
As Donnie says, we want to see these guys win a cup, right? We want to, but I mean, it's been 2 playoff appearances in 14 years. It's grinding the hell out of media, fans, everybody, right? Like they just want to see not just a winner, but a perennial winner. Like go on a 10 years in a row in the playoffs kind of run. You know what I mean? Remember Detroit went 20 plus in the playoffs, and when Ken Holland was there all those years. But hey, look, it's always everyone in the market's got an up and down relationship with the Canucks, but they should know that everybody just wants to see a winner. That's all we want to see is a winner.
Yep. No, I love it. All right, Rick, tell me, this is awesome, man. I could listen to you all day. For the last 5 minutes or so, just tell me one thing you're excited about this team. It could be a particular player, a style, whatever. One thing you're excited about, and one thing that maybe that we should keep an eye on because maybe you have some inside knowledge, or you just saying, hey, Canucks fans, don't forget about this. So give me, one thing you're excited about, one thing to keep an eye on.
First of all, Thatcher Demko, unbelievable. Think about where he was a year ago today. Mentally, physically, it was a grind. You think it was easy for that guy to go through what he did with the Popliteas? It wasn't easy. It was a mental, physical grind. So happy for the guy. He should have been star 1, 2, 3 last night. Honestly, Canucks have no right to be in that game. It could have been ended up 8-1, 9-1. I texted my USA Olympic source this morning, and oh yeah, Demko's on the radar. They noticed. They noticed, right? Demko's going to climb back into that Olympic talk over the Americans real fast. I obviously Hellebuck's got the inside track, but Stan Bowman, who's with the USA management, he's right there. He saw him last night, right? So one thing I like about Demko, he told his agent, I want to re-sign to Vancouver. That guy had, you know what's funny? Demko, Garland, and Besser told their agents to re-sign to Vancouver, and they haven't had a ton of success in Vancouver. You know, everybody's hoping Quinn, win for Quinn, by the way, win for Quinn. Everybody's hoping that Quinn Hughes resigns. But isn't it funny that 3 American-born players, Demko, Garland, and Besser, told their agents to resign to Vancouver? Isn't that funny? You know, isn't that funny? And so now, Canucks are going to be hoping a 4th American. Quinn Hughes says the same thing. Braden Coots, love the kid. But I think that keep an eye on Teddy Bluger when he returns. They really like, it looks like to me, Ratu in that 4th-line center role. So if Bluger returns, I think we all know Coots needs to be back in Seattle, be the captain. Yeah. He's going to play for Canada at the World Juniors. The future is bright with Coots, 100%. Manny Malhotra. Okay, when they posted the Abbotsford lineup Friday, I just about fell down. It wasn't great. He's got 6 guys in Vancouver, right? He's got a bunch of new guys. Jet Wu's out till December. Breezeball's out, 4 or 5 months. That's his first shutdown period. Did you see the blue line? The guy won both games. The guy won both games on the weekend. Who wins 2 games like that with that crew? There wasn't much speed or skill of the forward group. By the way, I just think Manny, I don't know how long they're going to be able to keep Manny. Because I think if he does wonders with them again this year, I don't know, like that guy's destined to go places. But I just can't believe they came out of Henderson with 2 wins on the weekend. Hold on a sec. Where was it? What's his name? Tom Melander. I talked to a scout. He was okay. I think we're going to need time with Willander down there. He was the go-to guy at Boston College, right? So he's not the go-to guy right now. He's got to find his comfort zone in pro hockey. And I think he tries to do too much at times. But I like this guy, great skater. Eventually, when Myers leaves Vancouver, Willander should be able to just step right into his role, second pair right side, right?
Right.
And be that guy for years and years. And Mancini, here's another thing that's hurting the Canucks right now, actually hurting Abbotsford. You got Carlson and Mancini sitting in the press box. They can't play for either Canucks team, and it's hurting Abbotsford that they're up high sitting and not playing. Because if you're going to sit up in Vancouver, just go down to Abbey, just go down to Abbey and play. But this Mancini guy, you should have heard Ray Ferraro on our show raving about Mancini. You should have heard him raving about Mancini. It was something else. He really likes him a lot.
That's good. So do we.
Yeah. Well, and one of the reasons the JT Miller trade took so long is because they wouldn't put Mancini in it. And it kept going on, and they finally relented. The Canucks pro scouting did a really good. See, there's something positive. The Canucks pro scouting did a really good job on Mancini, and this guy's going to be a good guy because they need Paterson, the defenseman, to go to the left side, his natural position at some point. Right. Yeah. So then you got Willander and Mancini, which is really 2 good young guys, right?
No, that's exciting because you could see a blue line in 3 or 2 years once Myers is done of Hughes, hopefully if he stays, and then DPD, Kudratsov, and Marcus Paterson on the right side. Yeah, Mancini, Willander, and Hronek. That's pretty good. Very good. Very good.
I think there's some good blue liners coming. The only thing I'm concerned about is the 2024 draft. Picks 1 and 2 traded. They took the Swedish kid round 3. They traded him for Marcus Paterson. It's going to be tough to yield a player from the 2024 draft who will become a regular because the odds of a kid making it decrease considerably after rounds 1, 2, 3, right?
Right.
But look at Elias Pettersson. He's proven everyone wrong, right? The 2020 draft and the 2024 draft, I don't think will yield. The 2020 draft did not yield a player for the Canucks. You can go back and check. And 2024, that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to cough up any more first-round picks. They did such a good job on Coots and Medvedev. I think that Medvedev goalie is going to be something else. There's the importance of keeping your picks. If they didn't keep their picks and traded them, they wouldn't have got Coots and Medvedev. And so 2024, that's why it's important to keep picks. Because when you trade them, the odds of a kid making it in your draft, especially first, second rounders, gets a whole lot less.
Wow. Rick, I knew we were going to go hard for the last 5 minutes. When you put your glasses on, you pull out your sheet of paper. So thank you. That was awesome.
Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. I am brutally honest about myself. I can't go on the air without everything written out. I can't ad-lib. Like, Brooke Ward is the best ad-libber I've ever seen. Brooke Ward, if you stuck him in a booth with no papers, he could talk for 9 hours. He could talk for 9. I can't do that. I need papers in front of me. I need everything. I'm a real big, I drive my family nuts. I'm a organizational freak. Like, the house has got to be clean. My office has got to be clean. I'm just an organizational freak. Yes. And I think that's a very underrated thing. I find that people that are organized go a lot farther, and I'm just that guy. I got to write everything down, right? So, but there are guys like Brooke Ward and Lee Powell, two of my buddies, who would go and just talk for 40 minutes off the top of their head. I don't have that ability. I can't do that. I need everything written down. And Donnie's the same way. It's just that I type mine. Donnie just scribbles on a paper and he reads it. But we're both really, really need everything written down. And that's a big part of the way I do it. And, yeah, that's why I got everything written down, because I just can't ad-lib like some other people can.
No, that's awesome. Rick, you're awesome. This is the fast 40 minutes, but I do got to get ready for my next guest. It's J-Pat. So I've had amazing guests. And yes.
Paterson. Hey, tell that bum to give me some golf lessons. He's a really good golfer, but what he doesn't tell people is that he was golfing when he was 15, 16, 17, 18, right?
Yes.
So the rest of the media, we I'll hit a ton of good shots and I'll hit a ton of bad. But one thing Paterson's got, he's got a really nice swing, and he doesn't kill the ball. But tell that freaking idiot to give me some golf lessons, because golfing with him is not fun because he's so consistent and so good. But he's a good guy, Paterson. I like him, and he's on next with you. Hey,
I'll mention.
Keep me longer. You don't have to tell that idiot. Let him wait. Let him wait.
Well, I'll mention the golf, but I probably won't mention the idiot part if that's okay.
No, he's not an idiot. He's a good guy. I love Jeff. I've worked with Jeff, and he paid his dues too. Kamloops Blazers play-by-play guy in the 90s. Yeah. I love people who pay their dues. I can't stand people who don't. Makes me mad. Bothers me. Bothers the hell out of me. You know what? Go pay your dues. Get better in those small towns, and you'll be better for it.
No, that's come through loud and clear. Rick, I will keep you longer the next time, but I appreciate you joining me on Thanksgiving and actually making the tech work. You're the best, man.
All right, buddy. Take care. Have a great day.
You too. Talk soon. That is Rick Dhaliwal. I didn't have to ask any questions. There's so much there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick go to my... I'm not sure if I can change my shirt in 30 seconds. No, I will. It's a good challenge for me. So I'm going to go back to my regular shirt in about a minute as I bring in J-Pat, and we'll reset everything for the top of the hour. So we are done 4 hours now. I'm just trying to, you probably saw me fooling around a little bit with the template. I want to show the comments on the screen when I have a guest, but I just don't want it cutting into their face. I'm going to try and see how that looks while I have my next few guests. So what I'm going to do is at the top of the hour, which is in a minute, I'm gonna run the intro, and that gives me 25 seconds to change my shirt, and then we will bring J-Pat on. So we'll see if I have my shirt on backwards. It's because that I messed up somehow. So we'll wait. As soon as my clock turns 4, I'm gonna go run and change my shirt, and then I'll reset everything. And now every guest is on the hour. We got through that crazy 4 guests in 3 hours, and they were great guests between Landon and Dan Murphy and Iain and Rick. And now we move to J-Pat in the next few minutes or so. So I'm going to play my intro, and then I'm going to change my shirt, So you can tell I'm already getting my earbuds ready because I only got 25 seconds. That's how long my intro is. And hopefully I'm sitting in front of you as soon as I get back. All right. It is 4 o'clock in like a couple seconds. Now I'll see you in 25 seconds.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Boy, quickest change ever. Out of my Hawaiian shirt and back into a decent shirt so Jeff doesn't think there's something wrong with me. J-Pat, I see you in the back. Give me 2 minutes and I'll get to you right away. Thank you. So welcome everyone. This is hour number 5 of my live stream. We are starting the 4 o'clock hour, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, this is hour number 5. And this is how you get involved in the show. You subscribe, like the video, leave a donation, gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your own membership, or use your monthly membership message. We are grateful for everyone we've had so far. And don't forget, I'm running this contest. At the end of the stream, you will have a chance to enter to win up to 7 prizes. I'm going to open it up at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and then we'll draw the winners at 11 a.m. Everyone can enter at least once, and then you have a chance to earn 5 bonus entries by these 5 bonus words that I'm dropping throughout the 24 hours. And I've dropped one already, and I'm going to be nice. If you want a hint, go look for it in the first hour of the live stream. I am now dropping bonus word number 2. So you can't enter into the form yet because it's not open yet, but you can write this down. So when the form is open tomorrow, you can type this in. So bonus word number 2, and it's got to be spelled right, is the acronym of the Good Looking Canucks Positivity Club, GLCPC. So the bonus word number 2 is GLCPC. I'll say it one more time. GLCPC. It stands for Good Looking Canucks Positivity Club. You want to remember that bonus word number 2, and you want to find bonus word number 1. All right, enough of that. It's time to bring in my next guest, someone who's so kind to me to give his time on Thanksgiving weekend, like all our guests. And I'll mention right off the top to this guest what Rick Dhaliwal had to say. Please welcome our good friend and the incomparable Jeff Paterson. Hey, J-Pat.
GLCPC. Okay, just making note.
That's good. That is
got it down.
Hey,
okay,
you got it. You're right.
Good.
You're right. You just got to find. Well, welcome. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right back at you.
Thank you. And I just had Rick Dhaliwal, and he said to me, "Tell J-Pat." Then he used a funny word that he took bad. He called you a funny name, but he's jealous of how good of a golfer you are. He says he's been asking you for golf lessons. Is that true?
We've played a few times over the years. I don't recall him asking for lessons. He's usually on his phone. You know him. Can't put his phone away ever. I think my best Dhaliwal on a golf course story, though.
Yes.
And I tweeted this out a couple of years ago. We were playing at Northlands here in North Van, and played the first couple holes, and we had carts, and so I was not sharing a cart with him. I can't remember who else was in our group, but he played the first couple of holes and couldn't find the club he was looking for, and kind of got into a little panic and thought he had left it somewhere. And then it turned out that he was taking clubs out of his own bag, but putting them back in, like, the bags on our cart. And I mean, you can understand why I couldn't find his club. Anyways, we got to the bottom of that. We put an end to it. The rest of the day was pretty uneventful. He's great company. He's a lot of fun. He is exactly what you see. Like, there are a lot of guys in this business that put on a bit of a face.
Sure.
But he's not one of them. I mean, what you see on TV is the same guy that you would if you spent a couple hours on the golf course. You're bound to get some laughs out of him. And look, he could probably stand to take a few golf lessons somewhere along the line. But who am I to tell him that? So
that is awesome. I've always said that I love golfing, but I can find less expensive ways to get frustrated. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
But no, he did say he was very complimentary of your swing.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's nice of him.
I
managed to get it around generally. I mean, I started when I was 10 years old and I've played ever since. And fortunate that the ball generally goes in the right direction. Good. Not always, but generally.
Well, I know you to be very humble. I've seen your post, though, about golfing. What's your favorite course to play at, if you have one?
I always joke I'll play wherever they'll take me. I'm not a member anywhere, so have grown up as a public course player and play all over the place. And we've been lucky in this business to have lots of arrangements and met lots of people in the local golf industry that usually hey, give me a call if you want to come and play. So I generally take those people up on their offers. There's so many good golf courses, not just here in the city, but throughout the province. Went on a great run through the Okanagan this summer and played. Was fortunate to play a little golf in Hawaii late in August as well. Nice. Gotten around at training camp with the Canucks Army guys. So I don't know if I have one. I mean, Northlands is close to me here, North Shore, and become good friends with the guys that operate and manage it, Gary and Curtis. And so, I enjoy my time up at Northlands. And I'm not picky. If just get me out there and let me play. And so I've been fortunate. I had a pretty good summer. I played a lot. Didn't play maybe as well as I would have liked, but played a lot. So on that front, it was a good summer.
That's awesome. I'm happy to share that. You were very, very, generous to me and kind to me when I was asking you for advice on playing the Okanagan. I'm sure I had about 40 strokes over your scores, but had fun. Love being with the guys in the great weather. But those are some tough courses up there.
Yeah, you did what? Sagebrush and
Topiano? and Topiano, yes.
Yeah. So, I haven't. It's been years since I played Sagebrush. I was fortunate enough to play it. I think even before it actually opened. Remember being on a media junket up there, and Topiano. It's been a while as well. So, two of the spectacular golf courses that this province has to offer.
Awesome. Well, I'll take some lessons with Rick, and maybe it'll be a gong show of a foursome. I don't even know if we need a fourth. Me, Rick, and you. We'll do it. It's one day.
You'd be sharing the cart with Rick. I would. I give you that honor. You could spend 4.5 hours sharing a cart with Ricky.
That is awesome. Thank you. And last thing, and then we'll actually get into actual questions about the Canucks. A good friend of my brother who watches a lot of stuff that you're in, and he's asking you, have you ever thought when you're hosting with Patrick Johnson, have you already gone with the whole J Pat and Pat J thing? Have you guys talked about that or monikered that or trademarked that? No?
Yes, it's been discussed.
Okay.
I think we thought about shortening it just to PJ and JP as well.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, Rink-wide generally doesn't have names attached to it like Sekeres or Price, right? It's just Rink-wide, and whoever I can round up on a given day to spend some time with me as a co-host. But Patrick's in the mix. He'll be on a few of them throughout the season, and of course have done some fill-in work with him on other shows as well. So we have kicked that around, and maybe someday we'll hang it on a show title.
Awesome. I think I asked you this last year, but I love these kind of stories. Peek behind the curtain. When you are hosting Rink-wide on YouTube right after the game, how late can you stay at Rogers before you have to bolt? Or do you make it to the end of the second, make it halfway through the third? Like, what's your general? Or are you jumping in a limo right at the end of the puck? The final buzzer to get back.
No limo. No, only in my dreams.
Yeah.
No, we've got it down to a system. I leave after the second period, and that gives me 18 minutes or whatever, and the studio is in the Wall Center Hotel, so it's not too far, and at that time of night nobody else is leaving the rink. So no, honestly, like if I was trying to get an Uber after the game when 20,000 people are out on the street, that would be different, but in the second intermission it's pretty seamless, and generally can jump in a car and get back to where we need to go and watch. There's only been a couple of times where like ride share has failed me and they've passed me on to like 3 different drivers, and but for the most part it works pretty smoothly, and I get back and then I watch the third period on TV, and we hit go pretty much as quickly as we can right after the final buzzer. So that's how it works. There you go, behind the scenes, pulling you behind the curtain, 2 periods in person, and then the third on television.
Appreciate that trust. Your first 2 shows of the year, have you seen numbers already bigger than last year? Same, small, like as we get into this season?
Yeah, response has been good. We did the final 2 preseason games, as much for us as for the audience, just to work off a little rust. And it had been a while. We had the terrific run through the Abbotsford playoff, the Calder Cup Championship, which was a ton of fun. And we thought of it as let's give it a shot. We'll see if there's an audience, and there was. And so we just kept on going, and of course they kept on going. And so that was a blast and really cool to sort of experience the championship, even if it wasn't at the NHL level, but to sort of feel like we were there along for the ride. And so picked up where we left off. And we believe that there's still a ton of growth potential in what we do. And, if the hockey club can hold up its end of the bargain and keep people interested and, that will help. We saw it 2 years ago in the playoffs where numbers were through the roof, and they would be again if this team can get back to the postseason. So, fingers crossed, everybody's doing predictions and all that kind of stuff. And selfishly, when I make my predictions, I have them above the playoff bar because I want them to be above the playoff bar because I want playoff hockey again. I mean, that was a blast, and it was only 2 rounds. Imagine what would happen if they ever were able to push it deeper than that. So, I wasn't surprised at the reaction of the city and the market and the response. And I think people had forgotten just how fun playoff hockey truly is. And so, to get a Game 7 against the Oilers, I know it didn't end the way that the people here wanted, but just I love the build up on game days in the playoffs, and not a whole lot better than a Game 7. So, I've got them at 96 points and sort of putting them in a wild card spot. And I made that before the season, and I felt pretty good after Wednesday or Thursday night. And then I revisit a little after nights like last night. But hey, that's life on the beat and covering a hockey club. Yeah. I can't get caught up in the wins and losses. I just have to cover the team the way it is, and there's going to be some ups and downs, and it's only two games. So we'll try to remain fairly even keel here as we go.
Well, congrats on what you're doing with Rink Wide. There's obviously it's the most prominent post-game show in our market. And then we have, a lot of, I have good friends who are content creators. I'm actually bringing them on later on the stream, and they're great too. They're obviously not as professional, and they do their post-game shows, which is awesome. It just shows they're not as big, obviously, but it shows that there's a lot of appetite for that. But there's a reason why I do my show at 11 p.m. I'm not going to try and go up against you. No, that's why I kind of settled into that late night. For those people that can't figure out how to go to bed at night, put me on and then it puts you to sleep. So it works out really, really well. So keep up the good work that way. It's awesome to, especially, I think, I listen to yours show the next day, of course, and it's always good. It's always very, very good. So it's awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
That.
No, you're welcome. Okay. So really quickly, before we get into the actual Canucks, there's one thing I was going to ask you about, Rick. Oh yeah. I heard you on Jeff Merrick's show. I know you. Do you like the opportunity to do like other shows when national people come to you as one of the Vancouver experts? Do you get a rush out of that? Do you just whatever, it's part of the job, or do you really enjoy those opportunities?
I guess there's a couple ways to come at that. One is having done this long enough that, it's a pretty close circle, right? And if I needed a guest for my show, I'd like to think that if I reached out, I wouldn't have to go too deep down the list to find somebody that would help me out. And so really there is an element of that if somebody asks me somewhere down the line, I can call them up and, get them to return the favor. Yeah. I talk about the Canucks. I cover the Canucks. So it's not a burden if somebody in another market says, hey, like we want to talk about the Canucks or do a segment on what's going on out in, the West or the Pacific Division or anything like that. So I've generally throughout my career said yes when I can. There are days where it doesn't work if I'm at practice or if I'm, got a dentist appointment or whatever. But for the most part, if somebody asks, I'm flattered that they have thought that I can bring some value to their show. So Merrick is part of our whole ecosystem at the Nation Network. So, I think it's sort of expected that if he and his producer make that request, that, you'll do what you can. So, but he's so easy to talk to. I mean, he's a guy that just loves the game. You can tell that. Regardless who he's talking to or what topic. And so it's always fun going on with him and sometimes get pulled in some different directions more than just, the minutia about the Vancouver Canucks. So, I just throughout my career, I've done a lot of that. People wonder, do we get paid? No. Not for one-offs like that, generally. Right. If you're a regular on a show, usually there's some compensation there. But, if somebody from Edmonton on a day when the Canucks are there wants me on their show, again, it's more of that reciprocal, you do me a favor this time and I'll pay it back the next. So, right. But yeah, it's always good. I enjoy dealing with other people that basically do this for a living, and it's kind of fun to see how they operate and their lines of questioning and all that kind of stuff. So my own personal policy has been, if somebody asks and I'm able to do it, sure, why not?
Well, I appreciate that. I'm a recipient of that generosity because I'm not paying any of my guests this weekend. That's for sure.
What? I was going to ask where I was invoicing, but all good. Of course, it's all good.
We'll figure that out. Yes, I'll pay for your golf round. Okay, so you've seen these. They won a game that they probably should have won on Thursday. They played against a very tough team last night. Only 2 games in, but they all count. And so impressions so far of what you've seen.
Well, Thatcher Demko's been just off the charts, and not a surprise having been there from Penticton on. He's looked really good, and through training camp, through the preseason, and now through 2 games. Now there's still going to be that question about him getting through every game and being healthy and available for the next one. But so far, so good. Easily the best player on the Vancouver Canucks, and when he's dialed in, he makes it look so easy. And I remember thinking that with Roberto Luongo and just the ones that are at the top of their game that elevate that position. The save on Draisaitl obviously was incredible, but he made early saves. Like Matt Savoy had a really good chance 3 minutes into the hockey game, and again Demko just stares him down, makes the save, makes it look pretty routine. It wasn't. And even on opening night against Calgary, like the Flames are the Flames and they're going to struggle to score goals, and they had played the night before and all that kind of stuff. But, Blake Coleman had a shorthanded breakaway and Sharon Govich had a really good look on a power play. And again, it wasn't just that Demko made the saves. It's how easy he made them look in pretty high leverage situations. So I think that's my first takeaway is, as we thought, and a lot of people hope, that Thatcher Demko is on his road to being that Vezina finalist kind of guy. It's early, but the indications are that he's trending there.
Yes.
Even though they got worked by Edmonton, and they did. I mean, the shots were 37-15. We always talk about the process, right? Like the score flattered the Canucks. It did. But in saying that, they didn't get blown out by the Oilers. Now, if they play that same game 10 times, there's probably a handful that turn into blowouts. But with Demko holding down the fort, penalty kill has been perfect so far. So knock on wood for them there. So I like the penalty kill. Flip side is that the power play has yet to score. And I was encouraged in the preseason. I thought they snapped it around pretty good in the preseason, and yet just it hasn't been there yet. So not hitting the panic button, not freaking out, but they can't go a whole lot longer without finding their good stuff and settling in on, is Evander Kane the right guy on that first unit? Is Philip Hedl going to get an opportunity? Is Connor, you've got Connor Garland, Lecker Mackey, obviously. So, there are some things to be sorted there. I guess, the sort of the broad view through just 2 games is goaltending and defensive look pretty good, as we thought. And there are going to be some nights where they struggle to score goals. And outside of the third period against Calgary, that has sort of held true to form to this point. So they've won 1, they've lost 1. It's game 3 of the season.
Yeah.
But up against the backdrop of a 5-game road trip that starts in Dallas, I kind of feel like there's a little early season heft to this game against St. Louis, because I think the Blues are going to be one of those teams that they're battling with all season long.
Yeah.
You don't want to head out on the road with just 1 win from your first 3 and then run into Dallas to start the road trip and sort of set the tone. So I would suggest to the Vancouver Canucks that they look more like the team that beat Calgary than the one that chased the puck and chased the game in Edmonton on Saturday night.
Yeah. No, well said. And, I just love them when they light up Jordan Binnington. So that's why I like St. Louis. So, except when he's playing for Team Canada. What's really interesting is I was with family last night, early Thanksgiving dinner. They sacrificed so I could do this for 24 hours. And I was explaining to them just the nuance, not trying to sound smart, but the whole home away, last change, first change, blah, blah, blah. So I was explaining to them that generally Besser, DeBrusk, and Petey will see the best defensive pair, the best shutdown center from the other team. So in explaining that nuance to them, then I was basically talking myself into a corner, J-Pat, when I was saying, well, am I excusing them for not having it yesterday? Is it because that's the best team in the Western Conference for the past couple of years? Like, it's 2 games in, but are you concerned about that top line, or is it simply 2 games in and they played against a really good team that's really fast and big yesterday?
Yes, to all of it. Look, they need more from those guys.
Yeah.
And in saying that, Brock Besser scored in both games, so you can't ask for a whole lot more than that. Jake DeBrusk, very quietly, has picked up assists on both those goals, so he's on a point per game pace. of course, all conversations lead back to the guy in the middle, right? I mean, that's where we are right now, and understandably so. And I'm not ducking that issue. Elias Paterson hasn't given them much, and you kind of give him a pass in the preseason, and he got some mileage out of the one-timer goal that he scored in Calgary. But the lights are on now. It's go time. These games matter, and he hasn't been anywhere close to the best player on the ice in either one of the games. There were some signs in the Calgary game that he was invested, and he took the hard hit, obviously, but I was happy that he bounced back there. Last night in Edmonton, he needs the puck on his stick, and nobody on the Canucks had the puck on their stick, and that was a problem. Now, further to your point, Oilers lost on opening night against their provincial rival. Flushed a 3-0 lead. Like, you knew that they meant business. They didn't want to come out of the gates 0-2 on home ice. So, McDavid, I thought, was spectacular last night. In a night where he only ends up with an assist, the second assist on an empty net goal, and you might, what do you mean he was spectacular? Played almost 25 minutes. He had 11 shot attempts, and I think he won 12 of 15 faceoffs. So, the flip side there is that Elias Paterson won 3 of 18 faceoffs, which is that's a massive concern when we're talking about having the puck and starting with the puck, and then being able to lean into your strengths. I've got the same concerns everybody does. I'm, again, 2 games, so I want to sort of temper all of this, but 2 will become 4, will become 8 pretty quickly. And, through the preseason, I was waiting for moments that made me remember this guy that has just created his own personal highlight reel here through the years as a member of the Vancouver Canucks. And unfortunately, it's been far too long. Like, in my head, I have memories of so many of his goals from earlier in his career, from the first one in his NHL debut to, the one when he came out of the penalty box against Columbus and ended up looking like he was shot out of a cannon and got this breakaway. And in St. Louis a couple of years ago in overtime, racing down the left wing, and stuff off my head. And I just don't see any of that right now. And that's the concern for me, is that I don't think he's forgotten how to play hockey. He's going to pick up points along the way, whether they're at even strength or on the power play. But, is he going to be the best player on the ice in a game here in the next week? Or it can't get too far down the road without him having one of those nights where we think, okay, he's taken this to heart, the 6 kilos, whatever. I need to see some signs. And unfortunately, the first 2 games have looked a lot like the last 18 months. So, I don't want the market freaking out, but we see it in our comment section, see it in social as well. There are people that write him off already. I'm not prepared to go there, but I need to see more. And I'm sure the Canucks feel the same way, that they need to see more. And so, back to your original question, DeBrusk, Paterson, Besser, is that the best formulation of a top line? Well, their hands are tied. They don't have a ton. Nils Höglander's not available. He's a guy that, has played with Petey in the past, and you could plug in there. Will Evander Kane get some looks on that line? Probably at some point. But after that, it gets pretty thin in terms of, top-end NHL talent. They've got some young guys trying to find their way. So it's not like you can just keep rotating. And I sometimes wonder if that's counterproductive as well. That's sort of what preseason is for. If you're going to experiment into the second and third week of the season, then that tells me that you might be experimenting for much of the season. That, at that point, you're just kind of fingers crossed that you're going to hit on something that works. So for the time being, I think I stick with DeBrusk and Besser on the wings with Paterson and hope that they figure it out. But I was going to say the world is watching. I don't know if the world's watching. The market is certainly watching those 3 guys and hoping for better here in the games ahead.
Yeah, you make such a good point, though, about other options. Höglander's out until December. And then Kane, the debate was it going to be DeBrusk or Kane? But Kane's not even on the second line. So I was going to ask you, being around the team and knowing how they want our Sheepbanes to do well, and he's doing some things very well, maybe Kane's there to insulate the 2 younger guys in Kutz and Lekkerimäki. But ultimately, does Kane need to be on that second line with Hito and Garland, or is is that not necessarily the case?
Well, that's where he played last night, and I thought it was interesting that Evander Kane led all Canuck forwards in ice time last night, which on a one-off is fine, but I don't think you want that becoming a regular occurrence. Now, some of that was probably matchup related, and trying to keep. Well, again, McDavid played 25 minutes, so the Oilers were dictating a lot of that, and I think you try to force the Canucks' hand, and probably at times trying to get McDavid and Draisaitl out against the young guys, and that's something that the Canucks didn't want. But Kane, for the most part, did play with Hedl and Garland last night. R.C. Baines only played 10 minutes, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah,
a little bit of penalty killing time, but for the most part, he was relegated lower in the lineup. And then you came to Coots and Lecker-Mackey. Both of them, or neither one of them, got 10 minutes of ice time. And, first NHL road game for Coots. Figure in the opponent and the potential of mismatches there. Coots only took 2 faceoffs, and that tells me that they were trying to spot him, right? Changing on the fly rather than starting in zone. They weren't going to put him out there for defensive zone faceoffs, certainly. And I guess they didn't find a lot of offensive zone faceoffs for him. So he was basically changing on the fly. Also, game state, they're trailing. And this is where it got a little dicey for me, though. Coots didn't play much in the third period. Fine, I kind of get that. But in a 1-goal game, and it was 2-1 for most of the third period. And Jonathan Lecker-Mackey had 1 shift over the final 13 minutes. That made no sense to me. I mean, this guy scored with the extra attacker in Edmonton in the preseason. He has scored in every game since. Why didn't he get more than 1 shift down the stretch? That's his meal ticket. And I think whether it was with the goal he pulled or before then, he represents the idea of offense when the puck's on his stick. So why wouldn't you want to get him a couple of looks? So I was surprised at that, and I haven't had a chance. Canucks had the day off here on Sunday, so I wasn't in Edmonton, didn't get a chance to ask Adam Foote about deployment issues. But I will say this, that if they can't find 10 minutes of ice time for Braden Coots, then get him back to Seattle. There's no point in him being at this level and not playing 10 minutes a night. So we'll find out as we move here was that the one-off, the outlier because of the score and because of the McDavid factor, or is this going to be an issue that they're going to struggle with the trust factor and, can they get him enough ice time to continue to develop? Because, no practice today.
Yeah.
No morning skate on Monday. So he's just going from game to game. When we're talking about his growth and development, it's not like he's getting a chance to practice between every game right now. And then out on the road, they start with 3 games in 3.5 days. They will only have 1 practice on a 5-game road trip. So, I wonder, in a perfect world, when Teddy Bluger comes back, will we get to the point where they sit Braden Coots down for a game or 2? He doesn't have to play every night. And in fact, I wondered, he's a Sherwood Park kid. I guess I figured that he was always going to play in Edmonton. But I also want, could Linus Karlsson not have given the Canucks those same 10 minutes? And again, Coots doesn't have to play all 9 in a row. Yeah. He can be here for 30 games if he only plays 9. The contract doesn't kick in. But again, I think that would stunt his growth. But, I don't think he needs to play every single night, except that right now they don't have better options at center. So he's probably going to stay in the lineup here. Although I wonder when they get to the back-to-backs on the start of the road trip, Dallas and Chicago, is Teddy Bluger back by then? Is that an opportunity where you just sit him down, let him catch his breath? He's in the National Hockey League as an 18-year-old. But I look at nights like last night, and I just think, less than 10 minutes, that's really not doing the kid a huge favor other than him collecting an NHL salary at the age of 18, which is pretty incredible in and of itself. So that's going to be an ongoing thing that I think they monitor pretty closely. And obviously everybody in this market will monitor as well. But yeah, the fact that they sat for all but 1 shift of the final 13 minutes in a 1-goal game last night probably gives you a little bit of insight about where the coaching staff is with both of those young guys.
Yeah, that's an excellent point about the spacing out the 10 games, because you're right. If he plays tomorrow against St. Louis, which you probably will, then you're already gone through a third of his quote allocation. And with that's a really good point, actually.
Without a lot of practice time, so you're not developing. I mean, you're sitting and you're watching NHL games from the bench, but you want to do everything in the best interest of the kid to help him develop. And I just don't think that 9.5 minutes at the NHL level is, in the big picture, the best thing for him right now.
Yeah. Well said. Hey, J-Pat, throughout training camp and, the preseason, we saw a lot of Tom Verlander. We saw a lot of Victor Mancini. Do you anticipate, well, probably Mancini more than Verlander, but do you anticipate those two guys having double-digit NHL games by the end of this season, given what happens to a typical blue line throughout the regular season?
Yeah, I wonder if we see Mancini on Monday against St. Louis.
Already, yeah.
Well, DPD and Forbert really struggled by the numbers against Edmonton, and it's Edmonton. I get that, but still, I don't know if Derek Forbert needs to be an 82-game player for the Vancouver Canucks at this stage of his career. I get what he brings, and a lot of that value is in the penalty kill. But 5-on-5, he and DPD got crushed by the Oilers last night, and so. Even DPD, I don't think there's any harm if he plays 75 games, but sits out sporadically. And, you've got Mancini. He's not in Abbotsford, so he's on the roster here. Yep. You don't want him sitting and not playing. That's why I think Lankinen probably starts against the Blues. And then I wonder, how long do they want Linus Karlsson to sit? Do you plug him in somewhere? He can probably sit a little longer. I just think with Mancini, you want to find him game action somewhere. So I won't be shocked if they make a change there with Mancini. I think it's going to be tougher for Willander to get in games just with where he is on the depth chart. And the best place for him right now is insulated in Abbotsford, and they're off to a 2-0 start, which is incredible. Let him play and play a ton without Jet Wu and without Guillaume Brisebois. Like, there's an opportunity down in Abbotsford for somebody like Willander to play basically 25 to 30 minutes a night, which is great for his development. And so, I hope that we see him at some point here, but for him to get into the NHL right now, like, he would have to leapfrog a bunch of guys, or, as you pointed out, the injury bug would really have to bite, and nobody wants to wrap their head around that 2 games into the season. It'll happen. There'll be some guys that miss some time, but they've still got P.O. Joseph at some point. He'll be activated.
Good point.
He's still on IR as of midday today. So I don't know when we're going to see him, but it sounded like a fairly minor innocuous groin issue, but those have a way of sort of lingering, and I guess that's where we are with him right now. So kind of a forgotten man, out of sight, out of mind, but he's ahead of Willander, certainly, in terms of NHL experience and depth chart and all that kind of stuff. So, I think a number of things would probably have to happen negatively for Willander. I mean, first of all, he's got to hold up his end of the bargain in the AHL and show that, his game is developing. But if the door opens for him, it means that others have fallen by the wayside. And let's hope that, that doesn't happen, because the Canucks need the same sort of health that they had 2 years ago when they had the 50 wins and the 109-point season. That was such a huge part of that story that season, was how all the top guys stayed healthy and available to them. So don't even want to contemplate injuries to some of the main guys this early in the season.
Yeah, awesome. Are you good for 5 to 7 more minutes? I get you up by 4:40. Yeah. Awesome. Wait, so guys and gals in the chat, leave a comment for J-Pat, and we'll do that for the last 5 minutes. I got one more for you. For me, Jeff, the 4 main stories coming in the season were Demko, Petey, Coots, and of course the future Quinn Hughes. Any inkling, any thought, or your personal opinion on what you think is going to happen? I know nothing can happen until July 1st, as we're constantly reminded, but what do you think is going to happen there?
Yeah, and look, you're not wrong. He can't sign a contract until July 1st, but he may have made up his mind. Like, it's conceivable that he has made up his mind now. He can't act on it, obviously, but that's sort of the storyline. That part of the storyline, to me, seems to be overlooked. That he's a human being. He wants to sort of know where his life's going to take him. He may have already made up his mind, either for good or bad. Like, he may be set on re-signing here. Who knows? He has made it pretty clear that he's trying to live in the moment and not let it become a bigger issue than it has already become. And I think now that we're into the season, it blew up there around the media tour. But I hope that the focus will be on his performance on the ice and the team's performance. And I guess I am a believer that if the Canucks can do enough to show Quinn Hughes that this is a place that he ought to be, then that'll go a long way to helping him decide that, yeah, he wants to sign an extension and stay here. I think the McDavid thing is instructive with star players. They're going to get their money. They're going to get paid. But at the same time, there is always the possibility of injury at this level and in this sport. And so, I guess that's the surprise when you see a megastar like McDavid leave that much on the table, that, he is rolling the dice a little bit in that regard. So we'll see where it goes with Quinn. That family is close. We know that. But to the best of my knowledge, like, all three of them are, single young guys. As life moves along, like, if they get married and like priorities change, and just, if Quinn was to end up finding a partner here in Vancouver, like, is he putting down roots here? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. And so who all of them are right now in their early to mid 20s, it's not who they're going to be, in 5 and 10 years. So, let's see where it all goes. But the stuff that the Canucks can control is surrounding their best player with better players. And I don't think Quinn's been anywhere close to his best in the first 2 games. Picked up the record-setting point last night. Great. I don't know if that was on his mind, but now that's in the rearview mirror, and it's going to be fascinating to see how much of a gap he can open up between him and Alex Edler moving forward now. Because if he's a career Canuck and plays another 10 years, like, he could wind up like 1,000 points ahead of the next closest defenseman, which is just wild to think about. But that's the trajectory he's on. So we'll see where that one goes. But I know that he can elevate. We've seen it throughout his career. He can be better and have more of an impact on the game. And part of it is having the puck on his stick. And like the rest of them, he didn't have the puck an awful lot last night in Edmonton. So I hope that he is just getting his feet under him again. Power play, obviously, once it gets rolling, he'll collect a ton of points there. But, trying to surround him with better players, we've seen this management. They've made a bunch of trades. I would imagine if trades are there, they will. But, you're not completely overhauling the team in season. So what you see is the core, for the most part, of this group moving forward. Can they add to it? Yeah, at a cost. And right now they haven't been prepared to pay that cost. So I'm kind of curious to see how that works out. And I think they'll give this group, till the end of November. So the first couple of months of the season. It was late November when they made the Zadorov trade because the team had signaled that, it was doing the right things and management wanted to reward them and add to the mix. And so, do they follow that playbook this time around? We're getting ahead of ourselves, no crystal ball, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, I think winning is probably the thing that would be the strongest argument for Quinn Hughes to sign here and stay here. And so let's see if they can do enough winning to make that happen.
Well said. Follow up on that. Swervin Irvin from the community says, I really miss Botch, as I'm sure many of us do. And of course, J-Pat, you had a great chemistry and great friend to you. What do you think he would have thought of Quinn Hughes' career this far? Would we have a new Botchism or some memes or whatever? Like, I can only imagine how he would have loved covering Quinn Hughes.
Yeah, one of the great tragedies is he saw Quinn Hughes' first 5 games at the end of that season. And we all got a glimpse of what was to come, and here we are all these years later. And so I'm sure, like all of us, Botch would have marveled at it. Quinn is kind of unique in that, I don't know that anybody in this market has really cracked the Quinn Hughes code to really get inside and find out what makes him tick. We know from watching him, and I'm around him. I feel I have a bit of a read on him, but would Botch have been able to forge that sort of bond? And those are the kinds of things I wonder a little bit about. What could he have pulled out of Quinn that nobody else has been able to this point? But Jason just wanted to cover good hockey. I think at the end of the day, and so he would have enjoyed the season 2 years ago. I guess we all, how would he have covered the dysfunction of last year? We'll never know, but I just think he wanted to cover winning hockey, good hockey, and Quinn certainly delivers that on a nightly basis. So I think Jason would have been very appreciative of a chance to watch and cover Quinn Hughes' career.
Yeah, no, thank you, JPAT. Good reminder of the time frame too, about when the passing. So after the 5-game debut, which he dazzled everyone. Let's end with this one. So let's say that the top line doesn't work out, and let's say there's no Kane. What would you pick between PD, DeBrusk, and Sherwood, or PD, Besser, and Höglander? If you had to pick one of those two combinations.
Well, if I look at PD, DeBrusk, and Sherwood, I wonder, okay, where does that leave Brock Besser? Because I don't like the idea of Brock Besser and Philip Hedl. They played a little bit together last year. I mean, they're at extremes on the speed spectrum. And no, I don't mean that as a knock on Brock, but Hedl does everything at super high speed, including terrible giveaways in his own zone that lead to game-winning goals. Let's hope that that's one and done. But we saw it a little bit last year that just, Hedl does everything sort of at top speed, and I guess in theory, maybe you think, okay, well, that would force Brock to ramp it up and try to keep up. But I think I'm more likely to take a longer look at PD, Besser, and Höglander, but Höglander may not be back till Christmas or even mid-December. Where's the team going to be at that point? How difficult? I think we all have to be careful too, because you can spit out mid-December, but Dakota Joshua showed last year like totally different injuries. I get it, and Dakota, that's life-changing stuff with cancer, but just on the hockey side, he admitted, like, you're coming back when everybody else has already played 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and I mean, he struggled, and he talked about it openly that it was harder than he thought it was going to be to catch up to the game. And now that's where Höglander is going to be, whether it's December 1st, December 15th, or Christmas, he's got to jump in midstream after everybody else has been at high speed for 2 full months. That is not an easy thing to do in the National Hockey League. So, I just, if you go Höglander, or if you stick Sherwood on that top line, I think in a pinch, like, I'm okay with that. But in the big picture, Kiefer Sherwood isn't a top 6 player in the NHL. I know he scored 19 goals last year, and that was incredible, and he got the opener the other night. But I think on a good team, Kiefer Sherwood is perfectly slotted as a third-line guy that is, keeping the other team honest and head on a swivel as he's trying to finish every check. I know it's a contract year for him, so I'm really curious to see how he backs up. Last year, he was incredible for the Canucks with the goals, the hits. He's just a solid pro through and through, low maintenance. I think he's a good guy to have on the roster and in that room. But I also think it's going to be tough for him to get back to 19 goals. He had a pretty heated shooting percentage, and that's probably not repeatable. So, from a couple times a year, if you want to plug him in the top 6 as a bit of a catalyst, I think he can hold his own. But if I'm looking at the way the roster is constructed, I don't think I've got Kiefer Sherwood in my top 6 sort of long term. And so that's the red flag when I see those the options that were presented there from the contributor. But these are the questions that Adam Foote and his coaching staff are probably working through right now and trying to figure out, all right, if that top line doesn't work and it's not able to tilt games in the Canucks' favor and ultimately put up the points expected, what is plan B and how quickly do you go there? And so, look, top lines stay together, or no, lineups stay together over the course of 82. There's going to be changes. That just comes with the territory. Some coaches are quicker than others to sort of move off what they initially start a season with. So I'm kind of curious to see what, we're all learning about Adam Foote as a head coach, right? And what's his patience level? He talked a couple of times through training camp about, this is what we're going to do if it works. And that was sort of, he couched in that. So, he's basically saying, I'll give it a chance, but I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to stick with it unless I see some bottom line production. And so, as we said, there's been middling bottom line so far from that. Bottom line, top line. I'm confusing myself as I talk through it, but no, I mean, the end of the day, they need more. I think we all know that. And so, Brock Besser doesn't do things on his own. He needs a centerman to get him the puck, and you see what happens when people get him the puck. He's able to pull the trigger. Yes. But that's why I say any conversation about the top line really, in my mind, is a conversation about the one guy in the middle, and he just needs to show a whole lot more.
Yeah, very, very good. And finally, Mariners or Blue Jays?
Yeah, so I tweeted out, Canada's team against BC's team right after the game the other night. I watched the 15-inning game. I am not a huge baseball guy, and so I'm certainly not an expert. And then, people were. I grew up here in Vancouver at a time, and I think Clay, you and I are of the same sort of vintage.
Yep.
We remember a pre-internet day, right?
Yes.
So I grew up at a point where Mariners games were on television, like over the air, just KSTW out of Seattle.
Yeah.
And the first Major League Baseball game I ever went to was at the Kingdome. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Mariners. I don't sit here and profess to be a massive Mariners fan. I had people on Twitter, name 6 Mariners. I can name 6 Mariners. But if you ask me to name 16 Mariners, I would probably have to think long and hard and maybe cheat a little bit. But I've always found the parallels between the Mariners and the Canucks fascinating. They've had Hall of Famers. Canucks have been a little closer to a championship than the Mariners ultimately have. But through it all, there's just been a lot of losing, a lot of dark years, a lot of managerial and coaching churn. And so there's sort of this bad news bears aspect that I've always had a soft spot for the Mariners, that I would like to see them get to a World Series. And ultimately, if they're there, take your best shot, and why not win it? So in this battle, I am very clearly on the Mariners side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I find the Blue Jays, this version of the Blue Jays, quite likable. I mean, Vladdy's incredible.
Yeah.
The way that they rolled the Yankees was pretty impressive stuff. So it's not a dislike of these Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
I do have a dislike for the force feeding of the Blue Jays from the center of the universe and the whole Rogers issue. But you asked me Blue Jays or Mariners. I've talked for 5 minutes here. My answer is Mariners.
Yeah.
I won't be disappointed, though, if the Blue Jays get to the World Series, because I have so many buddies that are like all in, and this means the world to them. I think the Canucks play 3 of the first 6 nights, like head to head with this matchup. So I'll be watching Canucks hockey. I'll be following along and looking at scores, obviously.
Yeah.
But my work's going to get in the way of watching a ton of baseball. I'm going to watch the first game here later on. But ultimately, Monday afternoon, and then I think Thursday and Friday, I believe there are games scheduled, and Canucks are playing both of those nights out on the road as well. So it's going to, work is getting in the way of watching playoff baseball. I hate when that happens. But I think as I sit here, just the lovable losers that they have been through so many decades now. I kind of want to see the Mariners get to a World Series.
Yeah. Great answer. I understand baseball. I'm not the biggest fan, but I do understand how a lot of people are invested, some of the storylines that you talked about. Very, very good stuff. And I do recognize that I'm going head to head with game 1 tonight, but I'll make it work. Hopefully people can have the game on TV, and
we're in a multi-screen universe these days, right? So
exactly. Well, Jeff, I really appreciate you. What do you got? You got Thanksgiving dinner tonight, or did you do it last night, or you got it tomorrow night?
Family's doing it tomorrow night without me because the Canucks are playing. So such is life. But Thanksgiving, there's usually leftovers. So I have put in a request that my wife bring home because my brother and his wife and family are hosting big family gathering. But I won't be able to attend, unfortunately. It would have been fine if they had wanted to do it tonight, but I'm not sure. It wasn't my call Monday night, and work's getting in the way. So
too bad. You got to watch the baseball game now.
But I'm clear. You're right. The schedule is clear. The work is done. Your podcast is done. So now it's full steam ahead to this baseball game. Hopefully it's not 15 innings like the other night. That was fun in isolation, but I don't think anybody really wants it to be a regular kind of thing. So but I'm gonna look in this job. There's a ton of perks, and it's been a ton of fun and a great career. But one of the downsides is the amount of family gatherings that you're just forced to miss. Like,
for sure,
I'm slave to the Canucks schedule, as anybody that covers the team regularly. When they're playing, well, we're working. And so, through the years, the number of birthday parties, family barbecues, Thanksgiving dinners, whatever, just not always able to attend.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the time and energy you've given me today, and I wish you a great Thanksgiving, and I'll see you around the rink or online or somewhere soon.
Well, I always get a kick out of the invitation because you seem like, as passionate as you are about the hockey club, like you seem like a pretty even keel, mild-mannered guy, got your act together, and then you go madman for like one weekend a year with this marathon. But I'm always happy to get the invitation. And the fact that I keep getting the invitation tells me that at least somebody wants me back on their podcast. So I appreciate it. That part of it, good luck. Hang in there. Stay strong. And hopefully you still find some topics to discuss with other guests here. That's it's a big undertaking to keep the conversation moving along here.
Yes. Well, thankfully the team has played at least 2 games, so there's always something to go back to.
2 games of work to work with. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
there you go.
All right. Well, good on you, Clay. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Jeff. We'll talk soon. Thanks
You
again.
bet.
All right. Take care. That was Jeff Paterson of Rinkwide Nation Network. Wonderful guest. Always appreciative of his time. Going to do a quick Mitchell sponsor read and then give myself a 10-minute break. So let's start off by thanking my primary sponsor, and that's, of course, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Thanks to my secondary sponsors. First one is Gassy Jack Art, maker of the wonderful artwork you see behind me. Check them out at gassyjackart.com. Mulligan Golf Company, mlgngolf.com, maker of fine golf apparel and accessories. And my supporting sponsor, Vessi Footwear. Use the link tinyurl.com/VessiClay and receive a free pair of socks at your next purchase of Vessi's shoes. And then thanks to everyone who's purchased Canuck Clay merch, you can do so at canuckclay.threadless.com. I am going to take a quick 10-minute break, say bye to my family who are going out to church and some dinners, and I'll be back in 10 minutes with Kevin Woodley. And then RSA, I'll get your comment as soon as I get back after the 10 minutes. See you then.
It's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks Commentary.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into hour number 6. After this hour, we will be 25% done this 24-hour live stream. Just want to remind everyone how they get involved before I bring Kevin on. You can subscribe to the channel, get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation. You can gift a membership. You can buy your own membership. You can upgrade your membership, or you can use your monthly membership message like RSA has just done. So I'm going to highlight this, and I won't highlight any of the donations while I'm speaking to guests, but I'll certainly do it right at the end of the hour or the top of the next hour. So let's recognize RSA's monthly membership message, and let's give him the big save because it's Kevin Woodley. So RSA says, hi, Mr. Clay. You're such a good and inspirational person who's always trying to do the right thing. Thanks for being one of the people who showed me the Bible and Christ. Good night, and God bless everyone. You're welcome, RSA. RSA coming all the way from Sweden. So let's give Jackie some love in the chat, and thank you for the nice words. And finally, don't forget, for everyone who's writing down these bonus words, I'm going to do a giveaway. I'm going to open the form tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., and then draw for the winner at 11 a.m. So you can't even enter your entries in the form right now. It doesn't even open until tomorrow morning. So write down those bonus words. I've actually given away 2 of them already. So 2 bonus words of 5, and I'll continue to remind you of this every single hour. All right. Let's go. Excited for my next guest. I'm excited for all my guests, but someone who I have deep respect for, his knowledge, and he's he's playing hurt today. I'll let him explain, but I'm very grateful that he's still here. So please welcome from InGoal Magazine and NHL.com, Mr. Kevin Woodley. Hello, Kevin.
Clay, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you? Why are you? Thank you for joining me. I know, I'm not sure actually if you were going to share with everyone, so now I kind of put you on the spot, but thank you.
Don't really have a choice. I don't normally dress like the Unabomber in dark rooms with sunglasses, prescription sunglasses at that. But for the same reason, I missed the home opener, first one in 26 years on earlier this week on Thursday. I got diagnosed with ulcers in my eyes, which is not as scary as it seems, I'm assured, but it takes a long time to heal. So the vision is starting to come around, but the light sensitivity is still a little off the chart. So for things like this, we've got the screen dimmed, we've got the dark glasses, and if it flashes like a discotheque in here, it's because I didn't realize when I committed to the 5 o'clock hour that would be first pitch for Mariners Blue Jays today. So I've got that on in the background, buddy. I hope our audience stays. I hope we can keep a few here while this game's going on. I think it's a big ticket on TV tonight.
Yes, well, I've told everyone they got to put the game on the TV and then keep me on any of their mobile devices. But thank you. I recognize that, you are playing hurt, and it's the Mariners game. So I promise I'll get you out by 5:35 at the latest.
We're all good, bud. I got time for you any day.
I appreciate it. Is there any actual pain in your eyes?
No, just pain in my head, but that's there all the time, Clay. Too many pucks off there over the years. So, no, it's not that bad. It's just it's a little scary when your vision just rapidly deteriorates and you basically can't see. And so, thankfully, thanks to Dr. Beering for getting me straightened out, calming me down, and getting me on some meds and rest. And I think I'm actually going to be able to cover the game tomorrow night against the Blues. Although I will be sporting this same look. So that'll be a new one for the press box, the prescription sunglasses. But we all can't be Wyatt Arndt. We all can't be the stanchion as cool as him. So this will be my first attempt.
Yes. What? How long are they saying you have to wear the glasses for?
I'm hoping to be out of these within a couple of days. And then I'm hoping to be closer to normal. They said with basically can't wear contact lenses for a couple of weeks. I'm old, right? So I'm at that stage of life where you don't just wear contacts and glasses, but they're all bifocals. So it's a bit of a challenge. So it's getting better. It's all good. No stress. I just got to look like an idiot for a little while.
Well, you look fine. And by the way, some people in here know that Kevin and I go back. I actually worked with Kevin's wife at one of the accounting firms that where I got my start before I realized I wasn't going to be a very good accountant. So how's Steph doing? How are the kids doing?
Steph's good. Kids are good. she says hello, and
awesome.
so we go way back. She's upstairs cooking the InGoal books right now, Clay.
Oh, awesome. And then, do we have a daughter the same age or close to the same age?
Close to the same age, I believe. We have volleyball players in the family.
Yes, I think yours plays club though. Mine's more of a bowler, but
I know you've got university? The bowlers. Yeah. So my youngest Olivia is in first year university. I'm very proud dad moment. She is playing Div 2 volleyball at the University of Hawaii Hilo. So I am exceptionally proud of her for the work that's gone into that and getting that opportunity. I'm also jealous as hell because, on the rare time she gets an off day, it's the beach and surf. So not a bad way to go to college.
So did you and Steph go down to help settle her in kind of thing?
You betcha we did. I got the short end and the short trip. Steph just, there's a little helicopter in there, Clay. She was down there for a good 3 weeks, making sure Liv was settled in and enjoying the sunshine for close to a month. That's not a bad way to roll.
Well, Div 2 volleyball, good for her. That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time. And so not being sarcastic, are you able to watch both games though, even though you couldn't be there on Thursday night?
Oh yeah, just in shades in a fairly dark room with the brightness turned down on the television. So I can, I can even see it sometimes.
Well, I remember a year ago, last year, you came on here and we had a really good, honest, frank chat about just information and injury, but we don't have to go through that. The fact is, wow, 180 degrees, night and day. Thatcher, he looks like you are the goalie expert. I am a guy who loves watching hockey, and I just see a guy that's so calm, looks so big, is easy to go left to right, and just always square. But you can get as technical as you want because I think people will love it. Why is Demko looking so good just 2 games in?
Because he's healthy. This is healthy Thatcher Demko. I mean, the reality is he's an elite goaltender. 2 years ago, he was a Vezina Trophy finalist. 2 years before that, this is sort of the pattern. Every second year, he has a healthy offseason. And when he has a healthy offseason, he has a good regular season. And then what tends to happen at the end of the healthy regular seasons, something happens injury-wise that prevents him from having a healthy offseason, and that bleeds into the next year. So hopefully for his sake, for the Canucks' sakes, for fans' sakes, this is the year that trend ends. And he gets to the finish line healthy and can not only have a healthy season, which would be his first in 5 as a number 1, but go into the offseason and continue to build on it and follow up with a healthy year next year. But this is just, the 2 years before 2 years ago, he was just as good. You just couldn't see it behind the defense and the way they played and the sort of fire wagon hockey that Bruce Boudreau was playing. So he's been this guy for a while. And this is just what he looks like when he's healthy. He's elite. Now, last year around this time, I said I thought that he could play himself into the 4 Nations discussion. What I was naive towards was just, the impact of missing so much time in the offseason. And that was on me for thinking that he'd just, like he has done many times before, come off an injury and be great right away. That was just too big an ask given how little training and preparation he had last season. So we have a down year, but he's had the preparation this year. The only thing I think that looks slightly different is some of his post-play habits, and it's really subtle, but there's a little less inside out in terms of how he enters his post in the reverse, a little more downhill into it and steer back into flat angle, into alignment, rather than inside out into alignment. And I wonder if that's a little bit of joint preservation and maybe a little easier on the body than the other way. There's really, the only sort of limitation, it's not like he's slow into it. Getting that back foot down in alignment, about the only thing it could cost you every once in a while is not, rather than post to post, your post across push might not be as flat as you want. You might not go post to post. You might overshoot it. You might have to reach. We saw it on a little bit, although he wasn't in a reverse on that Draisaitl save. You might have to make more saves where you're reaching behind you rather than getting your body across. But as we saw last night, he's also perfectly capable of that. That was sensational. And so that's what you get. A lot of those saves early in the first period, a lot of the Oilers' ability to get into the sort of middle low slot area for those pop passes from below the goal line and off the wall. Those are just size, positioning, and ceiling and good anticipation. But then he's got that reactive game on top of it, right? This is Thatcher Demko at his best. And the only questions that he really has to answer at this point will take time. And that's a matter of sort of playing at this level, although nobody does at this level for months on months on months. There's always going to be little ups and downs in a season, but playing at this level more consistently over a year and making it to the finish line healthy. And when you have a guy like Kevin Lankinen to hopefully come in and spell you maybe on a more regular basis, as good as Demko was the other night, the temptation to just keep rolling with him. We saw what that cost them 2 years ago, right? Like there was no need for him to be on a 65 game pace for 6 weeks coming out of the All-Star break. And ultimately that's what he was on when he hurt his knee. So listen, everything looks great. Everything is shaping up for him to be excellent this season. That's the kind of goaltender that Thatcher Demko is. And as much as I was wrong about Four Nations last year, I said it months ago. I said it before we had any signs of this. Based on the patterns of every second year and what a healthy offseason means to his performance and how good we know he can be, I do expect him to get back into that mix and at least in the conversation, as hard as that American roster will be to crack given the quality of goaltending. Yeah. I've got him at his best ahead of a lot of the guys that are on that team right now. So we'll see if they agree. But I do think that's part of the equation, and that complicates things for the Canucks too, because now you're talking about no break in the middle of February. You're talking about going to the other side of the world into Italy and playing for a couple more weeks. And again, I think that increases the importance of not just having, but using Kevin Lankinen effectively.
Yeah, you read my mind. So I want to talk about Lankinen in a second, but before that, I was going to ask you, it's funny how last year was about Four Nations, and I remember us talking about that. This year it's about Olympics. So I think we'd agree that Joey Decord is the one odd man out. So could you see him between the Hellebuyck, Ottinger, and Swayman mix? Demko's right in there. Could he elevate all the way to number 2 or even number 1 in that group of 4?
I mean, listen, Connor Hellebuck's done what Connor Hellebuck has done, right? And he got them to the gold medal game at the Four Nations. He won a Hart Trophy last year. He's a 3-time Vezina winner. Although I would say 2 years ago, if Demko doesn't injure the knee in March, I think that was his Vezina to lose, the way things were trending that season. So it's going to be pretty tough to overcome Connor Hellebuck. Yeah. Swayman's a hell of a goal, and he's off to a good start. And we all know Jake Ottinger, when he's 26 years old, he's been to 3 straight Western Conference finals. But again, I do think that at their best, when they're really going, I give Demko a nod ahead of both those other 2 guys, just ever so slightly, right? Like I just think there's a little more technical and athletic upside, ever so slightly on Jake Ottinger. And Swayman's got the same thing, right? So it's really going to be a matter of, and it's hard to do this, hard to predict. Like honestly, I said pick him, and if he gets hurt before the Olympics, you've got an out. Yep. But the truth is that the history might prevent them from picking him. They might just be like, let's take somebody who, the reality is availability is a key ability for goaltenders. And whether it's Hellebuck or Ottinger or Swayman, those guys have been really durable in their, for Swayman, it's still a really young career, but Jake Ottinger's played a lot of games for a 26-year-old. So, we'll see. We'll have to, a lot of things with the Canucks season. As tempting as it is to overreact to 2 games, we're just going to have to wait and see on a bunch of it. And that includes Demko in the Olympics, but no question, he has that ability. He's that good. And I guess for Canucks fans, it's nice to see him start the season reminding the hockey world of that fact.
Yeah, no, great point. Actually, and before we go to Kevin Lankinen, since we're talking about Olympics and the fact we're facing Jordan Binnington and the Blues tomorrow, do you anticipate Binnington to be the man when it comes to Italy next year, or do you see someone else kind of rising up there?
Jace hit a dinger.
Already?
Yeah. Just glance over my shoulder. Can I say Game 5 was going to be costly given the amount of pitchers we went through at Seattle. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. Back to that. Binnington, we presume will be starting tomorrow. The Blues canceled their practice today, and so we didn't have a chance to ask that. He had a bit of a tough first outing against Minnesota. Not that it was all on him. And Joel Hofer had a hell of an outing against Calgary. I still presume you go back to Binnington. He's earned that right against the Canucks, but be curious to see. I do think that it is his job to lose at the Olympics. The interesting thing to me about Binner is the 5 seasons previous to last year, right back to winning a cup. like his adjusted numbers, he was the only Canadian in the top 10 in adjusted numbers in the National Hockey League. Like even in years where there's been a lot of criticism about his performance based on the raw numbers in St. Louis, the reality is he's been the best part of that team on a lot of nights. Like they have leaned on their goaltender to bail them out, and he's delivered. And I think when you have an environment that loose defensively prior to the coaching change last year, there's going to be times in the year where the unpredictability of it's just going to, I believe that bad environments for goaltenders have a cumulative effect. And so inevitably it's hard to maintain it for a year, but over the course of those 5 years, he was exceptional. Interestingly enough, last year statistically was his first down year in 6 and still saw what he could do at the Four Nations. If you were to have another significantly down year statistically, does that change? I don't think it changes him being on the team. I don't think it changes him getting first dip. Does the leash get shorter? I guess it's possible, but it's kind of like the playoffs a little bit. As much as we like to look at numbers and sort of overall numbers and performance relative to the shot quality you face, and sometimes just having a goalie like Edmonton, all they need is a goalie to not give up the bad ones. Right. Like, and their goalies are great at no, low and medium day. Like they take care of the easy ones. But when you get to the playoffs, it's about being able to stop the tough ones. Like Sergei Bobrovsky's been below average for 2 straight regular seasons, and he gets to the postseason, he stops all the tough ones, bullets in his teeth and all that, and he wins 2 cups, right? Like actually what you need out of your goaltenders is a little bit different. And I think we saw that out of Binnington in that gold medal game against the USA, like the ability to go outside the box, outside the butterfly box, quote unquote, and come up with answers in unique situations and moments and make dynamic momentum changing saves. And so it is kind of interesting. Like you can build a team without elite goaltending that might even get you to the playoffs. And we've seen a couple teams win cups without necessarily elite goaltending. The Colorado Avalanche most recently, as much as Kemper has been a really good goaltender throughout his career, like they didn't get good goaltending in that playoff run. Neither guy was above expected. So,
right.
But now I think you're sort of seeing that need to, you just got to be able to make big moment saves, as cliched as that sound. And we've seen it from Bob, and we saw it from Binnington at the Four Nations. So that alone may be enough to keep him ahead of some less experienced in big moment goaltenders, whether it's a Blackwood when he gets back for Colorado, or a Logan Thompson, who's, putting together the start of another good season in Washington. So I still think it's Binner's on the team for sure, and it'll be his job to lose. But if he has another down year like last year, if that opening night is a sign of things to come in St. Louis, then maybe it's one worth keeping an eye on as we get closer to February.
If not Binnington, Kevin, who you mentioned Thompson, you mentioned Blackwood. I know Montembeault's getting some love. Like, what do you think?
Trying to remember who is even the backup. Oh, Aiden Hill as well. Don't forget him. Although he's off to a bit of a tough start in Vegas. Don't think he had a great playoffs. I know Vegas, before they re-signed him to that contract, was fishing around at other guys with term looking. So, it's a little like it's tough because you almost want to go hot hand, and you can't wait to see who's hot in February. You have to name your team early. Logan Thompson's fascinating. I thought he was really good in the playoffs for Washington last year. He was obviously exceptional during the regular season. His numbers dipped heavy after he signed the contract, which was interesting, but still overall on the year, really good. The thing there that you just keep hearing is like, 2 of the guys that are on that Team Canada staff had him in Vegas. And for whatever reason, I'm not sure there was a love affair there between him and that not just that, but those coaching staffs. And I wonder if that's enough to keep him off the team, even if performance dictates he should be on it.
Wow, that's fascinating. Oh, that's really interesting. I never thought about that. Yeah. Well, you said 2 of his former, or 2 coaches that were on the same coaching staff are on the
2 different coaches from Vegas. So obviously Bruce Cassidy had him in Vegas, and Pete DeBoer had him in Vegas, and both are on Team Canada staff.
Gotcha. Very, very good. Wait, let's bounce over to Kevin Lankinen. So, because I remember last year, obviously when we met, we would have had no idea that he was going to have such a strong season and how he was so important to the Canucks, at least almost playoff push. Talk to us, again, technical or as non-technical as you want. What makes him so good, either similar in contrast to Demko as a reference point too?
Well, hold on here. What do you mean we had no idea? Somebody was shouting from the rooftops from July 1st on that teams needed to sign this guy because he had really good underlying numbers in the previous 2 years in Nashville, right? And obviously we know what he did at the World Championships and his time in Chicago. And so, and I don't just mean here in Vancouver. Honestly, I didn't think they'd get him at the ticket they got him at. I have weekly radio hits in Edmonton as well, and I was screaming from July 1 on to sign that guy. Maybe they've got a cup if they do. He was exceptional at the beginning of the season. Now, as the games played piled up, the performance definitely dropped. Obviously, the performance in front of him cratered. What he did really well was keep them in games. Like there were so many nights where they weren't good early, where they gave up a lot of high danger stuff, a lot of off the rush. He's a great skater, holds edges well, and that enables them to manage odd man rush chances. And there were so many times where he just kept them in games until they found their legs and got them going. His numbers through the first month and a half last season, like those are the kind of numbers that win you Hart trophies. The fact he wasn't able to sustain it, like to me, that's not an indictment of him so much as nobody does, right? Like that was just an absolute heater. What a great way to make a first impression. I do think there were some lessons learned about workload. When you're the guy, you have less time to work on your game and you need to spend more time working on your rest. And it's a really difficult balance the first couple times you go through it. And even though he'd done it a little more in Chicago, that was years ago. And so, I mean, he looks right back to the golf tournament, when he first showed up and there was all the attention on, Paterson's 6 extra kilos and what did that look like? I thought Kevin Lankinen just looked fantastic, right? Like I thought, oh man, did the Jays hit another home run?
Are you serious?
I'm serious. No, they're just replaying the first one. Thank goodness. Sorry. My vision's compromised at best here, Clay, and I'm catching it out of the side here. Don't worry. Tough.
I appreciate you, man. That's
just Rogers. They're going to replay that. You're going to see that home run every 30 seconds for the next 2 days. Anyways, where was I? Kevin Lankinen, great skater. He's not powerful in his pushes, but he's really fast. And so there's times you'll see him top of the crease to back post actually have to grab and edge him twice. And for most guys, that's one edge all the way back to the back post. So there's a little, like, he bleeds power because he doesn't have as much rotation back to the post as other guys, but he's so fast that he gets there regardless. There's a control element to his game. There's some exposure off to the flanks on second chances, but I think their defense, the way they come back and sort of take care of the house, protects him in that. Like, it's a really nice mix of his strengths and their strengths. So it's, like, at the end of the day, he's been a really good goalie for 3 years. And I believe that with a good balanced workload, you're going to get more of the guy that you got for the first couple months last season, as opposed to, the second half guy, which was, below expected, below average based on the shot quality he faced. But we know historically that he's better than that. And so, again, it's going to be what they're going to have to avoid the temptation to say, hey, wow, like Thatcher was incredible last night. We got to go back to him. Like, to me, this has got to be a 2 of every 3. That's 54 for Thatcher, and still not quite enough. That's just 28 for Lankinen, and it's probably your better mix is 50-32. So, and we're gonna get our first test of that tomorrow, Clay. Like, Canucks canceled practice today. They're not having a morning skate tomorrow. I'm really curious. Like, if it's 2 out of every 3, it's Lankinen tomorrow. But they're off till Thursday. So maybe that's your first chance to be tempted to be like, man, Thatcher was so damn good in Edmonton. We got to go back to him. I'm really curious to see which way they go. Right.
And then back to back, right? Thursday, Friday.
Right. Exactly. So you're splitting that one regardless. So, maybe you say, we can play Thatcher for the first 5, first 3 here, 4:30 start tomorrow. And then you're off till Thursday, play Lankinen on Thursday, Thatcher on Friday. There's plenty of break time there. Again, to me, bigger picture, it's if you've got a plan, stick with it. And if it is 2 out of 3, which gets us around the workload that they seem to be targeting internally for him, that means tomorrow's Lankinen's turn. And you got to have faith that he can be that guy.
Yes. So this year we have Lankinen at 4.5 and Demko is last year of his 5. And then next year it shoots up to 8 or 8.5 plus the 4.5. So regardless of the salary cap going up, and is it wise to spend that much money in goaltending, especially these 2 goalies?
Clay, I might have to get on a flight here. I think they need a pitcher in Toronto. I might start warming up. This is not
What's
this
the
is
score?
not going well. It's just 1-0, but it's first and second, one out, and a dinger already on the board. So
Oh no!
again,
Okay.
when you've got to use that many arms in 15 innings in Game 5, I should have known
Yep.
this, but this is a tough
Wow.
one for the Seattle fan, the guy who grew up driving to Seattle to watch Griffey and Buhner and all those guys. So, anyways, let's
Yeah,
get back to
actually,
hockey because this is depressing.
No, but I am going to ask that as we close, just why the love for the Mariners, but we'll get to that at the end. Yeah. So
Okay, so where
yes.
were we? Before I was distracted by my team's inability to pitch a strike.
9.5 this year, 13 going forward. Is that fair for what the Canucks need and what these guys are giving the Canucks?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's really easy in retrospect to look at some of the other contracts that have been handed out and say that they overpaid a little bit. When you take a look at Philip Gustafson has been, you talk about 1 year on, 1 year off. Philip Gustafson has been 2 great years and 1 bad year in between in Minnesota. And overall is 6th in the NHL in adjusted numbers in between those two. And in the 2 years where he was good, he was number 1 in the NHL in goals saved above expected, in adjusted save percent, like in those 2 years combined. He's a hell of a goalie. And they locked him up for 6.8. And so you look at Anthony Stolarz is a 1A, 1B, might be the best in the league, best adjusted save percentage in the last 3 years. He comes with injury questions, but you get him at 3.75 in Toronto, and you compare that to Lankin, and okay, so it's not bad overpays, but they're based on what other guys are getting, they're a little bit of an overpay. But if you got the room to pull it off, you knew you had to invest in a guy who could give you number 1 minutes because of the injury history of Thatcher. And I mean, I'd be honest. I didn't think there wasn't a contract extension coming, despite both sides. I got that one wrong for Demko. I got that one wrong publicly. I said both sides can say all they want about wanting to get a deal done. I didn't see it happening because, frankly, I didn't see them going to 8.5. Yeah. So, and I didn't think he'd sign for less. I thought he'd bet on himself, play the year out, because, again, that pattern of every second year and cash in big in free agency. I really did not think that they'd come to that deal, because I really did not think they'd spend 8.5. Like, that is not this management group's MO. So, but at the very least, if you're going to overpay in an important position and make sure that you have the best goalie on the ice, pretty much. You have a chance to have the best goalie on the ice every single night. That's not a bad place to be if you're a Canucks fan, even if you maybe have to trim the roster a little bit in other spots to make it happen. Cap's going up. So
yes. Yeah. Where would you put the? I know it's off the top of your head.
Oh, we're gonna do rankings, Clay? You're gonna make me do rankings?
Well, no, not full. I said, where would you put the Canucks tandem in the league? Are they top 5? Are they top 7?
They're top 5. I know in this market, everybody just de facto says they're the best tandem in the league. The reality is there are some other really good goaltending tandems. Yeah. Listen, we've already talked about how good Demko is. Absolutely has the ability to be the best tandem in the league. It does. 100%. It could be that this year. They have that in them. I am not questioning that. But the reality of the last 3 years, if I look at it in totality, there are a couple others out there that can make an argument, to be in that same category. That, you could make arguments for all of them to sort of be in the top 5. Would I be surprised if at the end of the year, the Vancouver Canucks have the top tandem this year? If they keep defending, well, like they did against Calgary as opposed to like they did against Edmonton, if the penalty kill holds up, absolutely they could. But just, it's like when, like Patrick Alvin wasn't wrong when he said, like, if he had said we have one of the best depth charts of goaltending in the NHL, but he said we have the best depth chart. Yeah. And it's okay for them to believe that, because I like Aku Koskinen-Vuo. I like Ty Young. Alexei Medvedev is probably the best goalie in this last year's draft. I had multiple teams tell me they had him number 1, and the Canucks got him in the second round. Wow. Nikita Tolopilo, who signed here specifically to work with Ian Clark, has taken a stride this year, it looks like. Like, he's not getting opened up. He's not as slow laterally as he was. Like, he looks really good right now. So absolutely, they're one of the best. But, I look at Trey Augustine and Sebastian Cossa in Detroit. I look at the depth chart that the LA Kings have built of young goaltenders, and it's just not the slam dunk that people in this market hear the GM say that, and they're like, we're the best. And I'm like, there's some other teams that might have an argument there. But listen, their tandem has the ability to be the best. They're definitely a top 5 tandem, and their depth chart is in the same conversation.
Yeah. No, actually, you touched on the 2 things I was going to wind up asking about. The first one is the goalies in our system. The name I can't say. Is it Koskinen-Vuo? Is that how you say it?
Koskinen-Vuo, at least that's how I always say it. Let's hope I get it right.
He's big, right? He's massive.
Oh, they're all massive.
Tolpil's massive.
No, yeah, and they're not just big; they're long. That's what they look for, length. You can be really big. Stuart Skinner's big, but he has no width in his butterfly. He doesn't have a lot of extension. You get him to his knees and he's stuck. He doesn't have that length. The ability that Thatcher has to make that save on Draisaitl last night, that's length. That's what they look for in their goaltenders. It's not just, and length isn't just physical. It can be in terms of butterfly width, the ability to stretch, flexibility, mobility. You can find length and compete as well. Arturs isn't a tall goalie. They list him at 6 foot. That might be as somebody in New York after the opener put to me. They sent me a text message. They're like, "How's this guy listed at 6'4"? I'm like, I don't know. He's at best 6'1", maybe 6. I look him eye to eye. And they're like, that might be the most generous listing for height that I've ever seen in the NHL. But he had length, not just flexibility, but the way he competed laterally down low, like trying to beat Artur Shilov's down low in tight. Good luck, right? Because he has that length. So all their guys have that. It's one of the attributes that they look for when they're drafting. Medvedev has it. Their edge control. Like there's a lot of different elements that goes into sort of the in Clark 7 elements of elite goaltending and finding the right balance of them all. But I know they prioritize that one at a pretty high level.
Well, Medvedev early, but could he be a starter in this league easily?
Oh yeah, but 100%. Like his upside. Like I like what Ty Young did as a first-year pro last year. Like top 10 in the ECHL in save percentage, 8-0 and I think 8-0-3 or 8-3-0 in the American Hockey League. Like people forget that I've had, like, I can't tell you, like dozens and dozens of goaltenders over the years, too many to count. When they ask you ask them what the biggest step is in their career, they never say to the NHL. It's always junior or college to first-year pro, especially the American League. It's a massive step. And for him to make it as smoothly as he did last year, like that's really impressive. So don't discount Ty Young. Aku Koskinen-Vuo, can he make that step this year? There's some questions about sort of the way he reads the game, but everything he does technically, with the way he executes the system they've built for their goalies is, it's really impressive. So there's a lot of good goalies. Medvedev has the upside to be the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
You look at the way he holds edges. Marco Terranius, first thing he said to me, like he thought he had a little Vasi in him, like in terms of the way he moved from his knees, his hands. He compared him to Tuukka Rask. I'm like, those are pretty nice comparables. But development's never linear, right? Like he's years away from arriving. Lots of things can happen between now and then, but certainly the ups. And that's why I hesitate to. I actually think there's enough upside there that Patrick Allvin isn't wrong, that they will have that top pipeline. But with Medvedev being so young, just turning 18 going into the season, and with so many years ahead of him before we really know, as confident as I am now, I mean, the reality is, like I said, development's rarely linear, and a lot of things can happen between now and when he's ready to turn pro, let alone take stride. I mean, we could be 5 years away from him in the NHL. So
Right. Awesome. One more question from me, then one from a viewer, and then you can go watch your baseball. Dustin Wolf starts in Vancouver on Thursday after going 8 rounds in the shootout the night before in Edmonton. Short flight, I know, but it's still late. It's still back-to-back. What's the reason there? They just have no confidence in Cooley, or they thought Wolf was fine? Do they go to the goalie and say, hey, how are you feeling? I'm fine. Okay, you're in. Like, how does that work? And were you surprised?
Definitely the goalie has it's not, do you want it usually? It's a conversation with goalie, probably medical staff, and probably the goalie coach about how the goalie's feeling. We've seen reports from Elliot Friedman and other insiders about the Flames perhaps pursuing somebody on the backup market. I don't think Prosvetov or Cooley had the preseason they wanted. And that is not just the 8-1 game against the Canucks, because Prosvetov actually looked pretty good out in Abbotsford. I watched that one live. He's got a ton of potential. He just needs to sort of shorten some of his routes and maybe not play as aggressively on his initial positioning. But like the athleticism and the power is just like it's all there. And Cooley just like up until a concussion 2/3 of the way through last year, like he sailed through the American League with like a 940 save percentage for half a season. And then the concussion sort of derailed him, and it's been hard to find his confidence. But like, I believe there's a goalie there. The problem is the Flames require, like, Dustin Wolf wasn't just good. He was outstanding last year. His adjusted save percentage was just a tick below Connor Hellebuck's. And Hellebuck won the Hart. Like, just most people can't see it because the defensive environment is so tough. And it sure as hell hasn't got easier the first 3 games of the season. Like, they don't look good. And so if you require Vezina caliber goaltending to have a chance to win, and in the case of the opening game against Edmonton, you required Vezina caliber goaltending and a bit of a, brain cramp by the guy at the other end on a dump in to win that game, to even be tied in that game, right? Like, so if you require that level to have a chance and your 2 backups are inexperienced sort of quote unquote journeymen, then I understand why you might have a confidence crisis. And if you don't have the confidence to play them, then go sign James Reimer. Like, sign someone that's played in the NHL and at least knows how to sort of instill that confidence, even if it's not warranted. And I don't mean not warranted in the goaltender, but like, man, like if they require Superman performances every night, I guess just let's put it this way, Clay. Like, I know they're missing Huberdeau. I haven't liked a lot, and the numbers don't like a lot in terms of what we've seen. Like, the Flames were full value for hanging in last year, but this is not a pretty start for them this season, and I don't think it matters. Like, you could have a couple of Hall of Famers in net, and if you're going to play like that, it's not going to matter.
Right. And I got one question from Irvin on X. We saw offense spike in the 80s, then goaltending evolve, coinciding with the dead puck era. Now shooting percentage has gone way back up. What's the next progression of hockey to be in terms of, I guess, offense and defense and goaltending, which your next progression?
It better be a swing back to the goaltenders because we're getting killed right now. Save percentage is like at its lowest point in like 20 years, and all these stats that I keep getting shoved at me from the scorers. So I don't know, man. Like, I think we're living that. Like, obviously, Irvin B. Swervin has a great point. We're living this sort of, the current progression is that shooting percentage up, save percentage down. Now, there's a couple factors here. So I can't tell you what the next one is. I don't have a crystal ball. And truth be told, I'm not that smart. I'd be making a lot more money if I actually knew what was going to happen next. But I can tell you why this is happening now. And I've done a couple of pieces on it where I got really extensive and dug into this conversation with a lot of goalies around the league, goalie coaches, some of the best development people in the game. There's a couple factors here. One, for like 20 plus years, goalies were so far ahead of the shooters. Like every summer I would go to goalie camps starting in July and watch these guys work on their craft. Well, shooters were focused on bigger, stronger, faster, and lowering their handicap. Goalies were focused on technique, tactics. They worked on their skills. And it's in the last 10, especially in the last 5, that shooters have started to work on their skills rather than just that bigger, stronger, faster stuff, right? Like, and so now we see just elite level, like the skill is off the charts. Like, it's incredible what these players can do. I went out to 8 rinks and, shout out to Kaivo Hockey and Justin Rye, who's with the Seattle Kraken, in the skill session he runs out there. I went and watched Celebrini and Bedard several times this summer, and Kent Johnson and all these, great young players from the area. And the stuff they do is just like, are you kidding me? Give the goalies a chance. I actually happen to know some of the goalies that were out there, and they're pretty good. And man, like it was tough. So there's that. So you've got that. You also have, and this is the biggest reason for the percentage drops. So you got all that talent, and you've got teams that are using analytics, including Clearsight analytics, to recognize that a lot of the ways they used to try and score were actually low danger chances. That a lot of the things that make a crowd go, ooh, are actually just turnovers. Like, it's not a quality chance. Like, unless you move the puck east-west, goalies get that 99% of the time, even from prime areas. And so I've sat next to goalie coaches. There's a couple of guys around the league that when their team comes into town will actually come into the press box and sit next to me to watch the game, which is pretty cool. And you just have conversations. And I've sat there as a couple of them mutter like, turnover. And the crowd's going, ooh, as the play goes down the wing and a guy blasts it. And he's like, that's a turnover. And when you talk to players and you talk to goalies around the league, like teams are not taking those shots like they used to.
Yeah.
You know, the Corsi merchants, the ones that would just pile up the shot attempts.
Yep.
You can score, you know, and I've talked about this with Talkit last year, you know, like point shots, especially when you have a guy like Quinn Hughes. Like if you can hit the top corner, either top corner over my blocker or my glove from the point with 2 pieces of traffic, or what we'd call a layered screen, puck goes in more than a breakaway. That's a 40+% scoring chance in the National Hockey League. So don't tell me that like shots from the point can be effective. Not many guys can get it through all that traffic as effectively as a Quinn Hughes, but those are effective scoring chances. So it's not like this isn't all about east-west and things like that. But shots from the top of the circle where you have a chance, where the goalie's got a chance to set and square on you, unless you are perfect with it, it ain't going in. Like Austin Matthews shoots less than 5% from there, and he's one of the best shooters in the league. You know, it's funny because I thought actually last night, Clay, I thought there's some great examples, even with my pathetic eyes, that I was able to see. The Bouchard low-high seam pass on the power play where he caught it, dusted it off, and then Demko made a great save on the glove. Yep. And there was another one with the young European guy who's taken Hyman's spot, similar type of play. Yeah, Tomashik, sorry. Yeah. And both cases, they dusted it off. They caught it, settled it, and then shot. And you could actually see, because the camera work that Hockey Night does is exceptional, because they had it so you could see the pass coming, you could see the goalie. You actually see in both cases, the catching it and dusting it off, holding onto it and trying to pick their spot gives Demko a time to regain his edge and get up and set. Whereas if they one-tee it, he's still sliding, he's still moving. And so that chance, a lot of people saw, I posted the ClearSight analytics numbers from last night. The Canucks had 0 high danger chances, by the way. People were surprised to see Edmonton only with 9. But dusting those off makes them not high danger. And so there are instances there where I think we can go to school on this. I saw a great thing with Chris Kreider, who actually worked with Stephen Valiquette the year before he became a 50-goal scorer, talking about what changed for him. It was the understanding that, you know, again, this is to speak to all the scoring, the understanding that, hey, like if I catch that puck my whole life, I've thought, if I just get it settled on my stick, head up, pick my spot, pick a corner, that's the best way to score. Him finally understanding that getting it off his stick blade in less than half a second with the goalie still moving actually increases chances of scoring by 3 to 4 times. That's what made him a 50-goal scorer. And in both those instances, like Evan Bouchard, let's go with a one-timer there, his odds of scoring go up significantly over catching it, holding, letting Demko catch his edge, and trying to beat him clean with what becomes almost a clear-sighted shot. So probably mid-danger because of the area that was still that was not in the funnel, was still in the high slot. So anyways, that's the point. But teams understand this now.
Right.
And so all those low-danger chances that teams used to take, they don't anymore. And so you talk to goalies around the league, they'll be like, if I see 30 shots right now, 15 of them are high danger, or 12 are high danger. In the past, I would see 30 shots and 20 would be low danger. Now it might be 8 or 9 or 10. Teams do not waste low danger chances. So if you've got the whole league not taking, and those are the shots that a lot of goalies relied on to feel good, to sort of, we call them the 99 percenters. They just help you feel good about your game. They're easy saves. You control them. You put it in the corner. You put it off the glass. You put it into the stands. You get a whistle. Everything settles down again. Teams aren't taking those shots anymore. So if the whole league is taking fewer easy shots, what's going to happen? Save percentage is going to decline and shooting percentage is going to go up. So it really is at its foundation an understanding of how to score and an embracement of analytics. And so as much as like people like, save percentage has never been lower, or it hasn't been this low in 20 years. I'm like, yeah, but the goaltending's never been better. I honestly believe that. Yeah. So how do those two things coexist? That's my explanation.
Yeah. That is, wow, Kevin, thank you. That is an awesome answer. Irvin, thank you for asking that question. That was such a good answer. And even independent of all the stats and everything, I just watched the Oilers and my kids were watching with me yesterday, and just both on 5-on-5 and power play, they go across the crease all the time. And it just, Demko made some amazing saves yesterday, but I'm surprised the Oilers didn't pump like 6 or 7 behind him yesterday.
Well, they could have, and they understand, and they've got play. Like at the end of the day, it's really easy for me to sit here and say make lateral plays.
Yeah.
Right. But you have to have the skill to pull it off.
Of course.
Right. And you have to have an understanding of these things. The one thing they do better than anyone off that power play, when they get you moving around and then they create a shot. And man, this is something that Talkett used to talk about a lot last year.
Yep.
They don't reset. They just attack off the rebound.
Yes.
A pass off a rebound is one of the most dangerous chances in hockey. It's like a 65% scoring chance. Pass off a rebound. And when they get the power play, Draisaitl goes right to his spot on a dead angle, and they just try and chip pucks over to him, knowing that pass off a rebound is so tough for a goaltender, and he has the ability to hit from that angle. Like in those situations, you got to have somebody win a battle, and you got to have them know where the opening. I just have a guy find space, creeping off to the side. If you can find him, it's going in. Bet almost 2 out of 3 times.
Amazing stuff. And as Helen says, this is so enlightening. I would agree. And I don't know if that was an intentional play on words because you were sitting in the dark, but Kev, you're awesome.
I appreciate that. If it is, that was really well done.
I think so.
I'm old. I'm a dad. I can appreciate good puns.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you. Happy Thanksgiving. Do you guys got the dinner tonight, or did you do it already, or you got it tomorrow?
We were in Victoria to see the in-laws yesterday, Steph's mom, and so we had a small dinner. I recovered this morning, so it's gonna go lie on the couch and have some leftovers now. We brought some
awesome. Home. And the Mariners, you quickly mentioned that you used to go down when you were little to watch the games in the Kingdom.
Oh yeah, 100%. I grew up playing, like, baseball was my first love. Played it up to just like I played all my American Legion ball in the States, and so this is not a Blue Jays dig. Like, trust me, I get it. When I was in university, I cheered for the Jays to win their first World Series, but I just grew up. I grew up playing down there. I grew up playing down there like 6 days a week. And I grew up watching Griffey and Buhner and Edgar and Randy Johnson and the Kingdom. And so for me, that's first love. Actually, for me, one of the best years of my life was I got to play out of Joe Martin Stadium in Bellingham, American Legion ball. And that was the home of the single A Mariners. So as much as a lot of Vancouver Canadians fans are now rooted with the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays do amazing things in the community with their Jays Care and Challenger baseball. So I appreciate and love all of that. I get it. But you can imagine this, back in my day, the Vancouver Canadians were a White Sox affiliate, and I was playing in a ballpark that was the single A affiliate of the Seattle Mariners in Bellingham. And so that's where the connection is deep. So if the Jays beat the Mariners, I will cheer for the Jays to win a World Series, but head to head, I've got to put on the old Griffey jersey, and I've got to root for Seattle.
I had J-Pat on just before you. He said the exact same sentiments. Not as maybe as rooted as you, but same thing. He's cheering against the Blue Jays. He's cheering for the Mariners.
Well, and people forget, because corporately, Sportsnet, I hate to say it, they kind of shove the Jays down our throat a little bit. I don't mean that to sound bitter, because there's nights where it's great to have a ball game on. But there was a time not that long ago when we used to get like every Mariners game on up in this market. And I can remember throwing those games on more often than not. So again, it's just the era I came from. The Mariners were a little closer to home for me, and I'm not going to abandon that fandom completely. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a heck of a series. I'm looking forward to it and I just hope both teams have fun.
And lastly, were you on Douglas Street yesterday? Coach Rob, who lives in Victoria, because you said you were in Victoria yesterday, right?
I was in Victoria yesterday, but my family would have been down there, but I didn't. I hid in the basement and put on my sunglasses and tried to do some work yesterday. So
that's fair. Well, Kev, I appreciate you making this work. I wish you the best and the quickest recovery. And I was going to make a bad joke about I'll see you at the rink, but you won't see me. But that's very rude. I wouldn't not say that. So
it's true, Clay. I hope I see you at the rink, buddy. Hey, if I can go shameless plug here. Canucks Autism Network tournament is coming up next weekend. On my Twitter account, which is @KevinIsInGoal, we've got a couple of different ways that you can win and help support the cause. If I didn't have to have the lights on, you'd see a vintage Blackskate Linden jersey that anybody that donates to my page is automatically entered to win. And then Sportsnet 650, the team I'm playing on and have for several years, has created a raffle. So if you enter the Canucks Autism 50-50 draw and you enter it on behalf of the Sportsnet team, and those links are all in my Twitter right now, you'll automatically be entered to win Top prize is a lower bowl seats to a game, broadcast tour, Hockey Night in Canada towels, and trust me, those are precious, and a signed Paterson jersey or signed Megan Augusta Team Canada Olympic jersey, and a meet and greet with Megan at the Canucks program. So it's all for a great cause, Canucks Autism. A couple different ways to win, and like I said, it all supports them. So draws are actually on Wednesday, so only a few days left. Kevin is in goal if you want to check it out. All the links are there. Clay, thank you for letting me do that, buddy.
No, actually, I meant to. I had that on my notes and I forgot to get to it. So thank you. So everyone, check it out. Kevin is in goal on X on Twitter, and you can follow his links and then support the Canucks Autism Network and a really great cause. So Kev, thank you. Rest well, and I will see you. Truly, I'll see you soon. Hopefully around.
Thanks, Clay. Thanks for having me. Thanks for all you do. Keeping it
Appreciate
positive
that. Yeah.
in Canucks Nation. Love it. You're a good man, and I don't know how you do 24 hours at our age anymore, buddy, but good luck to you.
It's not getting easier. All right. Talk soon. Happy Thanksgiving.
Take care. You too.
See ya. All right. That was Kevin Woodley. Wow. Playing hurt. Amazing. So grateful for his time and energy. And now he can go. I'm happy he can go watch the rest of the baseball game. So I'm going to chat with you guys for the next 3 or 4 minutes. And then I'll take 3 minutes. Then I'll take a 5-minute break. So, yeah. Let's go. Next up is Harman Dayal of The Athletic. I heard he was sick yesterday, so hopefully he's still okay to join me today. But what do you guys got? What do you guys got for 2 or 3 minutes, a chance to catch up? Man, these hours go by fast. Like now we're heading into 1 quarter done. I know the next 6 hours go by really quickly because I got some really, really good guests, got an open house, got the Canucks Creator Roundtable as well. Oh, thank you. How am I holding up? I feel good. I forgot to mention, because I wanted to get Kevin on, Gail she went out with Kayla, went to my goddaughter's birthday in Surrey. Otherwise, I'd be out there too if I wasn't doing my show. But she made me a grilled cheese sandwich, potato chips. She didn't make those. And she made me, she baked scallops, bacon wrapped scallops for my dinner. So I had an early dinner. I'm on Pepsi number 2. I didn't open it on stream, but on only Pepsi number 2, not bad after 6 hours. But yeah, I had a quick early dinner, bacon wrapped scallops and a grilled cheese sandwich. So I did get to eat. Thank you. Jays are up 1-0. Awesome. 25% done. Love it. Hey, Mackie, I'm doing well. Thank you. I saw that you were at the game. Next time, say hi for sure. Being here all stream, just in the background. That is fine. That certainly counts. Double duty, watching the game and watching me. Thank you, Tyler. Don't forget, you're going to be on here at 10 o'clock. What does open house mean? It means I bring on people for 2 or 3 minutes at a time. So I will put a link in there in the chat at 7 p.m. and say, if you want to join me, I bring you on the stream and we talk in front of 425 people right now. Just talk about Canucks and whatever else. So yeah, Gord, that's at 7 o'clock today. Really great interviews. They almost were chopping up and uploading his YouTube shorts. Yeah, definitely going to keep, that's the whole point of me recording on StreamYard is so I can use them later on. But what I've done before, I've definitely clipped pieces and put them as long form videos as well. This is awesome getting to see all your, yes, thank you, Chris. It's more than a quick 5 or 10 minute hit. It's 30 to 35 minutes and we're learning a lot more about our guests for sure. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, fangirl. And I have eaten. Thank you, Shannon, for asking for sure. All right, let me do my mid-show sponsor read or late hour sponsor read so then I can get to my 5-minute countdown. I thank Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate as my primary sponsor. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Thank you to my secondary sponsors, GassyJackArt.com, creator of this wonderful artwork, ML Mulligan Golf Company, MLGNGolf.com, maker of golf apparel and accessories, and my supporting sponsor, Vessi Footwear. Use the link tinyurl.com/VessiClay and receive a free pair of socks off your next purchase of Vessi shoes. And thanks to everyone who's purchased Canuck Clay merch. You can do so at canuckclay.threadless.com. I will see you guys in 5 minutes. And it's Harman Dayal of The Athletic. We will see you in 5.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Welcome back, everyone. We are officially 25% done. We are one quarter done this 24-hour live stream as we start our number 7. I can't wait to bring Harman on with me in a couple of minutes. Harman, I see you backstage. Give me 2 minutes and we will get you on. Moderators, thank you for keeping this a safe and respectful place. Members, Legends, Hall of Fame, and franchise members, thanks for your support. And to everyone else, no matter where you're watching from, whether my beautiful neighborhood of Steveston and Richmond, in the city, Lower Mainland, province, country, continent, around the world, thank you for being here. You know that I know that you could be doing anything else, watching anyone else, including the Blue Jays game, the Mariners game. So if you're doing double duty and you have that game on while you have me on, I appreciate you very much. And this is how you guys can get involved in the show. Subscribe, like the video, leave a donation, gift a membership, buy your own membership, upgrade your membership, or use your monthly membership message. Many of you have done all those things or many of those things already. So thank you. And finally, don't forget that at the end of the stream, my second to last hour at 10 a.m., I'll open up an entry form where you can enter in to win some amazing prizes, including tickets to a future game. And then I'm going to give away 5 bonus words throughout these 24 hours. I've already given away 2. This will not be a bonus hour, but so listen for 3 more throughout the 24 hours. And then when that entry form opens up at 10 o'clock, pump everything in there. And then at 11 o'clock during my last hour of the stream tomorrow morning, we will draw for those prizes. So that form isn't open. If you know those 2 bonus words, just write them down somewhere. Don't show anyone else and make sure you're ready to enter them in tomorrow morning. All right. Next up, I have a guest who I've admired his work for a long, long time. And I've never had him on the 24-hour live stream before. So I'm very excited about that. And I think I'll just ask him. He might have been sick last night, so I'm even more grateful that he's joining me tonight. So please welcome Mr. Harman Dayal. Harm, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Fighting off a bit of a cold right now, but had to make time for the 24-hour live stream.
Well, I appreciate you, and I think it was. I think people were hoping to meet you at the. Was there a Greta one last night?
Yeah, there was a watch party. I'll be at the next one for sure. I was really bummed out. I was really looking forward to it, but I obviously wasn't feeling that great, and I didn't want to risk getting anyone sick, so I had to sit it out.
Yeah, well, you look and sound good now. You feeling better today, or?
I'm definitely feeling a lot better today. I think the sleep helped. I slept as much as I could, got 12 hours in, like I was 13 years old again, and I think it definitely gave me a bit of a bump in energy. So hopefully another good night of sleep, and I'll be better sooner rather than later.
Well, I appreciate you. If I can keep you for 30 to 35 minutes, if that's cool, with a couple of questions from the crowd at the end, that would be amazing. Are you a big baseball fan, by the way?
So Quads and I have had a running joke on the show over the last couple of years where initially I'm an anti-regular season baseball guy. I've sort of said it's a kind of sport that you just have on the background while you do other chores in the summer. But postseason baseball is always hype, and I'm not gonna lie, the Blue Jays this year have got me back on the bandwagon. I'm a fair weather baseball fan. When the Blue Jays are good, like they were in 2015, I'm on board and I'll do my best to catch the games. But I'll be honest, over the last 8 or 9 years, I hadn't been following much, and this one has obviously caught my eye, and especially it being against the Mariners, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome. And I joked, you said about your 13-year-old self, but when I met you or when I became aware of you, you weren't that much older than 13. So, and I mean that as a compliment, if you can give everyone a quick synopsis of your journey to where you are now, including when you started writing and contributing officially to some of the media sites around Vancouver.
Yeah. So I opened a Twitter account when I was in grade 8, around 13 years old. By the time I was 14, after several months of just tweeting about the team, I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity to write articles here and there for Daily Hive back when it was called Vanity Buzz.
Of course.
And Rob Williams at the time was really patient with me. I'm super grateful for that, to just have a 14-year-old kid writing Canucks articles essentially. But I was really passionate because I'd grown up a lifelong Canucks fan. This was around the time that the 2011 core was in clear decline and Jim Benning had taken over, and I just had zero faith in the direction of the organization. And I wanted to have an outlet to channel some of those thoughts. And I continued writing, let's say, one article every few months, very, very casually, just as a little hobby for a few more years until I got to the senior year of high school, where I thought, all right, I want to do this more consistently, and started blogging weekly, Canucks misconduct, eventually with Canucks Army.
Yeah.
And then when I was 18, I started freelancing for The Athletic. And then when I was 19, I was fortunate enough to get hired full time. And I'm entering season 7 of covering this team as a full-time reporter now, which is kind of wild. It feels like the years have flown by.
That's amazing. And I remember I had you once on my regular YouTube channel, not a live stream, where we talked about this. But so how old are you now, roughly? Because you're about the same age as my boys. I know that.
Yeah, I'm 25 now.
Okay, you're 25. Okay, so born in 2000 or
2000.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're 1 year older than my eldest son, 2001. And here's a funny story, Harm, and I mean this as a comment to you. So you were 14 years old doing Van City Buzz. That's kind of when I was starting to do, some of my parody videos and my songs, and starting to do some stuff for Rob as well. And then I said, wow, Harm's really good, but my son Sean, he's also very smart, and he knows Canucks. Maybe he can become like not the competition, but maybe like an accessory to the boy genius, which is what you're affectionately known as. And then we read some of your stuff, and we said, no, Sean, there's no way you know anything close to this. So take it as a compliment. And then, do you remember running into me when I had a softball game, and you were doing some workouts with your soccer team, or soccer?
Yeah. I think it was like hill sprints or something.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so that was maybe pre-COVID. Like that was a long time
I
ago,
must have been 18 at the time.
Yeah. Well, anyways, all to say, it looks good on you, man. And I've been following your career ever since you were 14 years old. So it's pretty awesome to see and read what you're doing right now. So keep it up, man. That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
No, that is awesome. So now regularly you're at the Athletic and you're running Canucks Conversation with Quads. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And then when you're not doing that, what are you doing? You're still working out, obviously, still looking good. What are your hobbies right now?
Yeah, try and hit the gym as much as I can. Obviously been sidelined the last couple of days, but hoping to get back at it soon. And just playing sports. I mean, whether it's ball hockey, whether it's soccer, pickleball, tennis, spike ball in the summer.
Yes.
I just love staying active, running, been getting into trail running recently.
Good for you.
Anything that involves physical activity, and especially if it has a social component, as in you're playing on a team, and you have teammates, or you're just going out and playing with some of your friends. I just love the intersection between anything that's physically active and involves hanging out with people who you enjoy the company of. So that's really that, and watching hockey is encompasses most of what I like to do in my free time.
Love it. You know what, Harm? I'm gonna give my dog I'm the only one home. I'm gonna give my dog a treat so he doesn't bark at me for the next hour. In the meantime, can you drag the puck and just tell everyone right before we start? I want to hear this answer too. Your thoughts. Give me one non-Thatcher Demko takeaway from last night's game, and I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Go for it.
Absolutely. I think last night against the Oilers was obviously a tough outing for the team as a whole. I think it raises concerns about how much offense this team can generate. And I think the story of the first two games is that we've seen both the upside and potential downside case for this Canucks team, where against Calgary, we saw them create a little bit more offensively, despite Quinn Hughes not getting on the score sheet, to put up 5 goals. Even though it was the Flames on the second half of a back-to-back, was encouraging, especially to see Philip Hedl look so dynamic and thinking that he's going to be an X factor in the top 6. But then on the flip side against Edmonton, let's be real. I think Ryan Rishaug from TSN in Edmonton tweeted out the Sport Logic numbers that the high danger chances were 12-0 for the Oilers through 2 periods. There was nothing going offensively. Hedl had a tough night, especially on one of the giveaways leading to the goals against. Elias Paterson, another kind of game where he was good defensively, but wasn't a difference maker offensively. And for this Canucks team, they are already, even if he is at the peak of his game, at a deficit when it comes to elite top of the lineup forwards who can give you 70 plus points. if Paterson is just going to be a 50, 60 point player moving forward, this Canucks team is going to be in real trouble. It's going to be exceptionally hard for them to make the playoffs under those circumstances. Obviously, 2 games in, I'm not going to sit here declaring that this is the same Paterson that we saw for all of last year and that we should be worrying and panicking. But he still does look a little bit slow through the neutral zone. He has 2 shots on goal through 2 games. It's not enough. And even when you look at the forward group as a whole, they've got a lot of decent second line and third line caliber forwards. But like when you look at DeBrusk, you look at Besser's already scored twice, Garland, Höglander when he's back. There are forwards you like, but compared to a lot of the top teams in the NHL and in the Western Conference, they just don't have stars that can break a game wide open. And when you're playing some of the top teams in the league, that's what you need, is those stars that can break a game wide open when a team is defensively structured. And if Paterson doesn't have that going, then really you're back to a scenario where Quinn Hughes is the only source of offense that you're going to get. And as you saw last year, even if he is playing at a Herculean level, him alone isn't going to be enough to drag this team into the playoffs.
Yeah. No, all really good points. And I want to get back to that in a second, your impressions of other players. But admittedly, I wanted to ask a question where I didn't miss any of the answer to until I got back. So I wanted to ask you, when it comes to the Athletic and your love for analytics, and by the way, there's some really, really great comments in here. Someone I'm not sure if you can see the comment. Someone said, you're the Braden Coots of journalism, Canucks journalism. Which I like. I remember Van City Buzz. Harman's one of the sharpest guys in the media. Surprised Canucks haven't offered him a job. Unless they have. I'm not asking you to tell me. This proves how articulate you were at a young age. So all these really, really... here's one. I'm sure this guy has no clue what ICQ or MSN Messenger are. Is that fair to say?
Okay, so I have no idea what ICQ is, but MSN Messenger, I remember when you had a Hotmail account, you could kind of have a messenger feature. Is that MSN Messenger?
Yeah.
Because if so, then I do know what that was and did use it for a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's like the precursor to WhatsApp and stuff. It was like instant messaging.
Okay, yeah, I know what MSN Messenger is. Then.
And ICQ, if you read it, it's like I seek you, like ISEEK, I seek you. So that's the thing. And it was you get this is going to show my age. Every time you got a notification, it would go, uh-oh, and then that's how you know you have a message. So sort of
no idea what that is.
Yeah, there you go. Take us to the Wayback Machine. Where did your love for, like, it's one thing to be able to watch a game and talk about it, but your stats finding, your analytics, where did that come from? Was that a high school thing, or where did that come from?
I just remember watching hockey and wanting a way to objectively measure some of the things that I was seeing on the ice. The classic example I always give is Chris Tanev in the 2014, 2015, 2016, sort of that era of the Canucks when they weren't very good and there wasn't a lot of league-wide attention on them. I just remember watching Chris Tanev and going, this guy is so elite defensively. How he defends a rush, how many plays he breaks up. He's so smart. And yet, if you just look at his boxcar stats, he's not putting up a lot of points because he is on a bad team. It's not like his plus minus is off the charts good that it's going to capture league-wide attention. He plays a lot of defensive minutes, but because he doesn't play power play, it's like his overall ice time is in and around the 20-minute range. It's nothing spectacular. You would, if you were, unless you watch the Canucks on a night in, night out basis, you would not know that Chris Tanev is an elite defensive defenseman.
Right.
And so I went and said, there's got to be a way to measure players' defensive impact. And I was curious to see whether what I was seeing on the ice would actually stack up statistically. And a new analytics was emerging. And when I started diving into it, I realized, the numbers show here, they back up what I see, that Chris Tanev is an elite defensive defenseman. And that's when I went, this is really interesting, because now I've got a whole different perspective on how players can be evaluated. And especially when you combine that with the eye test, that's always what I've been really big on is you can't measure players' value just based off the numbers. But if you can combine it with the eye test, you get a much more complete picture than if you're strictly an eye test guy or if you're strictly an analytics guy. And it's the intersection between data and what you're seeing with your own eye that I think allows you to form the best conclusions on players and teams. And simply be wrong less often, because it doesn't matter how smart you think you are. You're going to be wrong evaluating players. I'm wrong plenty of the time. GMs are wrong plenty of the time, but the goal is to be wrong less often. And I found that the more thorough you are about combining what you see with numbers and some statistical insight, you're just likely to get a more complete picture.
Oh, well said. Yeah, you can't just go by analytics, but you certainly can't just go by eye test. It's got to be a mix. You know, the stuff of all the articles that you do, Harma, on The Athletic, the ones I really like is when you'll take draft picks or you'll take players and you do comparables, whether how did they do 3 years into their career or, you know, And so stuff like that, is that painstaking research, or is that stuff where you have some proprietary knowledge, or is that come naturally to you, just looking up those type of numbers to put into, admittedly, a small chunk of a bigger article that comes out, you know, once every whatever? Like, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. So a lot of the comparables aren't publicly available, that you have to manually capture. So I'll give you an example. I was trying to find comps on Jonathan Lecker-Mackey had the strong preseason, and I wanted to see what are the odds that his preseason success will actually translate to the regular season.
Sure.
And so I tried to, there's no chat GPT that you can just enter this question into and it's going to spit out the results. So I had to manually look for players who had a similar profile to Lecker-Mackey in terms of being first round picks, but not drafted in the top 5, because that's a different tier of prospect. Either 21 or 22 years old. So they're the same age range as Lecker-Mackey. At least 4 points in the preseason. And I think there was maybe one other criteria, but it was like a very narrow kind of list. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it took me a couple hours to build that list, because I had to go through every preseason scoring like all the preseason scoring leaders for the last like 8 years and dig through every single one. Were they a first round pick? Were they 21 or 22 years old? And I just had to mentally do that on my own. There wasn't like a filter or spreadsheet that I could automatically do that with, but it was worth it. And this is why I put that effort in, because you do the work on that and you can see that in this case, I think 6 of the 8 players involved eventually became, or I think 6 or 7 of the 8, the vast majority became top 6 NHL players. Now the timeline of how quickly they made an impact did vary, but they all eventually got there. Even the guys like an Owen Tippett, who had a strong preseason, but then didn't quite translate right away. He was able to, as he got closer to his peak, 23, 24, 25, he's become a top 6 player. Then you also had Matt Coronado in the Flames, ended up on that list. And so the takeaway from building those comps was, all right, regardless of whether Lecker-Mackey hits right away in terms of being a full-time top 9 player, him having a strong preseason at this age and with his draft pedigree and with how productive he was in the AHL last year, it is more likely than not that he is going to pan out as a top 6 player at the NHL one day. And so that's what makes the effort and the research worth it, is when you're able to gain some insight.
Well, and I remember, I know exactly the article you're talking about because I read it mid last week, and I'm looking at it now. Coronado, Tippett, Holloway, Rossi, Perfetti, Krebs. See, I appreciate that. Like, I don't understand half of it sometimes, but I do appreciate it, and it's awesome. No, that's really, really cool. The other question I was going to ask you about, I noticed for The Athletic too, you're not just writing Canucks specific, like that's your bread and butter, but you're on often all these collabs where you're at least working with one other writer, and you're doing these defenseman tiers or goalie rank, whatever it is, right? That's pretty cool that you're being tasked with some of those league wide. So do you get feedback from fans from the other 31 cities, and I presume it's positive feedback, but do you get feedback from the rest of the league's fans now?
Yeah, it's been fun to spread my wings a little bit and write a lot of these league wide stories, especially when it's the off season, and I'm trying to look ahead at, contract situations and get to big storylines before they become storylines. Like I remember doing a story like why these 5 RFAs could get traded, and I think the list had I didn't hit on every single one of them, but like Noah Dobson was on that list, and Marco Rossi was on that list. He didn't end up getting dealt, but JJ Paterka, like Keandre Miller. So 3 of the 5 guys got dealt, and it was before there was a lot of chatter, for example, around Noah Dobson actually getting moved. So it's rewarding to kind of do that. And when you end up being right, it obviously looks good. And even earlier in June, I did a piece on overpriced contracts that teams might trade. And Vander Kane was on that list and he got dealt. So it looks good when you're right, but also when you're wrong, it doesn't look great. And the feedback is interesting. I try and avoid the comment sections on my articles, to be honest. Just because I don't like to end up in back and forth discussions with people necessarily. Unless it's on Twitter, like sometimes that's fine. Or if someone DMs me, I'm game to talk. But I just find if I look at the comments, I'm just going to end up replying to everyone who disagrees with me. And that's something that I don't want to necessarily preoccupy myself with. I think the response has been mostly positive, but hey, anytime you're writing for a league-wide audience, people are going to disagree with your opinions. And especially when we did the defense group tier rankings, James Myrtle and I, and the forward group rankings, I know I might cut out there for a second.
No problem.
I'm sure that there were a lot of people that disagreed and didn't like our takes, and that's fine too.
Yeah. Well, I like where you put the Canucks for their D. You put them like above average tier. It was good. It was good. I liked it.
Their D group is legit. Is legit a strength, and hopefully, too many Canucks fans didn't see where they ranked when it came to the forward rankings, because that's where they were a lot closer to the bottom. But that's the story with this team, right? We know they have the high-end goaltending. We know they've got a quality defense, and we know that the forward group is a bit lackluster.
Yes. No, I hear you. You know, it's interesting. You mentioned Vander Kane on the big contracts that might get traded. Where do you think ultimately he's going to fit on this team? Because people were debating Kane versus DeBrusk on the top line. Then he's not even on the second line. Maybe it's to help insulate the two, the two youngsters. But where do you ultimately see him fitting in on this team?
I think it's a work in progress, especially when you have a performance like the Canucks did against the Oilers last night, where nobody in the top 9 was going.
Yeah.
I think Kane probably would have been the first option to play with Coots and Lekkerimäki. I think they looked at Coots and Lekkerimäki and went, these are a couple of smaller guys, a little bit more experience. Little less experience. Let's give them a veteran who can just kill people on the forecheck, lay the body a little bit, retrieve some pucks, and maybe get open for chances. If Coots and Lekkerimäki are able to make plays offensively and carry the puck and draw defenders towards them. But we saw even in that Oilers game, he started with Hedel and Garland. But I think what happened is that line got some shifts against McDavid, and Kane, because of the foot speed and because he isn't the best defensively, I think didn't look the best in that role. We saw him have a neutral zone turnover that led to that line getting hemmed in, which then led to Derek Forbort taking a penalty. We saw him later at times, just in a couple of different spots in the lineup. And ultimately, you look at DeBrusk, Paterson, and Besser. It's great that Brock Besser scored a couple of goals, but DeBrusk and Paterson haven't really meshed so far through 2 games. And I wonder if those struggles continue, how long it is before Evander Kane gets an opportunity there.
Yeah.
Through 2 games, I think we haven't seen the best of Evander Kane, to be totally honest with you. In game 1, I thought he had too many turnovers on the power play.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Lekkerimäki get an opportunity there. If I'm completely honest, I think he's more likely to have success in that left flank spot on the power play.
Yeah.
But I didn't like Kane's offenses on penalty in that Edmonton game, but at least it was good to see him get involved on the forecheck, and especially towards the end of that game, he absolutely blew up Alec Regula with a textbook clean hit, and that's what you want him to do, because that caused a reaction from the Oilers, which put the Canucks on the power play and down a goal. That could have been an opportunity to tie the game. So. Yeah. Kane is going to be a player that has highs and lows. When he's off, he's going to take bad penalties. He's going to look slow. He's going to look like he's potentially a liability defensively. But when he's on, He's going to be a unique, one-of-a-kind winger on this team with his physical edge, with his goal scoring, his toughness, and it'll just be interesting to see how many nights this season is he on versus how many nights is he off.
Yeah. No, that's a really, really good point. I just got a kick out every time him and Nurse were like hugging each other after a scrum or whatever. Yeah, Kane's a big boy for sure. Okay, one question that came from Gerald here says, do you think that Lekkerimäki stays in the lineup if and when Coots goes back to Seattle? And does Sasson get caught up to form the Abbey line?
Yeah, I think Lekkerimäki, he deserves an extended look. This team struggles to score goals. He already got one in the season opener. I don't think his success is necessarily tied to Braden Coots. So for me, those are independent decisions. I think Coots, as promising as he has looked so far, I think based off 2 games, he would probably at the end of this potential 9-game trial benefit from going back to junior for a full season, just so he can dominate offensively and be in a position where he can play 20 minutes a night, power play, PK1, build his confidence, as opposed to in the NHL where he has proven he can hang, which is really impressive. Like through 2 games, he has not been a liability whatsoever. I love his details. Positionally, he's sound. I like his first touch on the breakouts. But it's a lot to ask an 18-year-old to drive offense. And I think from that perspective, the one thing I've consistently said on Canucks Conversation is there's a difference between being adequate at the NHL level and being an impacted driver at the NHL level.
Mm-hmm.
I am confident that Coots could be the former and can survive at the NHL level, no problem. But I don't think he's at the level yet where he can be the latter. And if he's not at a level where he is the latter, then I think it's best for him to dominate in junior just because he is still so young.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that way for sure. And yeah, it's crazy. He'd have to really, really pile things on to warrant a look with Bluey coming back. And you're right. There's no rush. There's no reason to rush him at all. I can't think of one actually. Can you?
Well, other than them thinking we don't have any right shot centers and he has some upside, but you're right. That shouldn't be the primary justification for keeping a player in junior keeping a player in the NHL. If you believe that his long-term development would be aided most by him perhaps going back to Seattle and racking up a ton of points, because as good as Coots was last year playing on a weak Seattle Thunderbirds team that has been in the middle of a rebuild after being in the contention era just prior to that.
Yeah.
He put up 63 points in 60 games, which again, context considered is promising, but it's not as if he put up 120 points in the WHL and he's clearly too good for that league. I want to see him have that campaign where he puts up 100 plus points in the WHL, because that's what will make you really excited about the top end potential of his game. And could his ceiling be more than just a middle 6 centerman?
Yeah.
Because like you see examples and situations like a Michael Misa, who went really early in last year's draft, scored 134 points in the OHL. Berkeley Catton, who was drafted in 2024, last season in his draft plus 1 year, had around 120 points. And now Catton is still on the fringes of, he's made the Kraken roster, but he isn't still an everyday player. It's like you would look at a Berkeley Catton who's already put up 120 points, or Michael Misa who's already got 134 points in junior, and say, all right, that guy's too good for junior. There's nothing for that player to gain by spending more time playing against CHL level competition. Whereas for Coots, if he does go back, I still think there's room for him to really grow just how dynamic and explosive he is offensively.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point. Yeah, I love everything about him, but the fact that he's only 18 is quite impressive as well. Skytrain Alfred, a lot of consternation about Petey already. He says, if Petey continues to play his low key ways, would you call, maybe a strong word, but would they ever take the A off of his sweater?
I don't think they'd want to risk the drama of that. I think before that, they would perhaps, like, let's be honest, if it continues this way, at a certain point, the player in the organization might look at the idea of a fresh start somewhere else. But I don't like, we're 2 games in the season. I don't want to be talking about that. It would just be like, would it surprise me if they had rotating A's and there are some nights where Paterson doesn't have an A? No, that's not him being stripped of it, but I don't think they'd want to make a public move of shaming him, because I don't think it would do him any good. Right. He strikes me as the kind of personality that doesn't really benefit from the stick approach. And I don't think stripping him of the A would really get him going. It's just gonna, like, I understand where the commenter is coming from, because you could look at, like, I understand the frustration, and you could look at him and go, what has he proven as a leader to prove that he deserves an A? And I understand where you're coming from, but if you've already gone out and given it to him, like, I don't know if you want to make a big show of stripping it from him.
Yeah, no, well said. I love this question from Swerve and Irvin. What is the nerdiest stat, whether zone exits, entries, shot attempts, that you give the most weight to?
That's a tough question, because it's not one stat in particular that I give a lot of weight to. It's very context dependent. I think if you're talking about defensemen, zone exits and zone entries are massive, because that's how you facilitate play up the ice. A guy like Quinn Hughes is going to be top of the league for zone exits and zone entries, and you even get an idea of some underrated gems around the league. Jackson Lacombe in Anaheim, who skates so beautifully, but isn't really regarded as a star player yet. He's the kind of guy that, when you look at some of those zone exit numbers, is one of the absolute best defensemen in the league in that specific skill set. So I weigh zone exits a lot for defensemen, but there's also context and nuance with it, because if you're a defenseman playing on a bad team where your wingers don't win board battles and can't control passes very well, then your zone exit numbers aren't going to be very good. If you play with a bad partner, who, like a defensive defenseman who doesn't, like, his defensive zone touches aren't the best, well, even if you're an above average puck mover, that's still going to hinder your ability to move the puck, as opposed to if you're if you've got a defense partner that's pretty mobile and can make clean D-to-D passes, they then put you in positions where you've got more time and space to make plays. So it's tough to narrow down one stat. I'd say for forwards, I look a lot at zone entries and how many of those zone entries actually can convert into rush scoring chances. That's a big area where, for Elias Pettersson, a lot of people last year were wondering, why has he fallen off offensively so much? And when you look at some of these micro stats, his offensive zone entries compared to his peak during the 102-point season last year, his offensive zone entries with control, where he's carrying the puck into the zone, were down around 34%. And his shots off the rush, as tracked by Corey Schneider, he's the one I should shout out for having a lot of this data available. His shots off the rush down 40% compared to his peak 2 years ago. And that just lines up with what I see, where I've mentioned how skating wise, he doesn't look quick carrying it through the neutral zone as much. I mean, through 2 games, has he had, other than the assist on Besser's goal, how many times has he picked up the puck in the defenses of the neutral zone, and you see him winding up with speed, and you're on the edge of your seat thinking that he's going to make something happen offensively? He looks slow carrying it. And I brought up last year how his NHL Edge data shows that his speed bursts above 20 miles per hour have fallen off a lot compared to 2 years ago. I really think that's a major reason why he wasn't as productive last season. And it's one of the biggest X factors that I'm looking at for him this season, for whether he bounces back. And really, again, that ties into the zone entries and rush shots, and there are even numbers for how many of your zone entries actually convert into scoring chances, because some players carry the puck in a lot, but they don't have the intelligence or the playmaking skill to actually take it to the inside and convert those into chances. But for forwards, I like to look a lot at who can carry it into the zone and make plays that way.
Wow, that's awesome. And then I'm not sure if there's an inside joke about Eric Johnson here, but I know who he is. But I think Canucks fans, they get naturally defensive anytime they hear Cale Makar's name or Makar wins a major trophy or whatever. And I think both can be true. We can appreciate these two amazing defensemen, and that we have one of them, and hopefully here for long term. Is there much of a gap between these two players? Would you ever put Hughes ahead of Makar in the best defenseman rankings? And I hear a lot of people in the Athletics say, especially when they do a player tiers, that the gap between Makar and Hughes is smaller than the gap between Hughes and, say, Dhali or Heiskanen, the third best defenseman. So where do you put Hughes in terms of vis-a-vis Makar?
Okay, so this was the hot take that kind of went viral this past week. Was I was on Canucks Conversation, and keep in mind, this was like the 57th minute of the show. We were just wrapping up, any last minute thoughts. And I was like, oh yeah, I watched the Colorado game last night, and I've watched a lot of the Avs, and it just reaffirmed to me, it was a game where Cale Makar put up 2 points.
Yep.
And he had the flashy highlight reel plays. But on a shift by shift basis, he wasn't as noticeable. And that isn't to say that, he played poorly or anything. It was just, that's the kind of game where 2 points, playing those minutes and having the flashy highlight reel, like that's going to skyrocket you up the Norris rankings right away, game 1 of the regular season. But when I compare that to, I don't think Hughes has had the best start through 2 games, but when you compare that to what Hughes has done on such a nightly basis for this team the last couple of years, I just thought when Quinn steps on the ice, even when he's not putting up points, he has to beat 3 guys up the ice all by himself because he doesn't have a Nathan MacKinnon to share the ice with. And anyway, my point on that show was just maybe a hot take, but I've got Quinn Hughes slightly ahead of Makar, and the clip got posted on the Canucks Army Twitter channel. As fans picked up on it, Eric Johnson picked up on it, and it just went bananas. I think I am definitely a public enemy in Colorado right now. So that's where the Eric Johnson kind of stuff comes from, because he clearly disagreed with my take, but he also played with Cale Makar for how many years and won a Stanley Cup with him? Like, for all the Avs fans saying I'm biased, which first of all, I would like to think I'm not, because when JT Miller, for example, put up 103 points, I wasn't talking about him as, he's a top 10 player in the NHL and he's one of the game's top handful of centers and nobody's talking about him as a superstar. I was talking about him as, all right, he's a star. Yeah. He is a number 1 center, but I didn't think he was a true talent 100-point guy. So I wasn't pumping his tires as heavily. And in fact, last season, I had him on my regression candidates list that, hey, I think this guy's going to fall off. And anyway, point being, I don't think I'm that biased. And then Eric Johnson, terrific career. But he played with Cale Makar for all those years. And again, my point with the whole Makar versus Hughes take was just, if those two were to swap positions and Makar was on the Canucks and Quinn Hughes had a chance to play with MacKinnon and Natchez and Rantanen before that, and Nichushkin, and had Devon Taves as his partner on a contending Colorado team, we'd be talking about Quinn Hughes the way we talk about Cale Makar, and Cale Makar would be talked about the way we talk about Quinn Hughes, where there's a Hughes is 1A and Makar is 1B, because you even look at some of Makar's 5-on-5 numbers in non-MacKinnon minutes.
Yep.
Avs get outshot and outchanced by pretty wide margins, and people, like, the biggest rebuttal Avs fans keep throwing at me is, Quinn doesn't PK, Quinn doesn't defend. And first of all, I'm like, Quinn played PK and did it very well in the Boudreau era. So it's not that he's can't do it. He's done it and has proven that he can do it well. But the reason they don't play him on the PK is because the Canucks have a bottom 4 full of these big tree trunk defensemen where their only job is to kill penalties and be good in zone defensively. Yeah. And when you have the Canucks, this isn't the Colorado Avalanche where you got MacKinnon and Natchez and Nichushkin and Lehkonen to drive offense. Yeah. Quinn Hughes is the entire offense on this team. Yeah. So if you're a head coach, would you, you can only play Quinn Hughes 25 to 30 minutes of a game. Do you want to waste 4 of those minutes per game throwing him out on the PK? Or do you want to save him in those minutes and then maximize his even strength minutes where he can drive offense for you on a team that can't attack? Yeah. So anyway, that's, and even the defensive stuff, Hughes' 5-5 goals against rate the last 3 years is it's by a small margin, but it is lower than Cale Makar's.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. Again, I understand that I'm in the minority with this take, and again, just because of how many points he's going to get playing on that power play with those elite guys, he's going to be in the North conversation every year. But my point was just, I think Quinn is a unique one-of-one play driver in this league. Makar's the better goal scorer. Don't get me wrong, but how much Quinn does all by himself is something that I think is one of a kind in the NHL. And that was just my take.
Oh, I know. Thank you for explaining. That is awesome. And I think both can be true. If we should be happy that we have Quinn Hughes here, we would be just as happy if we had Cale Makar here. And it's weird how we're going to be cheering for Makar over Hughes in a few months at the Olympics. By the way, speaking of biased, my favorite child, apparently, she's at my goddaughter's birthday party. So happy Sweet 16, Aria. Sorry I can't be there, but I'm doing this tonight. And Kayla, you can pretend you're my favorite child. I love all three of you equally. So glad that you guys are watching from Surrey. Harm, you are the best. Thank you. I appreciate you playing hurt. And I hope you are you going to be at the game tomorrow if all things go well, like health?
Yeah, we'll see how I feel. If I feel good, yes. If not, no. So
yeah, no rush.
TBD,
no rush.
game time decision.
Exactly. That sounds good. Well, hopefully you come off the IR real quick, and I really appreciate you taking the time. The smartest 25-year-old. I know I can say that because my son's 24. No, it's all good. And I'm so we're grateful to have, lucky to have guys like you in our market. So thanks for taking the time on this weekend, man. And I hope to run into you soon.
Thanks, Clay. Appreciate it.
All right, Harm. Take care. Thanks again. Okay. Bye. That was Harman Dayal of The Athletic. So good. Really grateful that he was able to join me. And apparently he had to miss the watch party, but I'm glad that he could join me today. He's so smart and he's so articulate. And I actually think we are very lucky to have him here in this market and doing this for 11 years now. He started when he was 14 years old, which is pretty crazy. Okay, I'm going to take another 10-minute break in about 7 minutes, but I have 7 or 8 minutes now to catch up on some of your questions and comments. So how you feeling right now? We're 7 hours in, 17 to go, but your thoughts on Harman Dayal for sure. We got Bravo Harman. So yes, to explain, Andrea is my best friend. Andrea's daughter is Aria, mine and Gail's goddaughter. Andrea and her husband Vidal are godparents to Kayla. So Gail and Kayla went to Aria's, my goddaughter's 16th birthday today out in Surrey at Andrea's house, the mom. And I wish I could be there, but duty calls, i.e. as soon as I got the invitation to their party, I knew I was already doing this 24-hour live stream. So Aria and Kayla, not sure if you're still watching, but yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for saying hi in the chat. So we got Bravo Harman. Bravo Harm. That was a great collab. Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. Smooth guy. Yep. Learned so much. Hope I get quads. Yeah, I can do that for sure. 2-1 Mariners now. Gotcha. And you guys talking about pitchers, which is good, which I have no clue what you're talking about. So we're doing really well, you guys. We have 60 people still in here despite the Blue Jays game. Another 380 watching on X, or less, at least that's what they say. So right now my number is at 440. Not that it's about numbers, but it's great to see so many people around tonight. Harm is really good. What he said was really great. Yeah, he's a very, very smart guy for sure. So how you guys feeling? How you guys feeling right now? I feel good, not fading. I think I'll use this break to get a bit of sugar in me though, not just the Pepsi. Might grab a couple cookies. I had my early dinner, as I mentioned, grilled cheese and scallops and bacon. But yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. Next up is the first open house. So I will talk about that at the top of the hour. A chance for you to join my show for a couple hours, for a couple minutes, not a couple hours. And what I'm going to do is I know I'm going to have another open house hour at 2:00 in the morning. So I'll explain this again in 15 minutes. So if you know that you're going to be on for the 2:00, save yourself for that. But if you don't think you'll be on for 2, you can try and get on. Depending on how many people are backstage, these open house hours go by super quick. And then after the 7 o'clock hour, we are going to switch streams. So I hope I don't lose too many people, but we're going to switch links to move to part 2. Yes, 75 minutes left for part 1 to finish, and still feeling good. Still have some energy, and I can feel my voice. My voice isn't getting tired, but naturally, when you're talking for as much as I do, it'll, despite how strong my vocal cords are, I can already start getting a little bit raspy. That's okay. But I'm not feeling, it's not like I'm feeling poorly. I just know that's a natural thing to happen to your voice. Carol says, Clay, you're doing a great job. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate it. I have a chance to look at the leaderboard now. It is Dino still based on that $28 donation. Dino is still up top, but Fangirl is closing in. So Dino's at $11.75. Fangirl's at $11.25. Swervin Irvin at $7.75. Justin at $7.50. And Carol at $600. That is your top 5 right now. Hey, Jarhead. You know, Jarhead is the longest serving franchise member because when I list, here's a spoiler alert or peek behind the curtain. Oh, I listed them twice by accident. When I list all the members in the description, that goes in order of, at least the franchise goes in order of how long you've been a member. So Jarhead and Coach Rob are actually the 2 longest franchise members. So Jarhead saying you have the energy of a 20-year-old still. It's impressive. Thank you. I appreciate that. We got Rosie, the best siren cranker around, with the $1 donation. Let's give some love to Rosie in the chat.
3, 2, 1.
By the way, I just love on that dono drop. If you watch it again, watch the Pepsi bottle. It hits the counter and then it rotates so you can read the Pepsi label perfectly. Watch this.
3, 2, 1.
Let's give some love to Rosie in the chat. I think you're at the game, and I think I saw Swervin Irvin. Did you say that you were just gifted tickets? So yes, I will be doing a meetup during the first intermission in the regular 315, 316 Legends locker room. Hopefully I'm not falling asleep. Roy says my audio was cutting out for bits at a time. Is that for anyone else? Or do you guys agree with Roy? Because if so, that means maybe my microphone has gone into choppy mode. Choppy mode. I hope not, but who knows? I was doing so well. Perfect product placement. Might be in the lower bowl. Gotcha. Glad to always support you, Clay, even if I'm not around so much. No problem, Jarhead. I will take whatever support you can give me. Rosie, you're in 316. Awesome. We're going to be near each other for sure. I'm in my 319s tomorrow. We got to give St. Louis the blues. I agree with that, Skytrain Alfred. Let me do my sponsor read. We start off by thanking my primary sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts. Thank you to my channel sponsor, Jason Lim of Van City Experts Real Estate. At Van City Experts, their experience, knowledge, and expertise can serve you well in navigating through the real estate market and will help you to choose the best home or condo in the greater Vancouver area that best suits your and your family's needs. Thank you to my secondary sponsors, GassyJackArt.com, creator of this wonderful artwork, Mulligan Golf Company, MLGNGolf.com, creator of golf apparel and accessories, and my supporting sponsor, Vessi Footwear. Use the link tinyurl.com/VessiClay and receive a free pair of socks off your next purchase of Vessi shoes. And thanks to everyone who's purchased Canuck Clay merch. You can do so at canuckclay.threadless.com. All right, we got Carol coming in, the legend herself, with a $10 donation. Thank you, Carol.
Hi.
So let's give some love to Carol in the chat. $10 donation from the legend herself. Clay, takes care of yourself. Take a break if you want. Go get yourself a Pepsi and perhaps a snack. I have the Pepsi. I'll do a quick walk around and then we will get ready with our 7 o'clock hour. So some love to Carol. Thanks to all of you for sticking with me. Make sure you come back in 10 minutes. We have our open house. I know a lot of you guys love that, but I'll see you in 10.
Hey everyone, it's Kirk McLean here, and you're watching Clay's Canucks commentary.
Welcome back. We are starting hour number 8. Yes, 7 hours down, 17 hours to go. But I feel good. I know I look good, but I feel good. I hope you guys are feeling good and looking good as well. Thanks everyone for being here. This hour is our open house, but before we get going, I want to remind you that these are ways that you can get involved tonight. You can subscribe to the channel so you get active in the chat section. You can like the video. You can leave a donation like many people have done already. Thank you. You can gift memberships. You can buy memberships, your own membership. You can upgrade your own membership, and you can use your monthly membership message. So thanks to everyone who's been generous so far. Hope that generosity continues as we trudge along with this live stream. And don't forget that I am running a contest. The entry form will be open Monday morning at 10 for half an hour, and then I will draw at 11. And you can enter the contest once, but you can also get up to 5 additional bonus entries by keeping track of 5 bonus words throughout the live stream. And I've given away 2 of them already. And this is not a bonus word hour, but one might be coming in the next couple of hours. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But I've given away bonus words 1 and 2. Don't type them in. There's nothing to type them into yet. Just make a note of them. So when the entry form opens, then you can certainly get in there and then get them in for extra entries. Giving away a lot of great prizes, and I'll talk about those as we get closer to the end of the stream. Okay. So actually, Ethan's got a good question. He's wondering if is tomorrow's game only on Prime? And Rosie says, yeah, just Prime because it's a Monday nighter. And it's early. It's a 4:30 puck drop, if I'm not mistaken, here in Vancouver. So I can only get a 3 or 4 hour nap in before I make my way down to the Canucks versus Blues game. Okay, friends, this hour is open house. So that means you can join me here on the stream in front of 440 people. And I'll say this, before anyone comes back, joins me backstage, which you're welcome to do, then I'll bring you on for about 2 or 3 minutes, depending on how many people are back there. I am going to have another open house hour later, but I admit it's pretty early. It's like at 2 a.m., so it's not going to be the best. So I understand why this one will be more popular, but I am going to give priority to people that I have not had a chance to speak to in regular open houses. So just a warning that if I don't get to you, it's because maybe we've heard from you, we've seen you a lot on my channel already, and I want to give people who haven't been on a chance as well. So here is the link right here. If you click on this link, you can now join me backstage. So I will pin it. If you click on that link that I just put in the comments, then you can join me backstage, and then I will bring you on to chat for 2 or 3 minutes about the Vancouver Canucks. And you can ask me questions. I can ask you questions. But I mean, it goes by pretty quick because I'll probably be 2 or 3 minutes per person. But yeah, here's your chance now. For this hour, I'm going to be bringing people on, people from the community, and we're going to chat about the Vancouver Canucks or about this live stream. So come on in, come backstage, and while I wait for people to come backstage, I will just kind of see what's been happening in the chat. When do I get my Mancini itch? Scratch the season. Well, who was it? Was it J-Pat or was it Harm? I think it was J-Pat that said we might see him as early as tomorrow. Don't worry, Irvin, about how many people backstage. If you want to come in, just come in. And then right now, there aren't a lot of people backstage. So anyone who does come backstage, there's a good chance that you'll get on the show. And then I'm just going to go in order. Actually, maybe that's a better way of going in order Well, we'll see. We'll see. Right now, I'm not too worried. It's familiar names, but I'm happy to bring these familiar names on. So I'll give 1 or 2 minutes for people to come backstage. This is open house hour number 1, and maybe these fine people will set a good example and show how easy it is. All you got to do is have a camera and a chance to hear me and a chance where I can hear you. So let's get going. And as people pile in, people will pile in, and I'm going to I'll manage the time as best I can. So Irvin, you ready to go? You're going to be first up, actually. He's surprised. He's ready. Let's bring him on, Mr. Swervin Irvin.
Hello. Testing. Can you hear me?
Hey, bud.
Okay, good. Awesome.
I can hear you. I can see you. How are you?
Doing well. A little bit tired. Long drive yesterday. Went to Chilliwack for Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
But it was good. I got to see my wife's grandparents, and that's time you don't want to take for granted. So it's good. I got to watch the hockey game with her grandpa, and chop it up, and he's thankful to have someone who talks hockey in the house.
So how old are they then? If it's your wife's grandparents, they must be in their 80s or 90s then, right?
90s, yeah.
90s. Wow,
yeah.
Wow. And have sound mind and spirit?
As much as possible, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That is fair. What did Grandpa think of the game yesterday?
Oh, he's real old school. So he doesn't like the lack of Canadians on the team. I try to steer away from the conversation of us having a Swedish GM and a female AGM. So, because, those can be quite controversial topics for him.
That is awesome. And then did you do the cooking, or was it all shared responsibility?
Only a few dishes. I did garlic mashed potatoes, baked macaroni and cheese, and honey glazed carrots.
Yeah, gotcha.
Everything else was everyone else.
Okay, we're 2 games in. How are you feeling about this team now that you've actually seen them play?
Still cautiously optimistic.
Yep.
Because as much as Thursday was a great game, you have to have the caveat that Calgary was on back-to-back, and they are on paper a lesser team than the Canucks.
Yep.
But, I mean, we can't apologize for our schedule. You got to win your games, right? And who knows, those could be 2 important points at the end of the year. So. Yep.
And what do you think? Were you able to watch yesterday between conversations with Grandpa?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. What did you think of last night?
It's one of those things where I know that the coach wants us to run and gun, but we can't really do that with Edmonton. And so it's like when he talked about earlier in the year about adjusting the game to certain opponents, I think that was one of the cases where he needed to do that.
So you don't, and I've been trying to stress that with all my guests, and they're smart. They're all media guys. They know you don't get too crazy after 2 games.
Oh no.
But there's been a lot there. Did I see that you're going to the game tomorrow?
I am. My father-in-law Brian, who you've met, surprised me, and I get to pull out this bad boy. Just got it. It's pretty.
Well, that's
pretty
awesome.
About that, yeah. What? Oh, and that's my daughter right there.
Hi.
Pass me that cord.
Yeah, 1 second, kiddo.
The green one.
Oh.
I just got a juice on my AirPod case.
Oh my gosh, TMZ, CCC.
No, I love it. This is family life's the best, man.
Thank you.
All right.
I just don't want it to be in your way. That's all.
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah.
Bring her on more often.
One day. Yeah.
That is great. What are you expecting tomorrow? Obviously, we want to see them win, but what do you actually expect?
I'm expecting. I would like them to put Kane back on the line with the kids.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know what I'm expecting other than that. Maybe one more change at D, because I know they've got some guys in the press box.
Sure.
Like Mancini's, namely.
Yeah, he'd be good.
I think that Mancini is he's a guy that Foot's system is tailor-made for. So I'd really like to see him in there.
Yeah, I saw you made that point. And it sounds like, and don't worry, I'm not holding you to this for the whole stream, but you've been around the whole thing already, right?
In terms of?
The guests. Yeah, the stream.
I was in and out actually a couple hours ago when you had J-Pad on. I was actually at Spirit Halloween, so I was walking around. It was really noisy, and I had you guys in my ear, but I still got that question in about Botch. I've been in and out, trying to get as much as I can.
Which guest has stood out? It doesn't mean they're the best, but which guest has stood out to you?
Definitely Woodley.
Yeah.
But like I mentioned earlier, you guys, once you're done watching the stream, go through the guest list and go through all the insights they've given us and how approachable they are. And you got to really appreciate how how well served we are in this market in terms of media and journalists. There's
That's
something for everybody.
Yeah, that's a great point. And obviously, I can tell everyone now that I told you, I know that I'm trying to get Elliot Friedman on here, but
and you got Dhaliwal for the boomers. You got people like Drance and Woodley for the millennials. Harman's a Gen Z, so it's really something for everybody. Like, you don't have to be beholden to one.
Yeah, for sure. No, we are blessed. And I was making the point that, and there are a lot of people that I did not get. But yes, Friedman was one. Thomas Drance actually said yes, but then his father passed away. People may have seen his tweet, so we were able to trade a couple.
Thoughts to his and thoughts to you. I know yesterday was kind of a somber day for you.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, it's always bittersweet, but yes, my dad's 21st death anniversary. But no, we're good. It's always around Thanksgiving weekend, so a good opportunity to give thanks for sure. Well, thank you, man. I'm going to rip through a few people who are backstage, but thank you for your support. And what's your game plan for the rest of the 24 hours?
I'm going to try to stay up as late as I can. Probably going to be sneaking my phone while I'm laying beside my wife tonight. And then, like I said, I'm up at 5 a.m. in the morning, so I'll have you in my ear at work.
Awesome.
Up until 11. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Well, and hopefully you're around to enter that contest at 10 o'clock.
I think it will be. Yeah.
Okay, good. You got both bonus words so far?
Yes.
Okay. They're pretty easy. Pretty easy so far. All right, man. Thanks for everything. I appreciate you.
Okay.
And then let's find each other at the game tomorrow night if I don't get the chance to chat with you another way. Yeah.
We'll try. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good, bud.
Okay.
Thanks Irvin. Take care. All right. That's Swerve and Irvin. Brand new. Hopefully you can still hear me. Thank you for upgrading to legend. Yes. So Swerve and Irvin, the newest legend on this channel, which is pretty great. Okay. This is the order we're going to go in from the people I see backstage. Gerald, you're next. Then Rain. Then Callum, and then Tyler. I'm going to bring you on, but if people come on before, knowing that I got you at 10 o'clock tonight, right, I'll bump you, but there's no one else to come on. That came out the wrong way. You know what I mean? Okay, Tyler's good. I don't have to explain myself to him. All right, Gerald, you ready to go? All right, let's go. Here's Gerald.
Hey, Clay. Hey, everyone.
How are you?
Just a bit tired from last night.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Well, yesterday I had to go to Greta to see Tyler and Samantha, and then Alfred was also there, so that was really cool just hanging out with them, watching the game.
Awesome.
It was the first time watching the game with them, and Alfred kind of surprised me. Like he takes those jabs at while watching, so it's pretty entertaining. Yeah.
Who Alfred was taking jabs?
Yeah, so he was just, I don't know, he tried to start these chants about how Oilers suck and I don't know, some odd players here and there. So it was really entertaining in that aspect because I know he comments in the chat a lot, but like to experience that in person was really interesting.
How many people do you think were at Greta? How many people?
I would say
50.
No. Because you have to actually register to go, which is odd. It was pretty much just to see how many people they were planning to go.
Yeah.
So when I registered, it was at 52, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because it was pretty late. Like it was during the day of. So I would say, maybe within 60.
Okay. And then and then the Good Company one was actually, I knew about that one because I know the organizers of that one. How did that one go?
It wasn't as decked out as Greta, because Greta, they had like, decorations, a lot of screens, and just tons of Canucks fans in jerseys. And it was just the upstairs part of Greta, so it was more cozy. At Good & Co., I didn't notice as many jerseys or notice as many fans, but obviously this game was broadcast through all the screens within the building, so it was more spread out.
Right.
So it didn't seem as tight knit as the Greta one. So it was, so at Greta, we were sitting like behind us was Matt Sekeres. Went
Yeah.
and chatted with him because I think Ty wants to get him as a guest,
Yeah.
and I think Tyler's a bit shy. So I was like, here, how about I go and talk to him, and then just come on over. So I went over. I was like, can I get a picture? And I got Ty to take it for me, and then we started chatting a little bit. And I was like, oh, this is Tyler. He's he does Canucks content. Yeah, so got that started. And then just before leaving, I think Alfred went and grabbed quads to play air hockey. And I was like, yo, we gotta go. Our Uber's coming, but can I get a few swipes at it? And then yeah, quads just killed me. 2 goals. And then I was like, I gotta go with that to the game. So yeah, it was more enjoyable in that sense because you see the media that we have in Vancouver. We're super grateful that we have this sort of tight-knit community and just a lot of talent that does follow the Canucks. And to see them in person, they're actually really nice. So that was the difference, I would say, between the two.
Yeah, awesome. And then what are your impressions of this team so far? 2 games in.
Yesterday was tough. Like that was a tough game to watch, and I think I was busting on Samantha on Sam about how talk it hockey. Like they averaged 21 shots or 20 shots in the preseason for all their games,
Yeah.
and that kind of smacked me in the face because at the end of our game it was 15 shots. So that was just I was like, what's going on? Like, why are there no shots? And Justin was actually busting on Petey for not getting a shot until, gosh, I don't even know, like by the third of the first game. And then this game, yeah, he got a shot off, but like they need to shoot more. Like I don't know what happened yesterday. It's just it's just deflating to see it. Like there weren't a lot of chances, and I can't remember who one of the guests said after 2 periods there were 12 high danger for the Oilers and Canucks had 0. So how do you sustain? Yeah. So how do you sustain games like that? Like, people were cautious or worried about no offense. Yeah, last night showed very well, like, there is no offense. So that's the most worrisome, but it's only game 2. Still got 80 to go. So hopefully that changes, and you just got to stay optimistic, right?
Yep. No, I like it. I like it very much. Well, Gerald, thank you. I'm going to keep on popping through people, but thank you very much. And you've been here for the whole time already, right?
Yeah, I kind of doze off a little bit in between. I'm just on my bed with my tablet, so it's been running the whole time. And but I caught the guest. Like Harm was awesome, loved it.
No.
So
I've been blessed. Everyone is good. And then moving into more, I wouldn't say local, but like not non-professional, but great content creators, Nick, Alyssa, and then our slew of guys here. So it should be a lot of fun. So and then the boys come on. Yeah, then the boys come on at midnight. That's gonna be a gong show. I already know.
Let's hope there is that tortilla slap this year again.
I've heard them scheming a couple things, so we'll see what happens. But we'll find out in a few hours.
Okay, stay strong, brother. You've been doing great so far. So we'll be all here supporting.
Thank you. I feel good. Thanks, Gerald. I appreciate you, man. Take care.
Take care. See you.
Talk soon. Thanks. Bye. That's Gerald. Appreciate Gerald. Rain, you ready to go? All right, here comes our friend Rain.
Let's go.
How's it going?
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, there we go.
So you can't hear anything backstage, eh?
Oh, God. What is happening here?
It's
I got
okay.
2 different things going on. Hang on. There we go. I can't hear.
I can't hear me.
You now. No.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll pop you out and pop you back in. Give me a sec.
I can't hear you.
Give me a sec. Popping back in. Okay, can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me now? Uh-oh.
Still can't hear.
That's weird. Okay. We can hear you. Look in the chat. How do I say this? Look in the chat. We can hear.
I can't hear.
So this is what we're going to do, Rain. Highlight questions in the chat. I'm going to...
Oh, wait. Now, hang on. What is happening?
Can you hear? Can you hear now? Nothing?
It's weird. Okay, because I can hear you through the live stream video, but not through StreamYard.
Oh, maybe try shutting down the live stream for like. Are you on the same device? I know you're probably like a couple seconds behind me now too.
Yep.
Yeah, you're on the same device.
Yep.
Okay, close the stream.
Yep.
Rain, close the stream, and then see if you can hear me inside of StreamYard. Can you hear me now? 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 He's typing fast.
Still can't hear.
Okay. Okay. Go to your cell phone.
Oh God.
I'm gonna tell Rain to re-log in, or I put in questions and then he just answers them. Oh, I can hear myself. Or I put in questions and then he just answers them. Oh, I can hear myself. Or I put in questions. Okay, so I think we were getting somewhere. So what we'll do is we'll come back. Logging back in. Let's try this.
Wait a second.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. Then can you turn me down on your phone? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Awesome.
There we go.
What do you think happened?
I have no idea. I'm not good with technology, which is hilarious because I'm the tech geek at work. So.
Where do you work? Generally.
Oh, I'm a patient ambassador at an urgent care center, which is just a fancy term for Walmart greeter.
That's awesome. Which one?
It's out in the interior, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay, very good, very good. Well, happy you are here. Have you been watching? I wonder what happened then. Wonder why it wasn't working earlier.
No idea.
Okay, but glad you're here. And I know you. I'm glad I could bring you on for a few minutes to chat. So, what have you been up to?
I've been working.
Yeah.
Working.
Lots?
Oh yes, working and hearing lots of questions and having people tell me their medical problems, even though I don't look like a doctor and I'm not qualified for it, even though sometimes it feels like I am.
Right. Well, I'm sure you're a nice calming presence to people that speak to you.
Sure. Okay.
All right. I know I don't want to. It's not a waste of time, but I don't want to waste your time. You mentioned that you had a couple. I don't know. You still have hot takes or a couple things that you want to talk about.
I got hot takes. I guess I don't know if they're gonna be popular, but okay.
Okay, let's hear them. Let's hear one or two.
Well, let's see. Well, first of all, let me preface this by saying I am a Quinn Hughes fan.
Okay.
I am a Quinn Hughes fan. I've got jerseys in my closet. I am a Quinn Hughes fan.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be a Canuck on July 1st, 2027.
Yeah.
And I think that management will only have themselves to blame for why he's no longer Canuck on July 1st, 2027.
All right, let's hear this. This sounds good.
And it's got nothing to do with what Jack Hughes has said. It's got nothing to do with Rutherford's recent comments, or at least I don't think it does. So one thing we know about this group, or at least I think so, this group has had at least 4 incidents that have come to mind that where they had a chance to learn from it, acknowledge it, and choose to behave and choose differently because of it. Well, they haven't done any of those things. And of course, we know the 4 incidents: the Bruce Boudreau firing, or whatever you want to call it, the Miller PD rift, the Rick Tocchet departure, and the Brock Besser contract negotiation.
Okay.
All 4 of those scenarios have a common denominator in them. And it's very simple. And it's 3 simple words that we've never heard this group say.
Lack of something. No, go ahead.
We were wrong.
Ah.
Have we ever heard this group say, we were wrong? We were wrong for how we handled this. We were wrong for letting it go public. We were wrong for taking way too long to make a decision, regardless of whether it's the right one or not. We took too long. And because they've never learned or they never acknowledged that they've done anything wrong, because you can't change what you don't acknowledge, they keep making the same mistake over and over again.
Right.
And then wonder why nothing's changed. And eventually, it's going to cost them. Like out of the five names I mentioned, who's still here? 2?
Yep.
And the one didn't exactly get a ringing endorsement at the end of last season. And the other one, okay, I'm still going to stick to my hot take that he'll get traded in 3 years.
Yeah.
I'll still stick to it. So.
Wow, so you're saying that their inability to and just their lack of accountability is going to hurt them when
their inability to take responsibility.
Yep.
And their inability to learn from previous incidences are going to cost them their franchise defenseman. At least I think it will.
Wow. Okay, you've convinced me that I got to bring you on for your own segment on one of my shows for sure. So save the rest of your hot takes. That was a good one, Rain. And just tell me your impressions of your first couple games, knowing that it's only a couple games.
Well, full disclosure, I didn't watch last night, although it doesn't look like I needed to know that Demko probably at least is in the conversation to be on the Olympic team at this point.
Yeah, he was good.
The first game, the scoreboard says Vancouver dominated, but for a team that is facing off in their opener against the team who played the night before, that should have been an easy wipeout. That should have been an easy win, and it wasn't. It was anything but an easy win. So, and I just wonder, but come back to me at the end of October to see who the real team is, because if there's one thing we know about Vancouver, one of their real kryptonites is October, because they constantly play from behind by the time they get to November, and they never catch up by the time it matters, by the time March and April comes around.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to check in with you at the end of October. I'll bring you on the show. You can give more hot takes, and we will do a proper reflection of where the team is. How does that sound?
Okay, I'll believe that when I see it. No,
what, you mean about me bringing you on the show? We'll make it work. That's
not shade. I'm just saying.
No, it's all good. Well, busy guy here. Got a lot of people that want to be on the show.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I'm not that interesting.
Well, Rain, thank you. And have you been watching the whole thing, or you been in and out?
Well, I just got home like an hour ago, so
okay.
And it's a little hard to view the stream when people are like, "Hi, so I'm looking for this department," or "Can you see if this is?" No.
Yeah. So to be clear, just because there was a clarification question, you work at Walmart, or it's like you're a Walmart greeter?
So my job title is a patient ambassador, which is just the fancy term for a Walmart greeter.
Oh, but you're actually a patient ambassador. You don't work at Walmart.
So I guide people to whichever department they need to go to in an urgent care center. So.
Gotcha. Whereas Shannon is actually doing the greeting at an actual Walmart. But you guys are doing the similar thing. Okay, that makes sense. So I think Shannon wanted to know if she had a fellow Walmart greeter in here. That's why. That's what she was saying.
Sometimes I wish I was a Walmart greeter.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, Rain. I will get you on here eventually, but I appreciate that hot take, and I appreciate, when you have time, it doesn't have to be right away. Go back and scrub through some of those interviews from earlier. They were really good today.
Let's do it. Sounds
awesome.
good.
Thanks for being here. Okay.
Thanks.
Talk soon.
All right.
Thanks, Rain. Bye. All right. That was Rain. Very, very good. Callum, if you're ready to go, I'm going to go Callum, then Fangirl, then Tyler to wrap up. So, Callum, I don't see your camera on, but I do see that your microphone's ready to go. So I'm going to bring you on, and we are going to see what happens. Callum, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well. Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
No, that camera thing. I don't know why it's not working.
No. Yeah, so I saw you.
Hey,
when you came backstage, I saw the camera on.
Yeah, and then I switched it over to you.
Oh,
Like
weird.
the app asked me to pass the camera and the mic over. Maybe you can
weird.
control it. I don't. Or
Yeah,
weird.
I can't.
Let's see if that works.
Oh, okay. No, now we're getting closer.
Something happened there?
Well, it now looks like, okay, now turn your camera on. It looks like your camera's off now. Now try turning it on.
Oh. Okay, so am I supposed to have the camera pointing at me? Probably, right? It doesn't really matter. Oh, there you go. You got me.
Okay, Cal.
This is like the spooky back alley. Ooh. Check this out. I got my Canucks toque on. This is a famous toque. It's a famous toque. Oh, the neighbors are celebrating something.
Someone's shooting at you, Callum.
I'm in Dunbar. I'm in the back alley having a smoke and a beer. Okay. This is the toque of destiny. Okay. No, it's fireworks. It's all good. It's not Beirut. We're good. Okay. Hey, this kind of reminds me of one of those Jerry Lewis telethon things, right? You know, like sure. I hope people are really, really behind you and stuff, but like, do I think they made the right trade with Petey? I don't know if you can see this, but there's an A here, and then there's I think you probably can't see it. It's Miller.
Okay.
Miller?
Yeah.
Get that?
I
don't know, like, yeah, I know you can't see anything. I can barely see anything. It's pitch black out here. So this is amazing that you're doing a 24-hour live stream. That's awesome. God bless you. Like, that's crazy.
Thank you, Callum. I'm having fun. I must say that the lighting plus the angle plus your beard, this is quite the sight right now.
Yeah, I bet. Is it like super scary?
No, it's not scary at all. Like, it's unique.
Oh, it's definitely unique. I'm in a back alley in Dunbar, in one of the richest neighborhoods in Canada, having a smoke and a beer and talking to you. It's kind of cool.
Awesome. I want to get your take.
Anyway,
I want to get your take on the Canucks in a second, though. But what's Sandu? Is that your middle name?
Oh, like I'm fan number one for Locked On Canucks. Like when they first started, I guess I just happened to be the first guy that supported them. I was kind of like their Barnabas, encouraging them when they only had like literally on their broadcast last night. Somebody tried to sleuth at me on some stuff in the chat, and those guys just went like, "Nah, you can't do that to Callum. He's like
awesome.
He's, when we only had 3 watches, he was one of them, and Kyle was the other." So like, like everyone was on. I don't know if you know Kyle and Bagsy, but everybody's been dumping on him about his voice, and I was like, very early on, I was saying like, "No, this is a good thing. It sets you apart. It makes you unique, right?"
Yeah.
And they're great for content and stuff. Like my thing for the Canucks right now is I want my Mancini. I do. I love this kid. I really do. I love everything about him. I love our back end. It's looking great. Hot takes from the last game. We weren't expected to win that game, I don't think, and losing to like a team that's been in the Stanley Cup Finals 2 years in a row. It's no great shakes, and we only lost by like a goal. They only got 2 on Demko, real, and like if like the crazy stuff. Like here's a stat for you. What did you realize that they played Coots more minutes than they played EP40 last night? They did.
Like
and
total?
The player with the forward with the most time on ice last night for the Canucks was Kane.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes.
What are they thinking? I want more Sherwood. I want more Lankinen. I want to like Lankinen, or not Lankinen. I like Karamaki. Like Karamaki didn't, like, nobody really did a whole lot last night. Like, really. Hughes was great. That Demmer save, one of the best saves I've ever seen. That hit from Kane, what what an express train. But I mean, if you're going to take something away from that game, I guess they're just saying we're going to be hard to play against, and they definitely made a case for that. I mean, look at that Myers thing with McDavid, right? Like, I'm surprised he only got $2,500 for that, and apparently McDavid doesn't wear a cup. So, like the look on his face. Have you seen it?
Yes,
I
I've
could
seen it.
feel that. I could feel it. Anyhow, I'm actually like pretty happy with the Canucks. I think they're gonna win in really unexpected new ways this season, ways we haven't seen before. And I don't think Quinn Hughes is leaving. I really don't. Geez, the landscape's changed so much in the league. Who was the guy that got like 18 mil?
Kaprizov.
Do you know the Kaprizov, right? Do you think he's worth 18 mil? I guess so. And that's probably going to be a cheap contract in about 4 years.
Eventually. Well, Callum, that was a good run, Callum. I'm gonna bring you on another time, and I'm gonna teach you how to use your. I'm not sure if you're using your front-facing camera on your phone or if you're reversed and holding it backwards.
It's the reverse. And anyway, I have very bad lighting. I'm almost out of power, so I'll let you go. Just like want to give you some encouragement, maybe a Starbucks coffee or something.
Well, thank you, brother.
If anybody's on this feed and they haven't liked and subscribed you, this guy is a gamer. You should sign up. Okay, nice talking to you. God bless.
I appreciate
and have a good night.
God bless you too. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Okay,
Take
super.
care.
Bye. Go Canucks. Go.
Bye. Sounds great. That was awesome. Probably the scariest thing I've ever seen on one of my live streams, but that was awesome. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Fangirl, Alfred, then Tyler. 3 minutes each gets me out with a 10-minute break. All right, let's do it. Fangirl, you're first. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just trying to watch this Chiefs game too. Oh, God.
What's the score right now?
They just scored a touchdown, and it's like 27-17.
Wait, which game are you? Oh, the Chiefs game. And then who's winning the Blue Jays game?
It's the other team.
Okay, gotcha. How's the weather where you are in northern BC today?
It is cold.
It's cold?
It's the sweater with your merch.
I love it. Thank you. Is it cozy?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for wearing it. It looks a lot better on you than me. Have you been watching the whole thing already?
I had to take a break because I went out.
That's right. I did see that.
For dinner.
Yeah, I did see that. And what's your Thanksgiving weekend been like already? How's it going?
I mean, between the hockey, it's been a little bit intense, but it's been okay.
Good. I'm glad. Did you watch both games already for the Canucks?
Yep.
What are you thinking right now?
I'm concerned about the power play. It means
okay. Yeah. We haven't scored a goal yet, have we?
No. Worst part is I have a list up in this notebook.
Yeah.
One of them being the shorthandy no. I created the list.
So you created a list of what?
Drysdale on the list. Can't very tell, but there's Drysdale on the list.
That doesn't look like much of a list. There's one thing on it.
That's because there's only one shorthanded goal in the season.
Okay, sorry. That list is of what?
If their team scores a shorthanded goal, that they go on.
Oh, so you're making a list of people that score shorthanded against us?
Yeah, I have one for the next two. Shorthanded, yes.
Yeah.
And I have one for if they get power play goal. It's to quote or a grande. Thank you. Next.
Yeah.
And I have one for if they bad goal list. If a Canuck goes in the penalty box and the other team scores.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna have to revisit those lists with you throughout the season. That's pretty cool, actually.
Well, yeah, you'll have to do that.
Awesome. Okay, give me one more reflection about the season. So aside from our power play needs work.
When they're on power, Calgary's on the penalty kill or power play. I made the comment like that looks like a game of wakey. What you do in the drill, hockey drill.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow. Well, I think I'm glad that you're watching every game. I'm glad you're covering the Chiefs, you're covering the Blue Jays, and you're wearing my merch, and you have lists that only have one thing on it already. But
Right.
that's
But
what's
it
that?
will get bigger.
They will get bigger for sure. Awesome. Well, thank you. And are you planning to be around for the rest?
Most of I can. I still need to have a regular sleep pattern. So
Okay. So do what you can, and then try and stay up for the boys. It might be worth it at 12, but then maybe that's when you fall asleep.
well, I'll try to stay up for that.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you. I almost used your name, but thank you, fangirl.
It did.
Yeah, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Yeah, see ya.
Okay, looking good. Thanks. All right, that was Fangirl from Northern BC. No, this is only my second Pepsi, believe it or not. My second Pepsi, and I'm 8 hours in. So 1 out of every 4 hours is better than 1 out of every hour for sure. Skytree Alfred, you ready to go? Let's go. Bring yourself in as only you know how. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The next station is Clay's 24-hour live stream.
So what's this about you trash talking at the Greta thing last night?
I don't know about trash talking, but the jabs that Gerald's talking about, I was more like, chuck these Oilers or Sarah's better. You know what I mean?
What's the Sarah's better one?
You don't know? So we
No.
got, so whenever, what's his name? Darnell Nurse is on the ice.
Oh, yeah, Sarah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you had some big guys around you. You didn't get beat up last night.
Oh, no, I didn't get beat up. So, yeah.
So did you go to both get-togethers or just the Greta one?
Just the Greta one.
Yeah. How was it?
Yeah, it was fun. I actually got to play air hockey against quads,
I heard.
I won by just 1 goal.
Good.
So at the end. So.
And then didn't Irvin? No, Gerald said then he lost.
Sorry.
Then Gerald played air hockey too, right?
He played like 1 game during my game, sort of thing. Yeah. So.
Who did he lose to? Because you were playing quads. Who did he play?
No, he lost to quads.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. But you took quads down. So then by relative theory or whatever, you should be able to beat Gerald then.
Sure. Yeah.
Don't be afraid.
I could say that.
All right. Now you, I don't know if you been hanging out with Justin, but you seem down on Petey right now.
Well, have you seen Petey last night? He was quiet.
He was
on the ice for how many minutes, and he showed up, or he got nothing to show for.
Yep.
And that's what we're playing. That's what we're paying $11.6 million for. Is that the kind of PD we're paying for to what? Like, come on. I'm definitely calling for the strip of the A if he keeps continuing like that.
Wow. And what happens if he gets a hat trick tomorrow?
Well, it would be too early for me to really pull it off, but in a 10-game picture, that's when I'll really give judgment, because
that's fair.
I'm really not liking what I'm seeing from Petey.
Yeah. No, that's
so
fair.
much for what you call that, the revenge tour. Yeah.
So I understand your frustration. I do. But the revenge tour didn't say it was going to be done after 2 games. Like
that's true. Yeah. But I'm just not liking what I'm seeing so far.
And that's fair. And just as much as I'd say preach patience, I will be the first to admit after 10 games or 15 games, if he's not moving the needle, then yeah, this is going to be a very long season for sure. Any other thoughts, like from what you've noticed from the game? Like, what do you like aside from Demko? Give me one other takeaway.
Our power play doesn't look threatening at all. We're not even scoring on the power play. And for whatever reason, I do think that the forwards don't seem to want to score for whatever reason. That's right. What I think. That's why I'm so nervous about our scoring from our forward lineup. Like, where are we gonna get goals from? Besser for sure. DeBrusque, we all know that he can be streaky. Petey, when are we going to get goals? Right?
Yes.
I'm starting to see some from Lecker-Mackey.
Yep.
I'd like to see some from Braden Coots too. So
yeah. The Coots the Coots one is going to be interesting because he might only have a few more games to show his wares, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Alfred, I appreciate you coming by on Thanksgiving weekend. Are you going to be in and out for the next little bit?
Yeah, I'll be in and out.
Okay, try and be here for the.
That doesn't sound right the way it came out, but yeah.
And I want you to be around for the entire stream, but try and be around for the midnight hour. That's gonna be a lot of fun with the boys.
For sure.
If you're
I'll
still
be there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, and I'll let you see yourself out.
See you later, different Irvin. Bye.
Love it. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Tyler, hang tight. I still want to get you on. I'm gonna let SGA come on for 2 minutes because we're running up against time. So SGA 2 minutes, then Tyler for a couple minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. SGA, I hope you're ready to go. SGA, you only have 2 minutes, so do not waste any of it complimenting me. Actually, Nathan would be hilarious. Nathan, 2 minutes for you. Nathan, it's the pinned comment, Nathan. I don't know if he's going to get on, but he's the kid of my employee. So Nathan, if you click on this link that I just posted, I'll get you on for 2 minutes max. But we're going to go SGA first. SGA, welcome to the show.
Hey Clay, I'm a big fan of you. I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel. You make some really great content, and I wish you the best of luck.
Awesome, thank you. Tell me how. I'm not making fun. How was the home opener?
The home opener was really great, but Vegas Golden Knights came in there and they just took over the whole game. And I was I was there to have a really great time with my friends, and Vegas just took over the game and we lost in the home opener, which was very crucial because the first game of the season is always the most important game for any NHL player's career. You always want to get a win in your home opener, but we lost in overtime. And then we play the Anaheim Ducks, and that was the most frustrating bullshit performance by our San Jose Sharks. Because the Anaheim Ducks are a very good hockey team. They have Beckett Seneke. They have Mikhail Granlund, former San Jose Shark. I have his autograph on my jersey, by the way, so that's very, very emotional for me to see that autograph on my jersey and see that he's playing for the Ducks now.
Yeah.
But Ryan Warsofsky is hesitant and stubborn on sitting Michael Misa, our draft pick that we just got this year. He's sitting Michael Misa, and I don't understand why is our head coach sitting resting Michael Misa? He should be out there playing. He's a young talent, upcoming young talent with Macklin and Will Smith, and they should be starting Michael Misa more often. And I don't understand why Ryan Warsofsky, our head coach, wonderful head coach, by the way, he's great, great genius of a mind head coach. I love Ryan Warsofsky. I love him a lot. But you have to play Michael Misa out there on the ice more often, and he's not playing him that often, which I don't understand really. I don't understand at all because we just got him in the NHL draft.
Well, exactly, and that's what I would say. I hear your frustration because
and I'm pissed off with that. And that was the most that Anaheim Ducks for a 7-6 loss in overtime was the most frustrating performance I've ever seen by this team.
I hear you, brother.
And I would say a lot of F words on the stream, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to get I don't want your stream to get demonetized.
That's okay. You already said it once, but that's fine. Don't say anymore. No problem. I appreciate your honesty. But Chardel, I have to go because I gotta.
Yeah, but it was great coming on the show, and the Sharks have to break this losing streak because we should be 2-0 to start the season, but we're 0-2 to start the season, which is heartbreaking. But I know this team is they have a lot of grit and determination and motivation, and I don't know if they're gonna get out of this rut. But thanks for having me on the show, and I'll definitely come on another time.
Awesome. We'll chat soon. Thanks, Chardel.
Viewers, make sure to click the make sure to click the like button, smash the subscribe button, and ring that notification bell for Clay's Canucks commentary. Make some great Vancouver Canucks content. Make sure to subscribe to the SGA Sports Talk channel if you like Sharks content. Subscribe to my channel. But thanks for having me on the show, and I'll see you later. Have a good night.
Sounds good. Thanks, Chardel. I actually feel bad. That's the saddest I've ever heard him. Really, I actually do feel bad for him, but They will indeed. They'll be good eventually. Okay, Tyler, hang on. I'm still going to get to you, I promise, because I'm a man of my word. But I got to bring in this guy, Nathan McCready. Here we go, Nathan. I got 2 minutes for you, starting now.
Hello.
So for everyone, Nathan, I work with Nathan's mom. I have for the past 16 years. And are you guys all at Thanksgiving dinner right now?
Yeah, we are.
Because your
I'm
dad
actually
just
in the other
texted
room
me
right
a
now.
picture of you guys.
Yeah? We're watching you right now.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
All right. Have you watched both games?
I did, yes.
How are you feeling about this team? I'm not going to rush you. You're a smart guy. Let's hear your opinion.
Well, I think... I hear myself in the other room.
Yeah.
I think that, like, the Canucks, good start.
Yeah.
Like, good first game for sure, because they all were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
I feel like we just need to back up Demko. Like, I think we need to, like, focus on offense right now. That's for sure, because our PK was pretty good.
Yep.
Everything else was fine. It's just stupid offense, like giveaways, stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think it was just really sloppy last game.
Yeah, and as much as I want to see the Canucks do well, I recognize who we were playing against too, right? That was
they were finalists.
Yeah, they were finalists the last 2 years. By the way, Sheldon's in here, says all-time McCready.
Oh, shout out Sheldon Rodriguez.
Well, you brought fans. You're bringing people to my channel.
I did, yeah.
Are you worried about Petey? Quick answer.
No.
No.
I have him in my fantasy league, so hopefully not. Hopefully he'll be good.
Yeah. And then, do you plan to get to a lot of games this year?
If you would have me.
Well, I have to make you pay for some of the tickets, but I'm sure we can work. I'm sure we can work something out. And what are you doing for the? I feel it's really funny because Nathan and I hang out and we minister together. We do events together, but I've never had him on one of my shows. But I think we gotta get you and your boys all on the show at one time, right?
Yeah. We're supposed to do it this show.
Well,
Me
where
and
are they?
Thomas.
Where
What?
are they?
I thought you were gonna ask us.
No, not for the 24-hour live stream.
Oh yeah, okay. We'll set it up one day.
We'll get you on. Okay, give me one. Your prediction: Vancouver Canucks. Do they make the playoffs? And if so, in what place?
Wild card 2.
Okay, wild card 2.
Actually, minimum wild card 2, third place, division max.
Okay, so you're saying somewhere between 6, 7, 8. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, say hi to your family for me. Sorry it's so
I
rushed,
will.
Nathan, but I snuck you in here. I hope you appreciate what I did.
Don't worry. It's an honor. Thank you.
No, don't be silly. Well, happy
Wait, shout
Thanksgiving.
out to that guy before. I'm a Sharks fan too. So
What's that?
I'm a Sharks fan too.
Yeah, he comes on every stream, and he got so excited to go home over here. You can hear he was a broken man. So we gotta fix him. We gotta fix that team.
They'll be good in the next 3 years. So
I agree with you. I agree with you. All right, Nate. Thanks, and say hi to your family for me.
I will. Bye.
Okay.
Thank
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving. Bye. That's awesome. And then that was Nathan. And finally, we're gonna get to hear him at 10 o'clock, but we're gonna hear him for 2 minutes now. Tyler. Hey man, thanks for understanding. I'm so rushed. Not rushed. I mean, I just want to get through as many people as I can. I hate to disappoint people. Yeah.
Oh.
How was Greta last night?
That was great.
Yeah.
Bum. Blue Jays just lost.
Oh, like the game's over?
I'm watching it right now. So.
What's the final score?
3-1 Mariners.
Okay. How was so you went to both meetups last night, right?
Yeah, we went to Greta at first. We're there until just before the third period, and then myself, Gerald, and my wife Sam went to Goodco afterwards.
Oh wow, you hit both of them. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm jealous that Gerald got to meet Sam and I haven't yet. That's cool. What are your impressions? I know we're going to talk about this in a couple hours, but your impressions of the first couple games?
I was impressed for the first game, at least the third period anyway.
Yeah.
The last game I wasn't too impressed. As I'm sure you heard from Gerald earlier, and Alfred as well, the shots, I was like, what is this, brick talk at hockey? I thought he was gone. And I think I even said that to Alfred too. But yeah, I have to agree with Gerald on that little quip on the shots when it comes to my wife, Sam, because she's a Flyers fan.
Yep.
So I'm glad Gerald mentioned that. That was awesome. That made me laugh. Hopefully she's not watching this herself. But I just wasn't impressed last night. I thought it was, kind of sleepy hockey, at least for the Canucks offense. Kind of actually reminds me of this baseball game right now. The offense was just quiet.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
How much did you chalk that up to the opponent being Edmonton?
yeah, I definitely chalk it up a lot to Edmonton. I mean, they had Pickard in the net. I think it would have been maybe a different scenario if Skinner was in.
Yeah.
So, but they just shut down the Canucks offense. So you have to give them props for that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Well, Tyler, thanks for being a good sport. I have to bounce off because I got to move everyone to the second link now. But I will look forward to catching up with you in a couple hours, where we're gonna have a nice little YouTuber roundtable, which is gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll be wearing a completely different outfit too. So.
I hope so. I'm just kidding. I can't wait. Okay, thanks, buddy. We'll see you in a bit.
All right. See ya.
Thanks, Tyler. Take care. That is Tyler from the Line Change podcast. He's gonna be a part of my roundtable. Okay, you guys got to do this. I just pinned it. I'm going to end off in the next minute. And when I do so, I need you to go to this link because we are shutting down this stream and moving to a new one. So go to tinyurl.com/CCC 24-hour part 2. I just pinned it. If you go there in the comment section, it should work, because we're shutting down this stream and moving to part 2. So get over there now. I'll give you all 3 minutes to get over there. We're going to have Twisted Wrister join me there. So I'm going to shut this down pretty quick, and we'll head over to that second link, and then we'll pick up from here. So once again, thank you. This 8 hours in the books, 16 hours to go. The next 8 hours are going to be on this stream, on this link. Charlie, I've explained already a couple times why I'm doing this. I can't do 24 hours in a row, so I'm doing 3 8 hours. Carol, just click on the link right there. It's in the comments. My last comment, just click on it, and I will see you all there. All right? Okay. God bless you guys. I'll do a quick outro, and I'll see you on the second link in about 2 or 3 minutes. See you there.